phrases. Third person singular simple present indicative of phonetize. Phonetizing. Present participle and gerund of phonetize. Phoneward. Towards a telephone. Phonewise. In terms or by means of the telephone. Phoneword. An alphanumeric word or phrase representing a telephone number, its letters corresponding to those on a telephone keypad. Phonewords. Plural of phoneword. Phony. Alternative form of phony. Phobia. Alternative form of phonia. Phony war. During World War II, the period of limited military activity from the outbreak of hostilities on September 3, 1939 until Germany's attack on the Low Countries on May 10, 1940. Phony war. Alternative letter case form of phony war. Phony baloney. Alternative spelling of phony baloney. Phony. Simple past and past participle of phony. Phony dap. Simple past and past participle of phony up. Phobia. Present participle and gerund of phony. Phobia. Present participle and gerund of phony up. Phoniness. Alternative form of phoniness. Phonies. Plural of phony. Phonies up. Third person singular simple present indicative of phony up. A surname. Fawn illumination. Synonym of fawn lighting. Fawn interpolation. Synonym of fawn shading. Fawn lighting. A technique for the local illumination of points on a surface approximating the way that light is reflected in reality. Fawn reflection. Synonym of fawn lighting. Fawn reflections. Plural of fawn reflection. Fawn shading. A technique for shading three-dimensional surfaces by interpolating surface normals across rasterized polygons and computing pixel colors based on the interpolated normals and a reflection model. Fondy. Alternative form of fondy. Fondies. Plural of fondy. Fine-e. Alternative form of fine-e. Fine-e is plural of fawn-he. Fawn-hi. Alternative form of fawn-e. Fawn-hi's. Plural of fawn-hi. Fawn-di. Alternative form of fawn-e. Fawn-di's. Plural of fawn-gi. Fawn. Plural of fawn. But a Buddhist monk. Faiz. Plural of fani. Budade. Of or pertaining to phoniatrics. Phoniatically. In terms of or by means of phoniatrics. Phoniatration. A practitioner of phoniatrics. Phoniatricians. Plural of phoniatrician. Phoniatics. The medical research and treatment of organs involved with speech production. Phoniatist. One who studies phoniatrics. Phoniatists. Plural of phoniatrists. Phone. Phoniatics. Pare. Of or pertaining to sound, of the nature of sound, acoustic. Phonic wheel. A synchronous motor driven by a tuning fork that used an electromagnet to rotate the cogwheel of the motor by one tooth for each vibration. Phonic wheels, plural of phonic wheel. Phonicoi, in accordance with the principles of phonics. Phonicate, to have phone sex with someone. Phonicate, simple past and past participle of phonicate. Phonicates, third person singular simple present indicative of phonicate. Phonicating, present participle and gerund of phonicate. Phonicator, an educator who champions the use of phonics instruction as a method of beginning or remedial reading instruction, often used as a self-referent. Phonicators, plural of phonicator. Phonics, the study of how the sounds of words are represented by spelling. Phony, simple past and past participle of phony. Phonied up, simple past and past participle of phony up. Phobia, comparative form of phony, more phony. Phonies, plural of phony. Phonies up, third person singular simple present indicative of phony up. Phomius, superlative form of phony, most phony. Phonai, a phony way or to a phony extent. Phoniness, the condition or quality of being phony or fake. Phoninuses, plural of phoniness. Phonin, present participle and gerund of phone. Phoning ahead, present participle and gerund of phone ahead. Phoning home, present participle and gerund of phone home. Phoning in, present participle and gerund of phone in. Phoning up, present participle and gerund of phone up. Phonings, plural of phoning. Phonano, a massless fermionic collective excitation in the form of sound described by supersymmetry. Phonenos, plural of phonino. A style of music derived from hip-hop and trap music, directly inspired by 1990s Memphis rap. Phono, clipping a phonograph. Phono cartridge, the component attached to the end of the tone arm of a phonograph turntable that holds the stylus. Phono cartridges, plural of phono cartridge. Phono, relating to sound. Phonosemantic, alternative form of phonosemantic. Phonosemantic compound, a Chinese character CJKV character composed of a component which is related to the meaning of the character and another component which is related to the sound of the character. Phonosemantic compounds. Plural of phonosemantic compound. Phonosemantic matching, the borrowing of a word into one language from another which completely or partially preserves both the original sound and meaning but does so via substitution of etymons. Phonosemantic matchings, plural of phonosemantic matching. Phonoabsorption, the absorption of sound. Phonoaesthetic, relating to phonoaesthetics. Phonoaesthetics, alternative form of phonesthetics. Phonoarticulatory, relating to phonetic articulation. Phonoaudiological, relating to phonoaudiology. Phonoaudiologist, one who studies phonoaudiology. Phonoaudiologists, plural of phonoaudiologists. Phonoaudiology, speech therapy, Phonobreather, a nonlinear wave that can transport energy in a coupled oscillator chain by means of a phase distortion mechanism. Phonobreathers, plural of phonobreather. Phonocamptic, reflective of sound. Phonocardiogram, an image produced by a phonocardiograph. Phonocardiograms, plural of phonocardiogram. Phonocardiograph, a device that records and displays the sounds made by the heart. Phonocardiography, relating to phonocardiography. Phonocardiographically, by means of phonocardiography. Phonocardiograms, plural of phonocardiograph. Phonocardiography, the recording of the sounds of the heart. Phonocentric, supporting or relating to phonocentrism. Phonocentricity, the quality of being phonocentric. Phonocentrism, the idea that sounds and speech are inherently superior to or more natural than written language. Phonocentrisms, plural of phonocentrism. Phonocentrist, a proponent of phonocentrism. Phonocentrists, plural of phonocentrists. Phonodisc, a disc rather than a cylinder etc. on which sound has been recorded. Phonodiscs, plural of phonodisc. Phonofiddle, a straw violin. Phonofiddles, plural of phonofiddle. Phonogenic, suited to audio recording, particularly to being on a phonograph record. Phonogram, a character or symbol grapheme that represents a sound as opposed to logograms and determinatives. Phonogram, alternative. Form of phonogrammic. Phonogrammatic, pertaining to or involving a phonogram. Phonogrammatical, synonym of phonogrammatic, pertaining to or involving a phonogram. Phonogrammatic. Phonogram, rare spelling of phonogram. Phonograms, plural of phonogram. Phonogramma, of or relating to phonograms. Phonograms, plural of phonogram. Phonograph, a device that captures sound waves onto an engraved archive, a lathe. Phonograph record, a disc usually made of a polymer used to record sound for playback on a phonograph. Phonograph records, plural of phonograph record. Phonographs, simple past and past participle of phonograph. Phonographer, a person skilled at phonography. Phonographers, plural of phonographer. Plural of phonographer. Phonographic, of or relating to phonography or to a phonograph. Phonographical, alternative form of phonographic. Phonographically, by means of a phonograph. Phonographies, plural of phonography. Phonographing, present participle and gerund of phonograph. Phonographist, a phonographer. Phonographists, phonographer. Phonographists, plural of phonographists. Phonographs, plural of phonograph. Phonograph. Phonography, the transcription of speech using symbols. Phono, abbreviation of phonology. Phonolite, a light-colored rock of volcanic origin composed mostly of alkali feldspars. Phonolites, plural of phonolite. Phonolytic, relating to or composed of phonolite. Phonolocate, to move towards an attractive sound. Phonolocator, simple past and past participle of phonolocate. Phonologer, a phonologist. Phonologers, plural of phonologer. Phonologic, alternative form of phonological. Phonological, of or relating to phonology. Phonological hierarchies, plural of phonological hierarchy. Phonological hierarchy, a series of increasingly smaller regions of a phonological utterance, each nested within the next highest region. Phonological phrase, a unit of speech that groups together one or more clitic groups. Phonological phrases, plural of phonological phrase. Phonological phrase. Phonological word, a phonological item, higher in the phonological hierarchy than the syllable and the foot but lower than the intonational phrase and the phonological phrase. Phonological words, plural of phonological word. Phonologically, in accordance with phonology. Phonologies, plural of phonologies. Phonologization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of phonologization. Phonologizations, plural of phonologization. Phonologize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of phonologize. Phonologized, simple past and past participle of phonologize. Phonologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phonologize. Phonologizing, present participle and gerund of phonologize. Phonologists, a person who specializes in phonology, the functional use of sounds in language. Phonologists, plural of phonologists. Phonemic 1. Phonologizations, plural of phonologization. Phonologize, to shift to a phonemic status by developing a phonetic feature. Phonologized, simple past and past participle of phonologize. Phonologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phonologize. Phonologizing, present participle and gerund of phonologize. Phonology, the study of the way sounds function in languages, including accent, intonation, phonemes, stress, and syllable structure, and which sounds are distinctive units within a language, countable the way sounds function within a given language, a phonological system. Phonological, misspelling of phonological. Phonomania, homicidal Phonomchenocardiography, relating to phonomchenocardiography. Phonomchenocardiography, phonocardiography and mechanocardiography combined. Phonometer, a particular instrument for measuring the force of sounds. Phonometers, plural of phonometer. Phonometry, relating to the measurement of sound. Phonometry. The measurement of sound. Phonomicrosurgery. Microsurgery in order to improve the voice, typically of a professional singer. Phonomicrosurgical, relating to phonomicrosurgery. Phonomime, a word or phrase that mimics a sound. Phonomimes, plural of phonomime. Phonomimetic, that mimics a sound. Phonomotor, an instrument in which motion is produced by sound waves. Phonomotors, plural of phonomotor. Phonomiogram, the record produced by phonomiography. Phonomiograms, plural of phonomiogram. Phonomiography, a technique to measure the force of muscle contraction by recording the low-frequency sounds created during muscular activity. Phonon, the quantum of acoustic or vibrational energy sound, considered a discrete particle rather than a wave. Phonone, relating to the study of phonons. Phononic crystal, a periodic nanostructure that exhibit periodicity in its structure that results in band gaps where energy cannot propagate, as well as negative refraction that can be exploited for wave focusing. Phononic crystals, plural of phononic crystal. Phononics, the branch of physics concerned with phonons. Phonomas, that does not involve phonons. Phonon, plural of phonon. Phonopathies, plural of phonopathy. Phonopathy, any disease that affects a person's speech. Phonophile, a collector of phonograph records. Phonophiles, plural of phonophile. Phonophobe, an individual who suffers from phonophobia. Phonophobes, plural of phonophobe. Phonophobia, an unusual fear of sound, especially of speaking aloud or of one's own voice. Phonophobias, plural of phonophobia. Phonophobic, of or pertaining to phonophobia. Phonophore, the phonetic component of a character in Chinese and related writing systems. Phonophores, plural of phonophore. Phonophoresis, the use of ultrasound to enhance the delivery of topically applied drugs. Phonophoretic, relating to phonophoresis. Phonophoretically, by means of phonophoresis. Phonophore, sound-bearing set of certain characters in otherwise ideographic languages. Phonophotophobia, synonym of photophonophobia. Phonopneumography, the recording and analysis of bronchopulmonary sounds. Phonopore, an invention allowing telephonic voice communications to be transmitted over existing Morse code telegraph infrastructure. Phonopores, plural of phonopore. Phonoreception, the perception of sound by animals through specialized sense organs, hearing. Phonoreceptive, relating to phonoreception. Phonoreceptor, a sensory receptor that detects and responds to sound stimuli. Phonorecord, a physical object that contains a permanent record of a sound. Phonorecording, a recording of sound or music. Phonorecordings, plural of phonorecording. Phonorecords, plural of phonorecord. Phonoresponse, the response of an organism to sound. Phonoresponses, plural of phonoresponse. Phonos, plural of phono. Phonoscope, a device that shows images demonstrating the movement of a person's face as they speak. Phonoscopes, plural of phonoscope. Phonosemantic, combining phonetic and semantic components, as with more than 80% of Chinese characters. A way of creating hand characters by combining a component that indicates the meaning with a component that indicates the pronunciation. Phonosemantically, in a phonosemantic sense, phonosemantics, phonetic symbolism, phonostatistics, the application of statistical methods to phonology and phonetics. Phonosurgery, surgery to the voice box or vocal cords. Phonosurgical, relating to phonosurgery. Phonotactic, pertaining to phonotactics. Phonotactical, synonym of phonotactic. Phonotactically, by or from. From the point of view of phonotactics. Phonotactics, a branch of phonology that deals with the restrictions a language applies to combinations of phonemes. Phonotax, the total sum of a language's phonological or phonotactic rules. Phonotaxes, plural of phonotax. Phonotaxic, relating to phonotaxis. Phonotaxis, the ability to move in an orientation with respect to a source of sound. Phonolemeter, an instrument used to determine the distance of a target, etc. based on the elapsed time between firing and detonation. Phonolemeters, plural of phonolemeter. Phonotrite, a strongly alkaline volcanic rock with a composition between phonolite and tephrite. Phonotritic, relating to or composed of phonotrite. Phonotopical, in which each separate position is associated with a different sound. Phonotrauma, relatively benign trauma to the vocal cords, typically by nodules, lesions, or calluses. Phonotraumas, plural of phonotrauma. Phonotraumatic, relating to phonotrauma. Phonotype, a phonetic symbol used in phonotypy. Phonotypes, plural of phonotype. Phonotypic, of or relating to phonotypy. Phonotypical, alternative form of phonotypic. Phonotypically, in a phonotypic manner. Phonotypies, plural of phonotypy. Phonotypist, an expert in phonotypy. Phonotypist, plural of phonotypist. Phonotypy, the English phonotypic alphabet, a phonetic alphabet developed in the 1850s. Phonovibrogram, a vibrogram produced by phonovibrography. Phonovibrograms, plural of phonovibrogram. Phonovibrographic, relating to phonovibrography. Phonovibrography, the imaging of vocal fold vibrations. Phonovision, an early technique for recording a mechanical television signal onto gramophone records. Pause, plural of phon. Phony, fraudulent, fake, having a misleading appearance. Phony is a $3 bill. Extremely phony, fake, dishonest, completely bogus. Phony disease, synonym of peach phony disease. Phony peach disease, synonym of peach phony disease. Phony Stark, a nickname for South African-born tech entrepreneur Elon Musk. Phobia, to create a false version of something. Phony war, alternative form of phony war. Phony baloney, fake, fraudulent. Phony dap, simple past and past participle of phony up. Fovier, present participle and gerund of phony. Fodina, present participle and gerund of phony up. Phoniness, alternative spelling of phoniness. Phoninnesses, plural of phoniness. Ponytail, a hair extension in the form of an artificial ponytail. Phonitails, plural of phonitail. An expression of rejection or disgust. Fui, alternative form of fui. Fui, an expression of disgust, rejection, or disappointment. Ave, alternative form of puka, type of fairy. Vuckus, plural of fuka. Foodies, plural of funi. Foodie, alternative form of fimi. Forda, a custom house. Fordas, plural of forza. Fores, an organophosphorus compound with chemical formula C8H4O3, used as a pesticide. Forotoxin, any of a class of toxic compounds in American mistletoe. Forotoxins, plural of forotoxin. Forbear, a leather strap worn by an allos player to avoid excessive strain on the lips and cheeks due to continuous blowing. Forby, any of a class of farbol esters. Forbides, plural of forboy. Forbol, a diterpene alcohol derived from croton oil. Forbol, plural of forbol. Forboxazole, any of a group of complex organic compounds containing oxazole rings, isolated from marine sponges of the genus Forbus. Some of these exhibit cytostatic activity. Forboxazoles, plural of forboxazole. Phorcys, synonym of Greek mythological sisters. Phoreys, a primordial sea god, son of Pontus and Gaia, who by Sita fathered numerous monsters including Echidna and the Gorgons. Phoreys, plural of Phorci. Phoresis, delivery or movement of a substance by means of an agent. Phore, association between two organisms in which one, for example, a mite travels on the body of another without being a parasite. Phoretic, of or pertaining to phoresis or to phorons. Phoretically, in terms of or by means of phoresis. Phoria, synonym of heterophoria. Phorias, plural of phoria. For, any fly of the family Phoriae. Phorid flies, plural of phorid fly. Phorid fly. Phorid. Phorids, plural of phorid. Formiaceous, of or relating to the Formiaceae. Forminges, plural of forminx. Forminx, a kind of lyre used by the ancient Greeks. Forminxes, plural of forminx. Formium, any plant in the genus Formium, New Zealand flax. Formiums, plural of formium. Phorecyte, a mobile cell that transports the buds of dolialids. Phorecytes, plural of phorecyte. Phorometer, a device for examining the equilibrium of the ocular muscles. Photometers, plural of photometer. Phoro, the unsaturated aliphatic ketone 2,6-dimethyl 2,5-heptadiene 4,1 obtained from camphor, isopropylidine acetone. Phoronet, any hermaphroditic worm-like marine animal of the phylum Phoronida. Phoroneds, plural of phoronid. Phoronome, relating to phoronomics. Phoronomically, in terms of phoronomics. Phoronomics, the science of motion, kinematics. Phoret, any organism that attaches itself to another in order to travel. Phorets, plural of phoront. Phorophyte, any plant on which an epiphyte grows. Phorophytes, plural of phorophyte. Phoropter, an instrument used in eye examinations to determine an individual's prescription, the patient looking through various lenses at a chart on the other side. Phoropters, plural of phoropter. Phororachus, obsolete form of Phorus rhacos. Phorozoid, a zooid of the sexual generation of some free-swimming tunicates, which though it becomes free-swimming does not mature sexually. Phorozooids. Plural of phorozooid. Phorusracid, any of the extinct flightless birds of the family Phorusraceae, which inhabited South America from the early Cenozoic era until about 0.1 million years ago. Phorusracids, plural of phorusracid. The, plural of pHO. Those, plural of pho. Phosphacetum, a toxic organophosphate used as a rodenticide. Phozolome, an organophosphate chemical commonly used as an insecticide and acaricide. Phosphorite, a rare plutonic ultramafic rock composed of magnetite, apatite, and olivine. Hostipen, a particular fungicide. Phosgenosin, a phosphoprotein found in the rod cells in the retina that modulates the phototransduction cascade by interacting with the beta and gamma subunits of the retinal G protein transducin. Phosgenosins, plural of phosgenosin. Phosgenated, treated or reacted with phosgene. Phosgenation, reaction with phosgene or with trifosgene. Phosgenations, plural of phosgenation. Phosgene, carbonyl chloride. Phosgene oxime, a potent chemical weapon, specifically a nettle agent with a chemical formula Cl2CNO. Phosgenes, plural of phosgene. Phosgene, of or relating to phosgene. Phosgenite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing carbon, chlorine, lead, and oxygen. Phosphatidae, any fish in the family Phosphatidae. Phosphatids, plural of phosphatidae. Hoseda, abbreviation of person having ordinary skill in the art. Hoseda, plural of phacida. Phosme, a phthalami-derived non-systemic organophosphate insecticide used on plants and animals. Os, alternative form of phospho, used before a vowel. Osla, indicating indicating that phosphorus substitutes for another atom in the molecule name it prefixes. Phosphodamantane. Any of a family of polycyclic heterocycles in which one or more carbon and hydrogen atoms of adamantane have been replaced by phosphorus, any derivative of these compounds. Phosphodiamantanes, plural of phosphodamantane. Phosphokene, an organophosphorus compound with a double bond between carbon and phosphorus R2C equals Pr. Phosphalkenes, plural of phosphalkene. Phosphalkyne, an organic chemical compound with a phosphorus to carbon triple bond Rc identical to P. Phosphalkynes, plural of phosphalkyne. Phosphocyclic, describing any heterocycle having one or more phosphorus atoms in the ring. Phosphagen, any of a class of energy storage compounds chiefly found in muscular tissue in animals, allowing a high-energy phosphate pool to be maintained in a concentration range, which, if it all were ATP, would create problems due to the ATP-consuming reactions in these tissues. Phosphagens, plural of phosphagen. Ospum, a polymeric phosphorus nitridamide of general formula NPNHN obtained by the reaction of phosphorus with ammonia. Phosphamide, any amide of a phosphonic acid, i.e. in which one of more OH groups have been replaced by NH2, etc. Phosphamides, plural of phosphamide. Phosphormidin, a particular organophosphate insecticide, highly toxic to mammals. Phosphamide, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Phosphums, plural of phosphum. Phosphane, phosphine, pH3. Phosphanes, plural of phosphane. Phosphanthridine, a heterocycle formerly derived from phenanthridine by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Phosphanthridines, plural of phosphanthridine. Phosphanylidene, any substituted phosphorus analog of carbenes having general formula Rp. Phosphanylidines, plural of phosphanylidene. Phosphoporphyrin, a phosphol substituted porphyrin. Phosphoporphyrins, plural of phosphoporphyrin. Phosphatase, any of several enzymes that hydrolyze phosphate esters and are important in the metabolism of carbohydrates, nucleotides, and phospholipids, and in the formation of bone. Phosphatases, plural of phosphatase. Phosphate, any salt or ester of phosphoric acid. Phosphate acetyltransferase, a transferase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction acetyl-CoA plus phosphate-CoA plus acetyl phosphate. Phosphate butyryltransferase, an enzyme that catalyzes the reversible conversion of butanoyl-CoA plus phosphate to CoA butanoyl phosphate. Phosphated, containing phosphates. Phosphated distark phosphate, synonym of E1413. Phosphatemia, the presence of phosphate in the blood. Phosphates, plural of phosphate. Phosphates, archaic form of phosphatase. Phosphation, containing phosphate anions. Phosphac, of, relating to, or composed of phosphate. Phosphatic diathesis, the condition in which there is a tendency in the urine to deposit white gravel. Phosphatically, in a phosphatic manner. Phosphatidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a lecithin or other phosphatide to a lysocithin or other lysophospholipid. Phosphatidases, plural of phosphatidase. Phosphatidate, a monoglyceride or diglyceride combined with phosphoric acid, combines with another simple organic molecule to form a phospholipid. Phosphatidates, plural of phosphatidate. Phosphatide, a phospholipid. Phosphatides, plural of phosphatide. Phosphatidic, of or pertaining to a phosphatide. Phosphatidic acid, any derivative of glycerol in which one hydroxyl is esterified with phosphoric acid and the other two are esterified with fatty acids. Phosphatidyl, a radical derived from a phosphatide. Phosphatidylcholine, the phospholipid phosphatidylcholine. Phosphatidylcholines, plural of phosphatidylcholine. Phosphatidylphenolamide, an amide derived from a phosphatidylphenolamine, typically by reaction with a prostaglandin. Phosphatidylphenolamides, plural of phosphatidylphenolamide. Phosphatidylphenolamine, any of a class of phospholipid containing ethanolamine. Phosphatidylphenolamines, plural of phosphatidylphenolamine. Phosphatidylglucose, any phospholipid in which the small organic molecule is glucose. Phosphatidylglyceride, any phospholipid that is a glyceride of phosphatidylglycerol. Phosphatidylglycerides, plural of phosphatidylglyceride. Phosphatidylglycerol, any phospholipid in which the small organic molecule is glycerol. Phosphatidylglycerols, plural of phosphatidylglycerol. Phosphatidylinositide, phosphatidylinositol. Phosphatidylinositides, plural of phosphatidylinositide. Phosphatidylinositol, a phospholipid containing inositol. Phosphatidylinositols, plural of phosphatidylinositol. Phosphatidyls, plural of phosphatidyl. Phosphatidylserine, a phospholipid containing serine. Phosphatidylserines, plural of phosphatidylserine. Phosphatidyladenine, the phospholipid phosphatidylthioanine that regulates calcium homeostasis. Phosphatidylthioanines, plural of phosphatidylthioanine. Phosphatidyltransferase, an enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a phosphatidyl group from one molecule to another, involved in lipid metabolism and cell membrane synthesis. Phosphatidyltransferases, plural of phosphatidyltransferase. Phosphating, the application of a protective coating of phosphate to the surface of metals. Phosphatings, plural of phosphating. Phosphatization, alternative form of phosphatization. Phosphatizations, plural of phosphatization. Phosphatize, alternative form of phosphatize. Phosphatize, simple past and past participle of phosphatize. Phosphatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphatize. Phosphatizing, present participle and gerund of phosphatize. Phosphatization, the conversion of something into a phosphate. Phosphatizations, plural of phosphatization. Phosphatize, to convert something into a phosphate. Phosphatize, simple past and past participle of phosphatize. Phosphatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphatize. Phosphatizing, present participle and gerund of phosphatize. Phosphate. Tacopid, any extinct arthropod of the order Phosphatacopida. Phosphatacopids, plural of phosphatacopid. Phosphatome, the complete set of phosphatases found in a biological sample, especially that found in a person's body under normal conditions and when suffering from a disease. Phosphatomes, plural of phosphatome. Phosphatone, any of a class of proteins that control phosphate homeostases. Phosphatonins, plural of phosphatonin. Phosphatrain, any atrine having phosphorus as the heteroatom. Phosphatrains, plural of phosphatrain. Phosphaturia, the presence of phosphate in the urine. Phosphaturias, plural of phosphaturia. Phosphaturic, relating to phosphaturia. Phosphazine, any of a class of compounds in which a phosphorus atom is covalently linked to a nitrogen atom by a double bond and to 3 other atoms or radicals by single bonds. Phosphazines, plural of phosphazine. Phosphine, the 6-membered aromatic heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen atom, and 1 phosphorus atom. Phosphazines, plural of phosphazine. Phosphine, a sensation of lights induced by mechanical, electrical, or magnetic stimulation rather than optical of the retina or visual cortex, or by random firing of cells in the visual system. Phosphines, plural of phosphine. Phosphanium, the radical cation H2P derived from phosphine. Phosphaniums, plural of phosphinium. Phosphapane, a saturated 7-membered heterocycle containing 6 carbon atoms and 1 phosphorus atom. Phosphapanes, plural of phosphapane. Phosphapine, a chemical substance with a 7-membered unsaturated ring molecule containing a phosphorus atom. Phosphapi, a 7-membered unsaturated heterocycle containing 6 carbon atoms, 1 phosphorus atom, and 3 double bonds, any derivative of this compound. Phosphapines, plural of phosphapine. Phosphapins, plural of phosphapin. Phosphidane, a saturated 4-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms and 1 phosphorus atom. Phosphatanes, plural of phosphatane. Phosphate, archaic form of phosphide. Phosphide, any binary compound of phosphorus, especially one in oxidation state -3. Phosphide, plural of phosphide. Phosphatic, relating to or containing phosphide. Phosphid, plural of phosphid. Phosphine, obsolete form of phosphine. Phosphanane, a saturated 6-membered heterocycle containing 5 carbon atoms and 1 phosphorus atom. Phosphinanes, plural of phosphonane. Phosphonate, any organophosphorus compound of general formula RROP equals O. Phosphonates, plural of phosphonate. Phosphindole, a heterocycle formerly derived from indole by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Phosphindoles, plural of phosphindole. Phosphoindolazine, a heterocycle formerly derived from indolazine by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Phosphindolazines, plural of phosphindolazine. Hoswine, a toxic gas chemical formula pH 3. Phosphine amide, any compound having the general formula R3P equals NH less or equal R3P plus N-H. Phosphine amides, plural of phosphine amide. Phosphine oxide, any compound having the general formula R3P equals O less or equal R3P plus O dash. Phosphine oxides, plural of phosphine oxide. Phosphine sulfide, any compound having the general formula R3P equals S less or equal R3P plus S dash. Phosphine sulfides, plural of phosphine sulfide. Phosphorines, plural of phosphine. Phosphenic, of or pertaining to phosphenic acid or its derivatives. Phosphenic acid, the acid H2P equals OOH or any of its p hydrocarbyl derivatives. Phosphenic acids, plural of phosphenic acid. Phosphanidine, phosphanylidine. Phosphanidines, plural of phosphanidine. Phosphanimide, any of a class of organic compound of general formula R3P equals NH, any and derivative of this type of compound. Phosphanimide, plural of phosphanimide. Phosphani, any of a class of aromatic heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 5 carbon atoms and a phosphorus atom, especially the simplest one, C5H5P. Phosphonines, plural of phosphonine. Phosphoni, any organophosphorus compound of general formula P or R2. Phosphonites, plural of phosphonite. Phosphano, the chemical radical or group containing 2 hydrogen and 1 phosphorus atoms pH 2. Phosphanoline, a heterocycle formerly derived from quinoline by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Phosphanolines, plural of phosphanoline. Phosphanolazine, a heterocycle formerly derived from quinolazine by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Phosphanolazines, plural of phosphanolazine. Phosphonophricin, the herbicide RS2-amino-4-hydroxymethylphosphanoyl butyric acid. Phosphonotricin, alternative form of phosphonophricin. Phosphonous, of or pertaining to phosphonous acid or its derivatives. Phosphonous acid, the acid H2POH or any of its p hydrocarbyl derivatives. Phosphonous acids, plural of phosphonous acid. Phosphins, plural of phosphine. Phosphonyl, any radical derived from a phosphine. Phosphorylated, modified by addition of a phosphonyl group. Phosphonyls, plural of phosphonyl. Phosphorane, a saturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms and a phosphorus atom. Phosphoranes, plural of phosphorane. Phosphire, an unsaturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms, a phosphorus atom and a double bond. Phosphines, plural of phosphire. Phosi, any salt or ester of phosphorus acid. Phosphate ester, an organophosphorus compound with the formula P or phosphice, plural of phosphite. Phosphatidylated, modified by phosphotylation. Phosphotylation, the addition, the action of a phosphate. Phosphotylations, plural of phosphotylation. Phospho, phosphorus. Phosphoablative, that removes or deactivates the phosphate groups of a phosphorylated protein. Phosphoaccepting, that acts as a phosphoacceptor. Phosphoacceptor, a site on a biological macromolecule at which phosphorylation takes place. Phosphoacceptors, plural of phosphoacceptor. Phosphocetylated, phosphorylated and acetylated. Phosphocetylation, phosphorylation and acetylation. Phosphocetylations, plural of phosphocetylation. Phosphacetylglucosamine mutase, a phosphotransferase enzyme, N-acetyl-alpha-D-glucosamine 1,6-phosphomutase. Phosphacetylglucosamine mutases, plural of phosphacetylglucosamine mutase. Phosphoactivate, to activate by means of a phosphate. Phosphoactivated, simple past and past participle of phosphoactivate. Phosphoactivation, activation by means of a phosphate. Phosphosylase, synonym of phosphate acetyltransferase. Phosphosylases, plural of phosphosylase. Phosphoadenosine, adenosine phosphate, especially adenosine monophosphate. Phosphoadenosine, plural of phosphoadenosine. Phospholanine, an N-phosphoryl derivative of alanine that inhibits proteinases. Phosphomidase, a hydrolase enzyme, phosphamide hydrolase, acting on phosphorus-nitrogen bonds. Phosphamidases, plural of phosphomidase. Phosphomide, alternative form of phosphamide. Phosphamides, plural of phosphomide. Phosphoaminoglycoside, any phosphorylated aminoglycoside. Phosphoaminoglycosides, plural of phosphoaminoglycoside. Phosphoanhydride, the anhydride of a phosphoric acid or, especially, of a polyphosphoric acid. Phosphoanhydrides, plural of phosphoanhydride. Phosphoanhydridic, relating to phosphoanhydrides. Phosphonian, any phosphorylated anion. Phosphonians, plural of phosphonian. Phosphoantibodies, plural of phosphoantibody. Phosphoantibody, an antibody that reacts with a phosphoprotein. Phosphoantigen, any of a class of non-peptidic antigens that are organic pyrophosphates. Phosphoantigens, plural of phosphoantigen. Phosphorgen I, a particular phosphagon. Phosphore, an array of phosphors. Phosphorase, plural of phosphore. Phosphospartate, a phosphorylated form of aspartate, typically formed via protein phosphorylation. Phosphospartates, plural of phosphospartate. Phosphobacteria, plural of phosphobacterium. Phosphobacterium, any bacterium that's soluble as phosphate, typically in soil. Phosphabinding, that binds phosphate or phosphoryl groups. Phosphocalcic, relating to any phosphate of calcium, especially in a biochemical context. Phosphogang, a saturated 8-membered heterocycle containing 7 carbon atoms and 1 phosphorus atom. Phosphocanes, plural of phosphocane. Phosphocarbonaceous, of or relating to both phosphorus and carbon. Phosphogarya, a class of cytoplasmic protein that is involved in the phosphorylation of sugars. Phosphocarriers, plural of phosphocarrier. Phosphocaseinate, a complex of calcium phosphate and casein manufactured from skimmed milk. Phosphocaseinates, plural of phosphocasinate. Phosphocellulose, a phosphorylated cellulose used as an ion exchange resin. Phosphocelluloses, plural of phosphocellulose. Phosphoceramide, any phosphosphingolipid derived from a ceramide. Phosphoceramides, plural of phosphoceramide. Phosphocholination, reaction with phosphocholine. Phosphocholine, the choline ester of phosphoric acid. Phosphocholines, plural of phosphocholine. Phosphocitrate, any salt or ester of phosphocitric acid. Phosphocitrates, plural of phosphocitrate. Phosphocitric acid, the phosphorylated derivative of citric acid 2-phosphoneuxapropane 1,2,3-tricarboxylic acid. Phosphocline, a layer in a body of water in which the phosphate concentration changes rapidly with depth. Phosphoclines, plural of phosphocline. Phosphocluster, a cluster of cells associated with phosphorylation. Phosphoclusters, plural of phosphocluster. Phosphocreatine, a phosphorylated derivative of creatine that is used in muscles to store chemical energy. Phosphocreatines, plural of phosphocreatine. Phosphocytometric, relating to phosphocytometry. Phosphocytometry, the cytometric analysis of phosphorylated proteins. Phosphodefective, that has defective phosphorylation. Phosphodeficiency, the condition of being phosphodeficient. Phosphodeficient, having fewer than normal phosphorylation sites. Phosphodgrin, a phosphorylated degran. Phosphodgrins, plural of phosphodgrin. Phosphodehydrogenase, any dehydrogenase that acts on a phosphate such as glucose 6-phosphate. Phosphodehydrogenases, plural of phosphodehydrogenase. Phosphodeoxyribamidase, phosphopentamidase. Phosphodependent, dependent on the presence of phosphate. Phosphodestruction, the destruction of phosphorylated proteins, typically in cell walls. Phosphodestructions. Plural of phosphodestruction. Phosphodester. Any of many biologically active compounds in which two alcohols form ester bonds with phosphate. Phosphodiesterase. Any of a family of enzymes that catalyze the cleavage of phosphodiesterase in nucleic acids. Phosphodiesterases. Plural of phosphodiesterase. Phosphodisters. Plural of phosphodiester. Phosphodimer. A dimer in which the two monomers are joined by one or more phosphate groups. Phosphodimers. Plural of phosphodimer. Phosphodisaccharide. Any phosphosugar derived from a disaccharide. Phosphodisaccharides. Plural of phosphodisaccharide. Phosphodolichol. Dolichol phosphate. Phosphodomain. A domain of a phosphoprotein. Phosphodomains. Plural of phosphodomain. Phosphodonor. Any substance that donates a phosphoryl group. Phosphodonors. Plural of phosphodonor. Phospholenbergerite. A hexagonal dihexagonal pyramidal blue mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Phosphonol. Any phosphate of an enol. Phosphonolpyruvate. An important intermediate in glycolysis and gluconeogenesis, having the chemical formula C3H5O6P. Phosphonolpyruvate mutase. A phosphotransferase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction phosphonolpyruvate 3-phosphonolpyruvate. Phosphonolpyruvates. Plural of phosphonolpyruvate. Phosphonolpyruvic acid. The phosphate of the enol form of pyruvic acid. It is involved in glycolysis. Phosphonols. Plural of phosphonol. Phosphonolpyruvate. Alternative form of phosphonolpyruvate. Phosphoenrichment. Enrichment of phosphopeptides or phosphoproteins, typically as part of phosphoproteomics. Phosphoenzyme. The phosphorylated form of an enzyme. Phosphoenzymes. Plural of phosphoenzyme. Phosphopitope. Any epitope that contains a phosphate group. Phosphopitopes. Plural of phosphopitope. Phosphos. A phosphate ester. Phosphosterase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a phosphate enzyme. Phosphosterases. Plural of phosphosterase. Phosphosters. Plural of phosphoster. Phosphophenolalamine. Diethanolamine ester of phosphoric acid. Phosphophenolalamine. Plural of phosphophenolalamine. Phosphother. An ether of a phosphonic acid. Phosphothers. Plural of phosphother. Phosphophorite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Phosphofibrite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing copper, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, phosphorus, and potassium. Phosphoflow. The flow of phosphoproteins in a flow cytometer. Phosphofluoridate. synonym of fluorophosphate. Phosphofluoridates, plural of phosphofluoridate. Phosphoform, the phosphorylated form of a protein. Phosphoforms, plural of phosphoform. Phosphofructaldolase, an enzyme responsible for splitting fructose 1-phosphate in the liver. Phosphofructokinase, any of a group of kinase enzymes that convert fructose phosphates to biphosphates. Phosphofructokinases, plural of phosphofructokinase. Phosphofructomutase, any enzyme that catalyzes the interconversion of isomers of fructose phosphates. Phosphofructose, fructose phosphate. Phosphofructotransferase, phosphofructokinase. Phosphogalicoisomerase, an enzyme that converts glucose 1-phosphate to the isomeric glucose 6-phosphate. Phosphogartrolite, a triclinic pinacoidal bright green mineral containing copper, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and phosphorus. Phosphogenesis, the formation of phosphorite. Phosphogenetic, relating to phosphogenesis. Phosphoglucan, any glucan that is associated with a phospholipid. Phosphoglucans, plural of phosphoglucan. Phosphoglycerate, misspelling of phosphoglycerate. Phosphoglucoisomerase, an enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of glucose 6-phosphate into fructose 6-phosphate in the second step of glycolysis. Phosphoglucoisomerases, plural of phosphoglucoisomerase. Phosphoglucokinase, a transferase enzyme that participates in starch and sucrose metabolism. Phosphoglucokinases, plural of phosphoglucokinase. Phosphoglucomutase, any enzyme that catalyzes the interconversion of isomers of glucose phosphates. Phosphoglucomutases, plural of phosphoglucomutase. Phosphogluconate, any phosphate derivative of a gluconate. Phosphogluconates, plural of phosphogluconate. Phosphogluconalactonase, any enzyme that catalyzes the isomerization of phosphogluconalactone to phosphogluconate. Phosphogluconalactonases, plural of phosphogluconalactonase. Phosphogluconalactone, the lactone form of phosphogluconate. Phosphoglucosamine, either of two isomeric glucosamine phosphates. Phosphoglucosamine mutase, a phosphotransferase enzyme, alpha-D-glucosamine 1,6-phosphamidase, involved in aminosugar metabolism. Phosphoglucosamine mutases, plural of phosphoglucosamine mutase. Phosphoglucosamines, plural of phosphoglucosamine. Phosphoglucose, glucose phosphate. Phosphoglucose isomerase, alternative form of phosphoglucose isomerase. Phosphoglucose isomerases, plural of phosphoglucose isomerase. Phosphoglucose isomerase, glucose 6-phosphate isomerase, an enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of glucose 6-phosphate into fructose 6-phosphate in the second step of glycolysis. Phosphoglucose isomerases, plural of phosphoglucose isomerase. Phosphoglucoside, a form of glucoside derived from phosphoglucose. Phosphoglucosides, plural of phosphoglucoside. Phosphoglycan, any glycan that is associated with a phospholipid. Phosphoglycans, plural of phosphoglycan. Phosphoglyceraldehyde, glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate. Phosphoglyceraldehydes, plural of phosphoglyceraldehyde. Phosphoglycerate, glycerophosphate. Phosphoglycerate kinase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a phosphate group between ADP and phosphoglycerate. Phosphoglycerate kinases, plural of phosphoglycerate kinase. Phosphoglycerate kinase, alternative form of phosphoglycerate kinase. Phosphoglycerate kinases, plural of phosphoglycerate kinase. Phosphoglycerate mutase. Phosphoglyceramutase. Phosphoglycerate mutases, plural of phosphoglycerate mutase. Phosphoglycerates, plural of phosphoglycerate. Phosphoglyceric, relating to phosphoglyceric acids and to phosphoglycerides. Phosphoglyceric acid, either of 2 isomeric phosphate esters of glycerol. 3-phosphoglyceric acid is the structural basis of the phospholipids. Phosphoglyceric acids, plural of phosphoglyceric acid. Phosphoglyceride, a phosphatide combined with a small, basic molecule such as choline or ethanolamine, a phospholipid. Phosphoglycerides, plural of phosphoglyceri. Phosphoglycerakinase, phosphoglycerate kinase. Phosphoglycerakinases, plural of phosphoglycerakinase. Phosphoglycerol, the glycerol ester of phosphoric acid that is a component of phospholipids. Phosphoglycerolipid, glycerophospholipid. Phosphoglycerolipids, plural of phosphoglycerolipid. Phosphoglycerols, plural of phosphoglycerol. Phosphoglyceramutase, an enzyme involved in glycolysis that catalyzes the internal transfer of a phosphate group from C3 to C2, resulting in the conversion of 3-phosphoglycerate to 2-phosphoglycerate through a 2,3-bisphosphoglycerate intermediate. Phosphoglyceramutases, plural of phosphoglyceramutase. Phosphoglycerolated, modified by reaction with phosphoglycerol. Phosphoglycerylation, reaction with phosphoglycerol. Phosphoglycolate, phosphoglycolates, plural of phosphoglycolate. Phosphoglycolipid, any phospholipid glycoside. Phosphoglycolipids, plural of phosphoglycolipid. Phosphoglycoprotein, any phosphoglyceric glycoprotein. Phosphoglycoproteins, plural of phosphoglycoprotein. Phosphoglycosyl, a glycosyl group attached to a phospholipid. Phosphoglycosylation, glycosylation that involves a phospholipid. Phosphoglycosyltransferase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a phosphoglycosyl group. Phosphoglycosyltransferases, plural of phosphoglycosyltransferase. Phosphogypsum, a form of gypsum calcium sulfate formed as a byproduct in the manufacture of phosphate fertilizers. Phosphoheptose, any phosphosugar derived from a heptose. Phosphohexamutase, any enzyme that catalyzes the interconversion of isomers of hexose phosphates. Phosphohexamutases, plural of phosphohexamutase. Phosphohexose. Any phosphosugar derived from a hexose. Phosphohexoses. Plural of phosphohexose. Phosphohistidine. Either of two N-phosphate derivatives of histidine in which NH is replaced by NPO3H. Phosphohistidines. Plural of phosphohistidine. Phosphohistone. A phosphoprotein related to histone. Phosphohydrase. Alternative form of phosphohydrolase. Phosphohydrases. Plural of phosphohydrase. Phosphohydrolase. Any enzyme that hydrolyzes an organic phosphate group. Phosphohydrolases. Plural of phosphohydrolase. Phosphohydrolysis. The hydrolysis of an organic phosphate. Phosphohydrolytic. Relating to or causing phosphohydrolysis. Phosphoimage. An image made using a phosphoimager. Phosphoimager. A device used to read a photostimulable phosphor PSP plate. Phosphoimagers. Plural of phosphoimager. Phosphoimagery. Imagery produced by a phosphoimager. Phosphoimages. Plural of phosphoimage. Phosphoimaging. The use of photostimulated luminescence to make a form of X-ray image. Phosphoimpaired, whose function is impaired by phosphorylation. Phosphoinactivating. Inactivating by means of phosphoinactivation. Phosphoinactivation. Inactivation by means of phosphorylation. Phosphoinhibition. Inhibition of a biochemical process by means of phosphorylation. Phosphoinositide. Misspelling of phosphoinositide. Phosphoinositide. Diinositol ester of phosphoric acid that is a component of phosphatidylinositols. Phosphoinositides. Plural of phosphoinositide. Phosphoinositol. Inositol phosphate. Phosphoinositols. Plural of phosphoinositol. Phosphoinophricin. Misspelling of phosphoinophricin. Phosphointermediate. A phosphorylated intermediate. Phosphointermediates. Plural of phosphointermediate. Phosphoisoform. The isoform of a phosphoprotein. Phosphoisoforms. Plural of phosphoisoform. Phosphoisomerase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the isomerization of carbohydrate phosphates. Phosphoisomerases. Plural of phosphoisomerase. Phosphoisoprenoid. An isoprenoidal phosphate. Phosphoisoprenoids. Plural of phosphoisoprenoid. Phosphoisotype. Phosphorylated isotype. Phosphoisotypes. Plural of phosphoisotype. Phosphoctalase. A particular aldehyde lyase enzyme. Phosphoctalases. Plural of phosphoctalase. Phosphokinase. Kinase. Phosphokinases. Plural of phosphokinase. Phospholabeling. The addition of radiophosphorus atoms to a compound. Phospholabeling. Alternative form of phospholabeling. Phospholactate. Any salt or ester of phospholactic acid. Phospholactates. plural of phospholactate. Phospholactic acid. The phosphorylated carboxylic acid 2,2-phosphonexopropanoic acid. Phospholambin, a protein that regulates the Ca2+ pump in cardiac muscle and skeletal muscle cells. Phospholambins, plural of phospholambin. Phospholambin, spelling of phospholambin. Phosphorylane, a saturated, 5-membered heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms and 1 phosphorus atom, any derivative of this compound. Phospholanes, plural of phospholane. Phosphol, the unsaturated 5-membered heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms, 1 phosphorus atom and 2 double bonds. An analog of pyrrole. Phosphols, plural of phosphol. Phospholidine, synonym of phospholane. Phospholigand, a ligand composed of an organic phosphate, phosphonic acid or similar. Phospholigands, plural of phospholigand. Phospholinked, linked together via a phosphate group. Phospholipase, any of several enzymes that hydrolyze the phosphate ester bonds of phospholipids. Phospholipases, plural of phospholipase. Phospholipasic, relating to phospholipase. Phospholipid, any lipid, such as lecithin or cephalin, consisting of a diglyceride combined with a phosphate group and a simple organic molecule such as choline or ethanolamine. They are important constituents of biological membranes. Phospholipidase, alternative form of phospholipase. Phospholipidases, plural of phospholipidase. Phospholipide, archaic form of phospholipid. Phospholipides, plural of phospholipide. Phospholipidic, relating to or composed of phospholipid. Phospholipidome, the set of all phospholipids in a cell or organism. Phospholipidomes, plural of phospholipidome. Phospholipidomic, relating to a phospholipidome. Phospholipidomics, the study of the phospholipidome of an organism or cell. Phospholipidoses, plural of phospholipidosis. Phospholipidosis, the nodal deposition of phospholipids, especially in the elderly. Phospholipids, plural of phospholipid. Phospholipoglycoprotein, a complex of a phospholipid and a glycoprotein. Phospholipoglycoproteins, plural of phospholipoglycoprotein. Phospholipoi, a phospholipid or similar compound. Phospholipoids, plural of phospholipoid. Phospholipolysis, the hydrolysis of a phospholipid. Phospholipidic, that breaks down hydrolyzes phospholipids. Phospholitically, in a phospholipidic manner. Phospholipomannan, a complex formed between a phospholipid and a mannan. Phospholipomannans, plural of phospholipomannan. Phospholipoprotein, any lipoprotein in which the lipid is a phospholipid. Phospholipoproteinaceous, relating to a phospholipoprotein. Phospholipoproteinosis, the buildup of phospholipoproteins in the bloodstream. Phospholipoproteins, Plural of phospholipoprotein. Phospholiposome. Any liposome that has a phospholipid membrane. Phospholiposomes. Plural of phospholiposome. Phospholysis. Misspelling of phosphorolysis. Phospholytic. Alternative form of phosphorylitic. Phospholytically. In a phospholytic manner. Phosphomannan. A phosphor sugar derived from mannan. Phosphomannans. Plural of phosphomannan. Phosphomanamidase. A phosphotransferase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction alpha-D-mannose 1-phosphate D-mannose 6-phosphate. Phosphomanamidases. Plural of phosphomanamidase. Phosphomanoprotein. A glycoprotein containing phosphomannose. Phosphomanoproteins. Plural of phosphomanoprotein. Phosphomannose. Synonym of mannose phosphate. Phosphomapping. The mapping and analysis of phosphorylation sites. Phosphomarker. A phosphorescent marker. Phosphomarkers. Plural of phosphomarker. Phosphometabolite. Any metabolite that contains a phosphate or similar group. Phosphometabolites. Plural of phosphometabolite. Phosphometabolomic. Relating to phosphometabolomics. Phosphometabolomics. The metabolomics of phosphometabolites. Phosphomethylpyrimidine. The biochemically active compound 4-amino-2-methylpyrimidine 5L-methylphosphate. Phosphomalonate. Any salt or anion of phosphomalonic acid. Phosphomalonates. Plural of phosphomalonate. Phosphomalonic acid. An intermediate in the mevalonate pathway. Phosphomimetic. Any agent that mimics biological phosphorylation. Phosphomimetics. Plural of phosphomimetic. Phosphomime. Modified by amino acid substitution to mimic a phosphorylated protein. Phosphomimicking. Modification in order to mimic a specific phosphorylated protein. Phosphomimicry. The condition of being phosphomimic. Phosphomimics. Plural of phosphomimic. Phosphomodification. Modification, typically of a protein, by phosphorylation. Phosphomodifications. Plural of phosphomodification. Phosphomolybdate. Any salt of phosphomolydic acid. Phosphomolybdates. Plural of phosphomolybdate. Phosphomolybdenum. Phosphomolybdate. Phosphomolybdic. Relating to phosphomolydic acid or its derivatives. Phosphomolydic acid. A yellow-green compound used as a reagent in thin-layer chromatography. Phosphomolybdotungstate. A heteropolyanion derived from phosphomolybdate and phosphotungstate, any salt containing this anion. Phosphomolybdotungstates. Plural of phosphomolybdotungstate. Phosphomonoester. A monoester of phosphoric acid. Phosphomonoesterase. A phosphoric monoester hydrolase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of OP bonds by nucleophilic attack of phosphorus by cysteine residues or coordinated metal ions. Phosphomonoesterases. Plural of phosphomonoesterase. Phosphomonoesters. Plural of phosphomonoester. Phosphomatof. A sequence of phosphopeptides. Phosphomatophs. Plural of phosphomatof. Phosphomutant. A mutant protein that is a phosphoprotein, wherein the mutation changes one or more amino acids modifiable by phosphorylation into non-phosphorylatable residues. Phosphomutants. Plural of phosphomutant. Phosphomutase. Any mutase that acts on phosphate groups. Phosphomutases. Plural of phosphomutase. Phosphomutate. Modified by phosphomutation. Phosphomutation. The formation of a phosphomutant. Phosphomutations. Plural of phosphomutation. Phosphomycin. Alternative form of phosphomycin. Phosphonaminidite. Any amidite derived from a phosphate. Phosphonamidites. Plural of phosphonamidite. Phosphonates. Any enzyme that hydrolyzes phosphonates. Phosphonatases. Plural of phosphonatase. Phosphonate. Any salt or ester of a phosphonic acid. Many of its derivatives have important biological activity. Phosphonate. Simple past and past participle of phosphonate. Phosphonates. Plural of phosphonate. Phosphonecrosis. Necrosis caused by exposure to phosphorus. Phosphojaw. Phosphonopatope. A phosphorylated neoepitope. Phosphonopatopes. Plural of phosphonopatope. Phosphonic. Of or pertaining to phosphonic acid or its derivatives. Phosphonic acid. The acid HP equals OOH or any of its p-hydrocarbyl derivatives. Phosphonic acids. Plural of phosphonic acid. Phosphonite. Any organophosphorus compound of general formula RORP. Phosphonites. Plural of phosphonite. Phosphonitrile. Any of many polymeric compounds of general formula X2PNN, where X is an electronegative group such as halogen or alkoxy. Phosphonitriles. Plural of phosphonitrile. Phosphonitrilic. Relating to or derived from a phosphonitrile. Phosphonium. The tetravalent positively charged phosphorus cation R4P+. Phosphoniums. Plural of phosphonium. Phosphonocetate. A salt or ester of phosphonocetic acid. Phosphonocetates. Plural of phosphonocetate. Phosphonocetic. Relating to phosphonocetic acid or its derivatives. Phosphonocetic acid. The compound OHP equals OCH2 that inhibits the replication of herpes viruses. Phosphonodiamidite. Any diamidite derived from a phosphate. Phosphonodiamidates. Plural of phosphonodiamidite. Phosphonadiaote. Any sulfur derivative of a phosphonate that has the form ROPH equals SS-. Phosphonadiaotes. Plural of phosphonadiaote. Phosphonoformate. Any salt of phosphonoformic acid. Phosphonoformates. Plural of phosphonoformate. Phosphonoformic acid. The compendia OHCOH as its salts. Phosphonoglycerol. Synonym of glycerophosphoric acid. Phosphonoglycerols. Plural of phosphonoglycerol. Phospholipid, phospholipid. Phospholipid, plural of phospholipid. Phosphonopentanoic, describing a compound in which a terminal hydrogen atom of pentanoic acid, or more frequently 2-aminopentanoic acid, is replaced by a phosphonic acid. Phosphonopyruvate, any salt or ester of phosphonopyruvic acid. Phosphonopyruvates, plural of phosphonopyruvate. Phosphonopyruvic acid, the phosphorylated carboxylic acid 2-oxo-3-phosphonopropanoic acid. Phosphonolenope, any anion of the form ROPH equals OZ dash. Phosphonolenotes, plural of phosphonolenote. Phosphoniote, any anion of the form ROPH equals OS dash or similar forms having the negative charge on the oxygen atom. Phosphoniotes, plural of phosphoniote. Phosphonous, of or pertaining to phosphonous acid or its derivatives. Phosphonous acid, the acid HBOH or any of its p-hydroxyl derivatives. Phosphonous acids, plural of phosphonous acid. Phosphonuclearic, phosphonopentanoic. Phosphonuclease, a nucleoside phosphate. Phosphonucleosides, plural of phosphonuclease. Phosphonucleate, synonym of nucleotide, used in combinations that specifically deal with the phosphate group. Phosphonucleotides, plural of phosphonucleotide. Phosphonol, not modified by phosphomimetics. Phosphonyl, any radical derived from a phosphonic acid. Phosphonylate, to react or be reactive with a phosphonic acid. Phosphonylated, simple past and past participle of phosphonylate. Phosphonylating, present participle and gerund of phosphonylate. Phosphonylation, any reaction that forms a phosphonate. Phosphonylations, plural of phosphonylation. Phosphonyls, plural of phosphonyl. Phosphopantene, misspelling of phosphopantethene. Phosphopantethene, a derivative of coenzyme A essential to the function of carrier proteins. Phosphopantethene, a univalent radical derived from phosphopantethene. Phosphopantethenylate, any salt or ester of phosphopantethene. Phosphopantethenylated, simple past and past participle of phosphopantethenylate. Phosphopantethenylates, plural of phosphopantethenylate. Phosphopantethenylating, present participle and gerund of phosphopantethenylate. Phosphopantethenylation, the action or the result of phosphopantethenylating. Phosphopantethenylations, plural of phosphopantethenylation. Phosphopantethenyl, a univalent radical derived from phosphopantethene. Phosphopantethenate, any salt or ester of phosphopantothenic acid. Phosphopantethenates, plural of phosphopantothenate. Phosphopantothenic acid, the phosphate derivative of pantothenic acid 3,2-R2-hydroxy 3,3-il-4-phosphoneuxibutanoyl amino propanoic acid. Phosphopentamutase, an isomerase enzyme, alpha-D-ribose 1,5-phosphamidase, involved in pentose phosphate pathway and purine metabolism. Phosphopentamudases, plural of phosphopentamudase. Phosphopetai, any peptide that incorporates a phosphate group as a result of phosphorylation. Phosphopeptidomorphous, having both phosphopeptide and amorphous calcium phosphate combined. Phosphopeptides, plural of phosphopeptide. Phosphopeptidomanon, a phosphomanon connected to a peptide via a phosphodiester link. Phosphopeptidomanons, plural of phosphopeptidomanon. Phosphopeptidome, a peptidome of phosphopeptides. Phosphopeptidomes, plural of phosphopeptidome. Phosphopeptidomimetic, that mimics the action of a phosphopeptide. Phosphorylated, misspelling of phosphorylated. Phosphophyllite, a rare bluish-green hydrated zinc phosphate mineral. Phosphophyllites, plural of phosphophyllite. Phosphoprofiling, the profiling of phosphorylated proteins. Phosphoprotease, any protease that cleaves phosphoproteins. Phosphoproteases, plural of phosphoprotease. Phosphoprotein, any protein containing bound phosphate or complexed with a phospholipid. Phosphoproteomics, the identification of the totality of the phosphoproteins in an organism. Phosphoproteins, plural of phosphoprotein. Phosphoproteomics, alternative form of phosphoproteomics. Phosphoprotome, a protome of phosphoproteins. Phosphoprotomes, plural of phosphoprotome. Phosphoprotomic, of or pertaining to phosphoproteomics or to a phosphoprotome. Phosphoproteomics, the proteomics of phosphoproteins. Phosphopurification, the separation and purification of phosphorylated protein from a mixture. Phosphopyruvate, phosphonolpyruvate. Phosphopiruvates, plural of phosphopyruvate. Phosphor, alternative spelling of phosphorus, the planet Venus as the morning star. Phosphor bronze, any alloy of copper with 3.5 to 10% tin and up to 1% phosphorus, notable for toughness, strength, low coefficient of friction, and fine grain. Phosphor bronzes, plural of phosphor bronze. Phosphorosolite, alternative form of phosphorosolite. Phosphoraminase, alternative form of phosphamidase. Phosphoramidases, plural of phosphoramidase. Phosphoramidate, a phosphate that has two of its OH groups substituted by NR2 groups to give a species with a general formula O equals POH NH2. Phosphoramidates, plural of phosphoramidate. Phosphoramidation, reaction with or formation of a phosphoramide. Phosphoramidations, plural of phosphoramidation. Phosphorami, any derivative of phosphoric acid in which each hydroxy group has been replaced with an amino or substituted amino group, P equals ONR. Phosphoramides, plural of phosphoramide. Phosphoramidic, relating to a phosphoramide. Phosphoramidite, any amidite formerly derived from a phosphate. They are used in the synthesis of nucleic acids, etc. Phosphoramidites, plural of phosphoramidite. Phosphoramidin, a chemical compound derived from cultures of the bacterium Streptomyces tanachiensis, widely used as a biochemical tool. Phosphorane, the hydrate of phosphorus pH 5 and any of its hydrogable derivatives. Phosphoranes, plural of phosphorane. Phosphoranyl, any organophosphorus radical of the form R4P. Phosphoranyls, plural of phosphoranyl. Phosphorate, to combine or treat with phosphorus. To phosphorize. Phosphorated, simple past and past participle of phosphorate. Phosphorates, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphorate. Phosphorating. Present participle and gerund of phosphorate. Phosphoration, the action with or conversion into a phosphoric acid. Phosphorations, plural of phosphoration. Phosphor, archaic form of phosphor. Phosphorial, of or relating to phosphorus. Phosphoreceiver, the part of the molecule typically a protein that receives a phosphoryl group from a phosphodonor. Phosphoreceivers, plural of phosphoreceiver. Phosphoreceptor, a receptor for phosphorylated species. Phosphoreceptors, plural of phosphoreceptor. Phosphorecognition, immunological recognition of phosphorylated proteins. Phosphorylate, to undergo phosphorylation. Phosphorulated, simple past and past participle of phosphorylate. Phosphorylation, regulation via phosphorylation. Phosphorylator, any material or system that produces phosphorylation. Phosphorylators, plural of phosphorulator. Phosphorylate, relating to phosphorylation. Phosphorylae, the multi-stage process involving the movement of phosphoryl groups by histidine kinases of bacterial signal transduction. Phosphorylae, plural of phosphorylae. Phosphorylae, misspelling of phosphorylae. Phosphormia, the presence of phosphorus typically as some form of phosphate in the blood. Phosphorin, a semiconductor allotropic form of phosphorus in the form of two-dimensional layers, with a quasi-flat hexagonal honeycomb structure of derivative of black phosphorus. Phosphorant, phosphorescent. Phosphorus, phosphorescent. Phosphors, plural of phosphor. Phosphoresce, to exhibit phosphorescence. Phosphoresce, simple past and past participle of phosphoresce. Phosphorescence, the emission of light without any perceptible heat, the quality of being phosphorescent. Phosphorescences, plural of phosphorescence. Phosphorescent, having the property of emitting light for a period of time after the source of excitation is taken away, for example in electrostatic storage tubes and cathode ray tubes. Phosphorescently, in a phosphorescent manner. Phosphorescence, plural of phosphorescent. Phosphoresces, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphorus. Phosphorescing, present participle and gerund of phosphorus. Phosphoresidu, a phosphorylated residue. Phosphoresidues, plural of phosphoresidu. Phosphoresistant, resistant to phosphorylation. Phosphoret, a compound of phosphorus that does not include oxygen. Phosphoretic, exhibiting phosphorescence. Phosphorets, plural of phosphorate. Phosphorated hydrogen. Phosphine. Phosphorgumite, a form of gumite containing phosphorus. Phosphorgumites, plural of phosphorgumite. Phosphori, plural of phosphorus. Phosphorial, alternative spelling of phosphorial. Phosphoria, containing phosphorus especially when this replaces another element. Phosphoribohydrolase, any enzyme that hydrolyzes phosphoribosyl groups. Phosphoribohydrolases, plural of phosphoribohydrolase. Phosphoriboisomerase, a phosphoribose isomerase. Phosphoriboisomerases, plural of phosphoriboisomerase. Phosphoribamidase, phosphopentamidase. Phosphoribamidases, plural of phosphoribamidase. Phosphoriboprotein, a riboprotein that has a bound phosphate group. Phosphoriboproteins, plural of phosphoriboprotein. Phosphoribose, ribose phosphate. Phosphoriboses, plural of phosphoribose. Phosphoribosyl, the univalent radical derived from phosphoribose ribose. Phosphate. Phosphoribosyl pyrophosphate, a pentosphosphate formed from ribose 5-phosphate by the enzyme ribose phosphate diphosphochinase, which plays a role in transferring phosphoribose groups in several reactions. Phosphoribosyl adenosine, a chemical containing a phosphate group connected to ribose in turn connected to adenosine, which in turn is normally connected to diphosphate or triphosphate. Phosphoribosylamine, an intermediate in purine metabolism. Phosphoribosylaminoimidazole, any phosphoribosyl derivative of an aminoimidazole. Phosphoribosylaminoimidazole carboxylase, an enzyme involved in purine synthesis. Phosphoribosylaminoimidazole synthetase, an enzyme involved in nucleotide synthesis, catalyzing the conversion of 5-phosphoribosyl 5-aminoimidazole into 5-phosphoribosyl 4-carboxy 5-aminoimidazole. Phosphoribosylaminoimidazole carboxamide formyltransferase, an enzyme involved in purine metabolism. Phosphoribosylaminoimidazole succinocarboxamide synthase, a ligase enzyme involved in purine metabolism. Phosphoribosylate, to modify by phosphoribosylation. Phosphoribosylated, simple past and past participle of phosphoribosylate. Phosphoribosylation, reaction with a phosphoribosyl group. Phosphoribosylations, plural of phosphoribosylation. Phosphoribosyl formylglycinamidine, an intermediate in the synthesis of purines. Phosphoribosylglycinamide, the glycinamide of 5-phosphoribosylamine that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of purine. Phosphoribosyl pyrophosphate, alternative form of phosphoribosyl pyrophosphate. Phosphoribosyls, plural of phosphoribosyl. Phosphoribosyltransferase, any transferase that transfers a phosphoribosyl group. Phosphoribosyltransferases, plural of phosphoribosyltransferase. Phosphoribolycanase, a phosphotransferase that acts on ribulose phosphate. Phosphoribolykinases, plural of phosphoribolykinases. Phosphoric, pertaining to the element phosphorus, containing phosphorus especially in its higher valency 5. Phosphoric acid, a colorless, odorless solid, H3PO4, often in solution as a syrupy liquid, used in the manufacture of fertilizers, detergents, and pharmaceuticals, and as an additive in cola drinks. Phosphorical, producing light, luminous, glittering. Phosphoriferous, containing or yielding phosphorus. Phosphorylation, misspelling of phosphorylation. Phosphorimage, alternative form of phosphoimage. Phosphorimager, phosphoimager. Phosphorimagers, plural of phosphorimager. Phosphorimagery, phosphoimagery. Phosphorimages, plural of phosphorimage. Phosphorimaging, phosphoimaging. Phosphorimetry, a form of fluorimetry in which phosphorescence of a sample is measured in conjunction with a pulsed source of radiation. Phosphorine, an analog of pyridine in which the nitrogen atom is replaced by one of phosphorus. Phosphorines, plural of phosphorine. Phosphorize, alternative spelling of phosphorize. Phosphorized, simple past and past participle of phosphorize. Phosphorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphorize. Phosphorizing, present participle and gerund of phosphorize. Phosphorism, chronic phosphorus poisoning. Phosphorus, a member of a group of early 19th century Swedish poetic, idealistic, and romantic writers. Phosphorus, plural of phosphorus. Phosphori, a sedimentary rock rich in phosphate minerals, such as apatite. Phosphorites, plural of phosphori. Phosphoritic, pertaining to, resembling, or containing phosphorite. Phosphorization, act or process of phosphorizing. Phosphorizations, plural of phosphorization. Phosphorize, to combine or treat with phosphor. To phosphorate. Phosphorized, simple past and past participle of phosphorize. Phosphorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phosphorize. Phosphorizing, present participle and gerund of phosphorize. Phosphorless, without phosphor. Phosphormonosterase, alternative form of phosphormonosterase. Phosphormonosterases, plural of phosphormonosterase. Phosphora, phosphorus. Phosphorozanidate, synonym of cyanophosphonate. Phosphorozanidates, plural of phosphorozanidate. Phosphorodianidate, a phosphate group in which two oxygens have been replaced by nitrogens. Phosphorodiamidates, plural of phosphorodiamidate. Phosphoradiote, synonym of dithiaphosphate. Phosphoradiotes, plural of phosphoradiote. Phosphoradioic acid, synonym of dithiaphosphoric acid. Phosphorofluoridate, synonym of fluorophosphate. Phosphorofluoridates, plural of phosphorofluoridate. Phosphorogenic, generating phosphorescence. Phosphorol Plural of phosphorylasis. Phosphorylasis. Any reaction akin to hydrolysis in which a bond is broken by the action of phosphoric acid or phosphate. Phosphorylitic. Of or pertaining to phosphorylasis. Phosphorylical. Alternative form of phosphorylitic. Phosphoroprotomics. Misspelling of phosphoprotomics. Phosphoroscope. Any of several devices used to measure phosphorescence and to distinguish it from fluorescence. Phosphoroscopes. Plural of phosphoroscope. Phosphate. A derivative of phosphate in which an oxygen atom is replaced with sulfur, especially such a variant of nucleic acid. Phosphate. That is reacted with phosphate. Phosphates. Plural of phosphorathiot. Phosphoration. The addition or transfer of a phosphatiot group. Phosphorations. Plural of phosphorathiation. Phosphoratiolate. The Arsenine S equals POHO2. Phosphoratiolated. Method the addition of a phosphoratiolate. Phosphoratiolates. Plural of phosphoratiolates. Phosphatiot. Any salt or ester of phosphoratioic acid. Phosphatiotes. Plural of phosphoratiote. Phosphatioic acid. The compound formerly derived from phosphoric acid by replacement of 3 oxygen atoms by those of phosphorus HOPSSH. Phosphorus. Of or pertaining to phosphorus. Phosphorus acid. A yellowish hygroscopic solid, H3PO3, a mild reducing agent. Phosphorosorite. Alternative form of phosphorosorite. Phosphorosorite. A transparent crystalline mineral, MgHbO7H2O. Phosphors. Plural of phosphor. Phosphate. Alternative form of phosphorathiot. Phosphates. Plural of phosphoriote. Phosphortungsten. An alloy, especially a specialist form of steel that contains phosphorus and tungsten. Phosphoruria. A higher than normal amount of phosphate in the urine, a symptom of renal failure. Phosphorus. A chemical element symbol P with an atomic number of 15 that exists in several allotropic forms. Phosphorus bottle. An early form of friction match involving a splint tipped with sulfur dipped into a bottle of phosphorus and then ignited by friction. Phosphorus bottles. Plural of phosphorus bottle. Phosphorus cachexia. A wasting disease caused by exposure to phosphorus. Phosphorus cycle. The cyclic movement of phosphorus through the biogeochemical environment. Phosphorus cycles. Plural of phosphorus cycle. Phosphorus match. Any of several early forms of match tipped with white phosphorus. Phosphorus matches. Plural of phosphorus match. Phosphorus necrosis. An occupational disease once common in phosphorus match workers. Phosphorus oxynitride. An inorganic polymer of empirical formula PON used as a flame retardant etc. Phosphorus paste. A paste of yellow phosphorus and water mixed with flour and used as an insecticide and rat poison. Phosphorus pastes. Plural of phosphorus pastes. Phosphorus pentachloride. The inorganic compound PCl5 used as a chlorinating agent. Phosphorus pentoxide. The compound P2O5 formed by the spontaneous combustion of white phosphorus in air. It reacts violently with water to form phosphoric acid and is used as a powerful desiccating agent. Phosphorus poisoning. Poisoning due to the presence of phosphorus. A classic symptom is phossy jaw. Phosphorus poisonings. Plural of phosphorus poisoning. Phosphorus sesquisulfide. Tetraphosphorus trisulfide. Phosphorus steel. A steel containing more phosphorus than carbon. Phosphorus steels. Plural of phosphorus steel. Phosphorus trichloride. The inorganic compound PCl3, a toxic and volatile liquid. Phosphorus ylide. A molecule of phosphorus that contains both covalent and ionic bonds. Phosphorus ylides. Plural of phosphorus ylide. Phosphorus 31. The only stable isotope of phosphorus, 3p, having 15 protons and 16 neutrons. Phosphoruses. Plural of phosphorus. Phosphorus-like. Resembling phosphorus. Phosphoryl. The trivalent radical O equals P identical to. Phosphorylable. Phosphorylatable. Phosphorylase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the production of glucose phosphate from glycogen and inorganic phosphate. Phosphorylases. Plural of phosphorylase. Phosphorylatable. Capable of being phosphorylated. Phosphorylase. To cause phosphorylation. Phosphorylated. Simple past and past participle of phosphorylate. Phosphorylated adenosine. Synonym of adenosine monophosphate. Phosphorylated adenosines. Plural of phosphorylated adenosine. Phosphorylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of phosphorylate. Phosphorylating. Present participle and gerund of phosphorylate. Phosphorylation. The process of transferring a phosphate group from a donor to an acceptor, often catalyzed by enzymes. Phosphorylational. Relating to phosphorylation. Phosphorylations. Plural of phosphorylation. Phosphorylative. Relating to phosphorylation. Phosphorylceramide. Synonym of sphingomyelin. Phosphorylceramides. Plural of phosphorylceramide. Phosphorylcholine. The phosphoryl derivative of choline that combines with a diglyceride to form lecithin. Phosphorylcholines. Plural of phosphorylcholine. Phosphorylcreatine. Phosphocreatine. Phosphorylphenolamine. An ethanolamine derivative that is used to construct sphingomyelins. Phosphorylphenolamines. Plural of phosphorylphenolamine. Phosphorylum. A proteome of phosphoproteins. Phosphorylums. Plural of phosphorylum. Phosphoryls. Plural of phosphoryl. Phosphoryltransferase. Synonym of phosphotransferase. Phosphoryltransferases. Plural of phosphoryltransferase. Phosphorylasis. The breakdown of glucose-glucose bonds by the enzyme phosphorylase. Phosphorylitic. Relating to phosphorylasis. Phosphosaccharide. The phosphosugar form of a saccharide. Phosphosaccharides, plural of phosphosaccharide. Phos was a line containing phosphate and salt. Phosphoscreen, a phosphoscreen. Phosphoscreens, plural of phosphoscreen. Phosphoselective, that only reacts with phosphorylated material. Phosphoselectivity, the condition of being phosphoselective. Phosphosensitive, sensitive to phosphate concentration. Phosphosensitivity, sensitivity to phosphate concentration. Phosphosirene, an ester of serine and phosphoric acid, found in many proteins as the result of post-translational modifications. Phosphosirenes, plural of phosphosirene. Phosphoshift, a shift in the position of a protein in Western blot analysis or similar upon phosphorylation. Phosphoshifts, plural of phosphoshift. Phosphosiderite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and phosphorus. Phosphosiderites, plural of phosphosiderite. Phosphosignal, an intercellular signal mediated by a sphingosine phosphate. Phosphosignaling, present participle and gerund of phosphosignal. Phosphosignals, plural of phosphosignal. Phosphosilent, describing a mutation that disrupts phosphorylation. Phosphosilicate, a mixed salt containing phosphate and silicate. Phosphosilicates, plural of phosphosilicate. Phosphosite, a site on a protein etc. responsible for or associated with phosphorylation. Phosphosites, plural of phosphosite. Phosphospecies, any phosphonated form of a biological molecule, especially a protein. Phosphospecific, describing an antibody that binds to phosphorylation-induced conformational changes in a protein. Phosphospecificity, the condition of being phosphospecific. Phosphosphingolipid, any sphingolipid, such as sphingomyelin, that contains a phosphoryl group. Phosphosphingolipids, plural of phosphosphingolipid. Phosphosphingomyelin, synonym of sphingomyelin or any related phosphosphingolipid. Phosphosphingomyelins, plural of phosphosphingomyelin. Phosphostain, a phosphoprotein gel stain. Phosphostaining, present participle and gerund of phosphostain. Phosphostainings, plural of phosphostaining. Phosphostains, plural of phosphostain. Phosphosubstrate, any immunological substrate containing phosphate. Phosphosubstrates, plural of phosphosubstrate. Phosphosugar, any sugar or higher carbohydrate that is esterified with a phosphate group. Phosphosugars, plural of phosphosugar. Phosphosulfate, the univalent radical OPO2HOSO3H present in some nucleotides. It contains a high-energy sulfate bond. Phosphosulfates, plural of phosphosulfate. Phosphosulfolactate, the anion of 2-phosphonuclei-3-sulfopropanoic acid. Phosphosulfolactates, plural of phosphosulfolactate. Phosphosulfate, alternative spelling of phosphosulfate. Phosphosulfates, plural of phosphosulfate. Phosphorus, which the effect that the presence or absence of phosphorylation has on the metabolism of a specific material. Phosphorus, which is plural of phosphorus, which phosphosynthetic, relating to the biosynthesis of phospholipids. Phosphotarget, a target for phosphorylation. Phosphotargets, plural of phosphotarget. Phosphatase, misspelling of phosphatase. Phosphate, misspelling of phosphorothiote. Phosphatidyl, the compound S equals POH. Phosphatidylate, reacted with or converted to a phosphatidyl derivative. Phosphoanion, the phosphorylated form of threonine. Phosphoanions, plural of phosphoanion. Phosphotome, misspelling of phosphatome. Phosphotransacetylase, synonym of phosphate acetyltransferase. Transacetylases, plural of phosphotransacetylase. Phosphotransbutyrylase, alternative form of phosphate butyryl transferase. Phosphotransfer, a transfer of phosphate groups between two molecules. Phosphotransferase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a phosphate group, phosphorylation. Phosphotransferases, plural of phosphotransferase. Phosphotransference, the transference of a phosphate group, typically by means of a phosphotransferase. Phosphotransfers, plural of phosphotransfer. Phosphotransmitter, any compound, typically a protein, involved in phosphorylase. Phosphotransmitters, plural of phosphotransmitter. Phosphotriester, any triester of phosphoric acid. Phosphotriesterase, aldehyl phosphatase. Phosphotriesterases, plural of phosphotriesterase. Phosphotriesters, plural of phosphotriester. Phosphaeose, a triose phosphosugar. Phosphaeoses, plural of phosphatiose. Phosphotungstate, a salt or ester of phosphotungstic acid. Phosphotungstates, plural of phosphotungstate. Phosphotungsten, phosphorus and tungsten link together in phosphotungstates or similar ions. Phosphotungstic, of or pertaining to phosphotungstic acid or its derivatives. Phosphotungstic acid, a heteropoly acid formerly derived from phosphoric acid and tungstic acid. It is used as an analytical reagent. Phosphotungstivanatic acid, any of various heteropoly acids composed of phosphorus, tungsten, vanadium, and oxygen. Phosphatyrosine, a phosphorylated derivative of tyrosine that is active in signal transduction and regulation of enzymatic activity. Phosphatyrosines, plural of phosphatyrosine. Phosphatyrosol, the univalent radical derived from phosphatyrosine. Phosphorus, misspelling of phosphorus. Phosphovanadylite, an isometric hexatetrahedral light greenish-blue mineral containing aluminum, barium, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, and vanadium. Phosphovimentin, phosphorylated vimentin. Phosphoalpergite, a triclinic pinaquidal brownish-gray mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, calcium, copper, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, silicon, uranium, and vanadium. Phosphoramidite, synonym of phosphotungstic. Phosphorylating, misspelling of phosphorylating. Phosphorylation, misspelling of phosphorylation. Phosphoranalyze, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, and uranium. Phosphor, phosphi, phosphors, plural of phosphor. Phosphoret, phosphi, phosphorated, treated or be acted with phosphorus. Phosphorated hydrogen, phosphine. Phosphorates, plural of phosphoret. Phosphorated, alternative spelling of phosphorated. Phosphoria, alternative spelling of phosphoruria. Phosphorylation, a generic term for both phosphorylation by phosphate esters and phosphonylation by phosphonate or phosphonate esters. Phospholine, phosphoenolidine. Phospholenes, plural of phospholine. Phlosi, affected or caused by the presence of phosphorus. Phosphia, a disease resulting from exposure to white phosphorus causing degeneration of the teeth and jaw. Phosphy water, a toxic liquid generated as a byproduct of phosphorus processing. Phosphate, any of a class of polypeptides related to the phosphatins. Phosphates, plural of phosphate. Phosphatin, a yolk protein that is important in sequestering calcium, iron, and other cations. Phosphatins, plural of phosphatin. A photometric unit of illuminance or luminous flux through an area symbol pH. Provocalic form of photo. A kind of oriental cloth. Photes, plural of photi. Photagai, a bringer-in of light. Photagogs, plural of photagar. Though, synonym of photic related to light. Photalgia, eye pain caused by bright light. Photeki, the ability of a radioactive substance to pass on useful properties of radiation such as luminescence to another substance. Photoelectric, dated form of photoelectric. Photoelectrically, dated form of photoelectrically. Photalic, relating to plant movements induced by the variation or withdrawal of light. Phocian, of or relating to Photios I of Constantinople. Phocians, plural of Phocian. Of related to or irradiated by light. Photic sneeze reflex, a condition of uncontrollable sneezing in response to numerous stimuli, including bright light. Photic zone, the part of the near surface body of an ocean or lake that receives enough sunlight for photosynthesis to be possible. Photic zones, plural of photic zone. Photically, in a photic manner, by means of light. Photochtid, alternative form of photochtid. Photochtids, plural of photochtid. Photics, the science of light. Photic, any member of the photidae. Photets, plural of photic. Phtho, Photini, plural of photino. Photinia, any member of the genus Photinia of small trees and large shrubs in the family Rosaceae. Odenian, of or relating to Photinus Greek, Phi omega tau epsilon iota nu omicron sigma, died 376, a Christian bishop of Sirmium in Pannonia Secunda, best known for denying the incarnation of Christ. Photinianism, the religious beliefs of Photinus, denial of the incarnation of Christ. Photenians, plural of Photenian. Photenias, plural of Photenia. Photino, the superpartner of the photon. Photinos, plural of Photino. Photism, the color that a synesthete may report seeing in association with a particular letter or number. Photisms, plural of photism. Photes, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by Photios I of Constantinople. Photo, a photograph. Photo album, a blank book in which a collection of photographs can be mounted. Photo albums, plural of photo album. Photo artists, a person that uses photographic equipment to create art. Photo artists, plural of photo artists. Photo booth, a coin-operated kiosk used to take photographs, typically used for passport photographs. Photo booths, plural of photo booth. Photo call, alternative form of photo call. Photo calls, plural of photo call. Photo cube, a cube-shaped frame holding different photographs on its different sides, often used to show several different members of a family, parts of a vacation, or a timeline of someone's life. Photo cubes, plural of photo cube. Photo echo, a form of resonance sometimes observed as a coherent pulse of light after two similar pulses have traversed a medium. Photo echoes, plural of photo echo. Photo editor, a person who modifies photographs. Photo editors, plural of photo editor. Photo essay, a series of photographs, sometimes with text, that narrates a story. Photo essays, plural of photo essay. Photo finish, the finish of a race in which the leaders are so close together that the winner cannot be identified using the naked eye but is determined by means of a photograph. Photo finishes, plural of photo finish. Photo finishing, all commercial aspects of the processing of photographs apart from simple developing and printing. Photo kill, an advisory stating that a previously issued photograph should no longer be used, for example because it was found to be fake or to violate a copyright. Photo kills, plural of photo kill. Photo machine, a coin-operated machine that takes photographs of the user for use in passport applications, etc. Photo machines, plural of photo machine. Photo magnet, a magnet, especially a fridge magnet that carries a photograph as decoration. Photo magnets, plural of photo magnet. Photo mode, alternative form of photo mode. Photo modes, plural of photo mode. Photo op, a photo opportunity. Photo opportunities, plural of photo opportunity. Photo opportunity, any occasion when a politician or other celebrity may be photographed to their advantage. Photo ops, plural of photo op. Photo path, A collection of photographs to be shown sequentially to a witness conducted by a police officer or detective who does not know the identity of the suspect. Photo packs. Plural of photo pack. Photo paper. Alternative form of photo paper. Photo papers. Plural of photo paper. Photo shoot. A session in which a photographer takes shots of an individual or group. Photo shoots. Plural of photo shoot. Photo. Light electromagnetic radiation. Photocell. Alternative spelling of photocell. Photo cross-linking. Alternative form of photo cross-linking. Photodegradable. Alternative form of photodegradable. Photodegradation. Alternative spelling of photodegradation. Phototemper effect. The formation of a charged dipole in the vicinity of the semiconductor surface after ultrafast photogeneration of charge carriers. Phototemper effects. Plural of phototemper effect. Photoessay. Alternative spelling of photoessay. Photoessays. Plural of photoessay. Photo offset. A method of offset printing that uses photolithographic plates. Photo offsets. Plural of photo offset. Photo offsetting. Present participle of photo offset. Photo op. Alternative spelling of photo op. Photo oxidation. Alternative form of photo oxidation. Photo portrait. Alternative form of photo portrait. Photo portraits. Plural of photo portrait. Photorealism. Alternative form of photorealism. Photoromance. A romantic story illustrated with sequential photographs in the style of a comic strip, published in magazines, etc. Photoromances. Plural of photoromance. Photovoltaic. Alternative spelling of photovoltaic. Photoabatement. Photochemical abatement. Photoabatements. Plural of photoabatement. Photoablated. Ablated by photoablation. Photoablation. The selective destruction of tissue by light, normally by means of a laser. Photoablations. Plural of photoablation. Photoabsorbance. The very intensities of light on the absorbance of a material. Photoabsorbances. Plural of photoabsorbance. Photoabsorbent. Exhibiting photoabsorption. Photoabsorber. Any material that absorbs light or reduces its energy. Photoabsorbers. Plural of photoabsorber. Photoabsorption. A situation in which all of the energy of a photon is transferred to an atom or molecule. Photoacceptor. A pigment that accepts a photon as the first stage in a photochemical reaction sequence. Photoacceptors. Plural of photoacceptor. Photoacclimate. To acclimate to a particular light environment. Photoacclimation. Acclimation to a particular light environment. Photoacclimational. Relating to photoacclimation. Photoacclimations. Plural of photoacclimation. Photoacclimative. Relating to or producing photoacclimation. Photoacclimatory. Relating to photoacclimation. Photoaccumulation. Accumulation of cells in the presence of light, typically as part of a circadian rhythm. Photoaccumulations, plural of photoaccumulation. Photosynthesis, any compound converted into a strong acid by photolysis. Photoacids, plural of photoacid. Photoacoustic, of or relating to photoacoustics. Photoacoustically, in a photoacoustic way. Photoacoustics, the emission of sound from a material illuminated by a modulated light source. Photoactinic, photochemical. Photoactivable, photoactivatable. Photoactivatable, that is able to be activated by light. Photoactivate, to activate by means of photoactivation. Photoactivated, activated by light. Photoactivates, third person singular simple present indicative of photoactivate. Photoactivatable, misspelling of photoactivatable. Photoactivating, present participle and gerund of photoactivate. Photoactivation, the absorption of energy from a photon in raising a molecule or chromophore from the ground state, especially the first stage of photosynthesis in which energy is absorbed by chlorophyll. Photoactivations, plural of photoactivation. Photoactive, able to convert the energy of light into electricity via photoelectricity. Photoactivities, plural of photoactivity. Photoactivity, the condition of being photoactive. Photoadaptation, adaptation of an organism to the changing amount of light in its environment. Photoadaptational, relating to photoadaptation. Photoadaptations, plural of photoadaptation. Photoadapted, adapted by photoadaptation. Photoadaptive, relating to or undergoing photoadaptation. Photoaddition, any bimolecular addition, a action that takes place under the influence of light. Photoadditions, plural of photoaddition. Photoduct, a photochemical adduct. Photoducts, plural of photoadduct. Photoadsorption, an increase in the absorption of a substance at an interface in the presence of light. Photoadsorptions, plural of photoadsorption. Photoaffinity, the photoexcitation of a molecular entity normally associated with the biomolecule in order to attach a label. Photoaffinity labeling, a technique in which a molecular label may be reversibly bound to a biological macromolecule, the attachment being made or broken photochemically. Photoaffinity labeling, alternative spelling of photoaffinity labeling. Photoage, having undergone photoaging. Photoaging, alternative form of photoaging. Photoaging, the damaging effect of prolonged exposure to sunlight on the skin, especially wrinkling, discoloration, and susceptibility to cancer. Photoagonism, photochemical agonism. Photoalide, a surveying instrument used to plot lines and measure directions between terrestrial features from photographs. Photoalidades, plural of photoalide. Photoaligned, aligned by means of photoalignment. Photoalignment, the light-induced alignment of certain liquid crystals. Photoalignments, plural of photoalignment. Photoallergen, a substance that generates an allergic response in the presence of light. Photoallergenic, relating to or functioning as a photoallergen. Photoallergenicity, the condition of being photoallergenic. Photoallergens, plural of photoallergen. Photoallergic, showing an allergic reaction only after exposure to light. Photoallergies, plural of photoallergy. Photoallergy, an allergy that is activated by light. Photoaminification, photochemical aminification. Photoamplifier, a photographic amplifier. Photoamplifiers, plural of photoamplifier. Photoanaerobe, any photoautotrophic anaerobe. Photoanaerobes, plural of photoanaerobe. Photoangiolysis, angiolysis by means of laser light. Photoangiolytic, relating to photoangiolysis. Photoangioplasty, photodynamic treatment of diseased arteries. Photoannulation, photochemical annulation. Photoannulations, plural of photoannulation. Photoanode, the anode of a photoelectric cell. Photoanodes, plural of photoanode. Photoanotic, relating to a photoanode. Photoantenna, the structure in a flavoprotein etc. that interacts with light. Photoantennae, plural of photoantenna. Photoantennas, plural of photoantenna. Photoantigen, a substance that produces an immune response in the presence of light. Photoantigens, plural of photoantigen. Photoantimicrobial, an antimicrobial that is activated by the presence of light. Photoantimicrobials, plural of photoantimicrobial. Photoapparatus, a camera device for making still pictures. Photoapparatuses, plural of photoapparatus. Photoquation, photochemical equation. Photoquations, plural of photoquation. Photoartists, alternative spelling of photoartist. Photoartists, plural of photoartists. Photosimilate, any compound formed by assimilation of others under the action of light, especially such carbohydrates that are formed by photosynthesis. Photosimilated, simple past and past participle of photoassimilate. Photosimilates, plural of photosimilate. Photosimilating, present participle and gerund of photoassimilate. Photoassimilation, the process of photoassimilating. Photoassimilations, plural of photoassimilation. Photoassimilatory, relating to or causing photoassimilation. Photoassisted, describing catalysis in which the catalyst is formed by the absorption of light. Photoassociate, to associate atoms by means of photoassociation. Photoassociated, associated to photoassociation. Photoassociates, third person singular simple present indicative of photoassociate. Photoassociating, present participle and gerund of photoassociate. Photoassociation, the association of two atoms under the influence of laser light to form an excited diatomic molecule. Photoassociations. Plural of photoassociation. Photoassociative. Of pertaining to or resulting from photoassociation. Photoattraction. Photochemical attraction. Phototroph. An organism, such as all green plants, that can synthesize its own food from inorganic material using light as a source of energy. Phototrophic. Relating to a photoautotroph or to photoautotrophism. Photoautotrophically. In a photoautotrophic manner. Photoautotrophism. Autotrophism that uses light as a source of energy. Photoautotrophs. Plural of photoautotroph. Photoautotrophy. The condition of being a photoautotroph. Photoaversion. Aversion to bright light. Photoaversive. Relating to photoaversion. Photoavoidance. Avoidance of exposure to light. Photobacteria. Plural of photobacterium. Photobacterial. Of or pertaining to photobacteria. Photobactericidal. That kills photobacteria. Photobacteriosis. Infection by photobacteria. Photobacterium. Any of the genus Photobacterium of the luminescent bacteria. Photobank. A collection of photographs that can be licensed for use elsewhere. Photo banks. Plural of photobank. Photobearer. Relating to the production of a photoacoustic signal by photosynthetic oxygen evolution. Photobash. To compose a digital image from multiple assets, such as photos and 3D models, with artistic interpretation to modify and blend them together seamlessly. Photobash. Simple past and past participle of photobash. Photobashes. Third-person singular simple present indicative of photobash. Photobashing. Present participle and gerund of photobash. Photobathe. Photobeam. A beam of light whose interruption triggers a warning or a mechanism such as a door. Photobeams. Plural of photobeam. Photobehavior. Behavior in response to light. Photobehavioral. Relating to photobehavior. Photobehaviors. Plural of photobehavior. Photobehavioral. Alternative form of photobehavioral. Photobiliprotein. Synonym of biliprotein. Photobiliproteins. Plural of photobiliprotein. Photobiochemical. Relating to photobiochemistry. Photobiochemistry. Biochemistry mediated by light. Photobiographies. Plural of photobiography. Photobiography. A biography illustrated with or comprising photographs. Photobiologic. Synonym of photobiological. Photobiological. Of or pertaining to photobiology. Photobiologically. By means of or in terms of photobiology. Photobiologists. Etiologist is biology is the reality. Photobiologists. Plural of photobiologists. Photobiology. The study of the effects of light on living organisms and on biological processes. Photobiоlyses. Biolyses initiated by light. Photobiomass. Photochemical biomass. Photobiomodulation. Any of several therapeutic techniques that employ low-level laser or LED light to relieve pain or to heal wounds. Photobiomodulator. Relating to photobiomodulation. Photobionic. Relating to photoelectric interactions in biological systems. Photobiotic. A photosynthetic symbiote, especially those in symbiosis with fungi and lichen. Photobiontic. Misspelling of photobionic. Photobios. Plural of photobiont. Photobiophysical. Of or pertaining to photobiophysics. Photobiophysics. The branch of biophysics that deals with the interaction of light with biological systems. Photobioreactor. A bioreactor in which photofermentation takes place. Photobioreactors. Plural of photobioreactor. Photobiostimulation. Biostimulation by means of light. Photobiostimulations. Plural of photobiostimulation. Photobiosynthesis. Biosynthesis that is induced or regulated by light. Photobiosynthetic. Relating to photobiosynthesis. Photobiotechnology. Photochemical biotechnology typically employing photosynthesis. Photobiotic. Dependent on light for life and growth. Photobiotin. A photoactivatable derivative of biotin used in biochemical research. Photoblank. The blank surface on which a photomask can be created. Photoblanks. Plural of photoblank. Photoblastic. Of a seed, having its germination affected by light, either positively or negatively. Photobleach. To become less absorbent, reflective, or fluorescent upon exposure to light. Photobleachable. Able to be photobleached. Photobleach. Simple past and past participle of photobleach. Photobleaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of photobleach. Photobleaching. Present participle and gerund of photobleach. Photoblinking. Alternating fluorescence and photobleaching. Photoblocker. A substance that stops light. Photoblockers. Plural of photoblocker. Photoblog. A type of blog designed primarily to showcase photographs. Photoblogger. One who publishes a photoblog. Photobloggers. Plural of photoblogger. Photoblogging. The use of a blog to showcase photographs. Photoblogs. Plural of photoblog. Photoboard. A large photograph mounted on a board used for display purposes. Photoboards. Plural of photoboard. Photobomb. To unexpectedly appear in a photograph, especially so as to ruin picture. Photobombed. Simple past and past participle of photobomb. Photobomber. One who photobombs. Photobombers. Plural of photobomber. Photobombing. The practice or phenomenon of making an unexpected appearance in a photograph, especially with the deliberate intention of ruining it. Photobombs. Plural of photobomb. Photo book. A book of photographs, often by a single photographer. Photo books. Plural of photo book. Photo booth. Alternative form of photo booth. Photo booths. Plural of photo booth. Photo cage. Any of several molecular species that can be activated by light. They are used especially in biochemistry to attach a molecule to a biologically active compound and then study its behavior once activated. Photo cage. Fitted with a photo cage. Photo cages. Plural of photo cage. Photo caging. The construction of a photo cage. Photo call. A gathering of theatrical performers for the purpose of being photographed. Photo calls. Plural of photo call. Photocapacitance. The change in capacitance caused by light absorption. Photo capture. To select and then produce a still image from a movie. Photo capture. Simple past and past participle of photo capture. Photo captures. Third person singular simple present indicative of photo capture. Photocarcinogen. Any substance that becomes a carcinogen on exposure to light. Photocarcinogenesis. The creation of cancer cells by the action of light. Photocarcinogenic. Becoming a carcinogen on exposure to light. Photocarcinogenicity. The state or condition of being photocarcinogenic. Photocarcinogens. Plural of photocarcinogen. Photocard. A card bearing a photograph. Often a photograph of the cardholder for identification purposes. Photocards. Plural of photocard. Photokeratinogenesis. The biosynthesis of carotenes under the influence of light. Photocarrier. A photoexcited electrical carrier in a semiconductor. Photocarriers. Plural of photocarrier. Photocascade. A photochemical cascade series of reactions. Photocascades. Plural of photocascade. Photocatalyze. Alternative spelling of photocatalyzed. Photocatalyzer. Alternative form of photocatalyzer. Photocatalyzers. Plural of photocatalyzer. Photocatalysis. Catalysis by a photocatalyst. Photocatalyst. A substance that absorbs light and, in doing so, catalyzes a reaction. Photocatalysts. Plural of photocatalysts. Photocatalytic. Of, pertaining to, or obtained by photocatalysis. Photocatalytically. In a photocatalytic manner. Photocatalyze. Catalyze by the use of a photocatalyst. Photocatalyzer. Synonym of photocatalyst. Photocatalyzers. Plural of photocatalyzer. Photobulb. A cathode that emits electrons when exposed to light. Photocathodes. Plural of photocathode. Photocathodic. Relating to a photocathode. Photocell. A photoelectric cell. Photocells. Plural of photocell. Photocenter. The center of light production of a dispersed source. Photocenters. Plural of photocenter. Photocenter. Alternative form of photocenter. Photocenters, plural of photocenter. Photocentric, relating to a photocenter. Photoception, the perception of light. Photoceptive, relating to photoception. Photoceptor, photoreceptor. Photoceptors, plural of photoceptor. Photoceramic, a photograph reproduced upon a ceramic surface. Photoceramics, the art or process of decorating pottery with photographically prepared designs. Photochemic, photochemical. Photochemical, of, relating to, or produced by photochemistry or by photochemical reactions. Photochemical reaction, any chemical reaction initiated by the absorption of the electromagnetic radiation to form an excited state. Photochemical reactions, plural of photochemical reaction. Photochemical smog, air pollution caused by photochemical reactions involving hydrocarbons, nitrogen oxides, and other pollutants, especially in still air over cities. Photochemical smogs, plural of photochemical smog. Photochemically, by means of, or in terms of, photochemistry. Photochemicals, plural of photochemical. Photochemist, a chemist who works in photochemistry. Photochemistries, plural of photochemistry. Photochemistry, the study of photochemical reactions. Photochemists, plural of photochemists. Photochemopreventive, that prevents photochemical damage to the body by means of a dietary supplement. Photochemoprotective, photochemically chemoprotective. Photochemotherapeutic, of or pertaining to photochemotherapy. Photochemotherapies, plural of photochemotherapy. Photochemotherapy, chemotherapy following the use of the photosensitizing agent and exposure to light. Photocheirogenesis, plural of photocheirogenesis. Photocheirogenesis, the photochemical induction of molecular chirality. Photochlorination, photochemical chlorination. Photochlorinations, plural of photochlorination. Photocholesterol, an analog of cholesterol in which the 5-6 double bond has been replaced by a photoactivatable diserine group. Photochop, to convert, by chopping, a DC or slowly varying AC input signal into a higher frequency signal. Photochopped, simple past and past participle of photochop. Photochopper, an optoelectronic device that converts a DC input signal into a higher frequency signal. Photochoppers, plural of photochopper. Photochopping, present participle and gerund photochop. Photochops, third person singular simple present indicative of photochop. Photochrome, a colorized image produced from black and white photographic negatives via the direct photographic transfer of a negative onto lithographic printing plates. Photochromatic, pertaining to or exhibiting photochromism. Photochromatography, a form of chromatography in which isotopically labeled compounds may be separated by illumination at a wavelength that will excite any specific isotope. Photochrome, alternative form of photochrome. Photochromes. Plural of photochrome. Photochromic. Of, related to, or produced by photochromism. Photochromically. In a photochromic manner. Photochromics. The study of photochromism. Photochromes. Plural of photochromy. Photochromism. The reversible transformation of the optical properties of a material when exposed to electromagnetic radiation, especially the reversible darkening of a plastic lens when exposed to sunlight. Photochromisms. Plural of photochromism. Photochromogen. A microorganism, especially a mycobacterium whose pigmentation develops following exposure to light. Photochromogenic. Of or pertaining to a photochromogen. Photochromogenicity. The quality of being photochromogenic. Photochromogens. Plural of photochromogen. Photochromography. The art or process of printing color photographs. Photochromoscope. A device for giving shifting effects of color to a photograph. The unmounted print made translucent is illuminated from behind with colored light. Photochromoscopes. Plural of photochromascope. Photochromotype. A colored print made by photomechanical means. Photochromotypes. Plural of photochromotype. Photochromotypy. The art of making photochromotypes. Photochromes. Plural of photochrome. Photochromy. Photochromism. Photochronograph. An instrument for recording very short intervals of time. The record is made by the power of a magnetic field due to an electric signaling current to turn the plane of polarization of light. A flash coinciding in time and duration with the signal is thus produced and is photographed on a moving plate. Photochronographic. Relating to photochronography. Photochronographs. Plural of photochronograph. Photochronography. The art of recording or measuring intervals of time with a photochronograph. Photocleavable. Cleavable by light. Photocleavage. The cleavage of a bond by photolysis. Photocleave. To cleave a bond by photolysis. Photocleaved. Simple past and past participle of photocleave. Photocleaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of photocleave. Photocleaving. Present participle and gerund of photocleave. Photoclinometer. Any of several directional surveying instruments which record photographically the direction and magnitude of well deviations from the vertical. Photoclinometers. Plural of photoclinometer. Photoclinometry. The estimation of slope information by the analysis of brightness distribution in a photograph of a geologic surface such as a lunar crater. Photocoagulates. To cause or to undergo photocoagulation. Photocoagulated. Simple past and past participle of photocoagulate. Photocoagulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of photocoagulate. Photocoagulating. Present participle and gerund of photocoagulate. Photocoagulation. A surgical procedure in which a tumor or diseased retinal tissue is destroyed by using a laser. Photocoagulations. Plural of photocoagulation. Photocoagulative. Relating to or causing photocoagulation. Photocoagulator. an instrument containing a laser or a xenon flash lamp, which is used in photocoagulation. Photocoagulators, plural of photocoagulator. Photocollage, a form of collage made by assembling photographs. Photocollages, plural of photocollage. Photocolorimeter, a photoelectric colorimeter. Photocolorimeters, plural of photocolorimeter. Photocolorimeter, relating to photocolorimetry. Photocolorimetrically, in a photocolorimetric manner. Photocolorimetry, photoelectric colorimetry. Photocolposcopic, relating to photocolposcopy. Photocolposcopy, colposcopy by means of light rather than X-ray or ultrasound. Photocomer, a photonovel. Photocomics, plural of photocomic. Photocomplex, a photosystem. Photocompose, to use photocomposition to prepare text for printing. Photocompose, simple past and past participle of photocompose. Photocomposer, a machine that performs photocomposition. Photocomposers, plural of photocomposer. Photocomposes, third person singular simple present indicative of photocompose. Photocomposing, present participle and gerund of photocompose. Photocomposition, phototypesetting. Photocompositions, plural of photocomposition. Photoconceptual, or relating to a form of conceptual art that uses photographs. Photoconceptualism, the photoconceptual approach to art. Photoconceptualist, one who produces photoconceptual artworks. Photoconceptualists, plural of photoconceptualists. Photocondensation, photochemical condensation. Photoconductance, the conductance of a material as a result of photoconductivity. Photoconductances, plural of photoconductance. Photoconducting, synonym of photoconductive. Photoconduction, a change normally an increase in the electrical conductivity of a material as a result of incident electromagnetic radiation. Photoconductive, of, relating to, or characterized by photoconductivity. Photoconductivities, plural of photoconductivity. Photoconductivity, the increase in the electrical conductivity of a material as a result of incident electromagnetic radiation. Photoconductor, a material or device that exhibits or uses photoconductivity. Photoconductors, plural of photoconductor. Photoconjugated, photochemically conjugated. Photoconjugation, photochemical conjugation. Photoconjunctivital, relating to photoconjunctivitis. Photoconjunctivitis, inflammation of the conjunctiva caused by UV radiation. Photoconsistencies, plural of photoconsistency. Photoconsistency, the property of being photoconsistent. Photoconsistent, in computer vision, the property of a voxel that appears to be occupied by part of an object, since its color appears similar to all cameras that can see it. Photoconsumption, The consumption of a chemical species, typically molecular oxygen, under the influence of light. Photoconsumptive, relating to photoconsumption. Photocontrol, the control of a system using light. Photocontrollability, the condition of being photocontrollable. Photocontrollable, controllable, switchable by the irradiation of light. Photocontrols, plural of photocontrol. Photoconvection, convection under the influence of light. Photoconvective, relating to photoconvection. Photoconversion, photochemical conversion. Photoconversions, plural of photoconversion. Photoconvert, to convert by light, usually an intense flash. Photoconvertible, misspelling of photoconvertible. Photoconvert, simple past and past participle of photoconvert. Photoconverter, a photodetector. Photoconverters, plural of photoconverter. Photoconvertibility, the condition of being photoconvertible. Photoconvertible, that may be converted from one form to another by the action of light. Photoconverting, present participle and gerund of photoconvert. Photoconverts, third person singular simple present indicative of photoconvert. Photoconvulsion, a convulsion in response to a flickering light. Photoconvulsions, plural of photoconvulsion. Photoconvulsive, relating to or causing photoconvulsion. Photocopiable, capable of being photocopied. Photocopy, simple past and past participle of photocopy. Photocopier, a machine which reproduces documents by photographing the original over a glass plate and printing duplicates. Photocopiers, plural of photocopier. Photocopies, plural of photocopy. Photocopy, a copy made using a photocopier. Photocopy Act, synonym of Xerox, art. Photocopier, the process by which photocopies are made. Photocopies, plural of photocopying. Photocopylore, a kind of folklore comprising humorous material and urban legends that are reproduced on photocopiers. Photocorn, light-activated carbon monoxide releasing molecules. Photocorrosion, corrosion by the action of light. Photocorrosive, that causes photocorrosion. Photocount, a count of the distributions of photons obtained by counting photoelectric electrons. Photocounter, a device that counts photons. Photocounters, plural of photocounter. Photocounting, the counting of photons. Photocounts, plural of photocount. Photocouple, coupled by means of a photocoupler. Photocoupler, an optoisolator. Photocouplers, plural of photocoupler. Photocoupling, coupling activated by light. Photocouplings, plural of photocoupling. Photocrane, a form of enlarged photographic portrait in which a wet plate transparency on glass was backed with white paper on which line work was done with crayon, pencil, and color. Photocranes, Plural of photocrayon. Photocrosslink. To cross-link photochemically. Photo-cross-linkable. Photochemically cross-linkable. Photo-cross-linked. Photochemically cross-linked. Photocrosslinker. A compound that aids photocrosslinking. Photocrosslinkers. Plural of photocrosslinker. Photocrosslinking. The photoinduced formation of a covalent bond between two macromolecules or between two different parts of one macromolecule. Photocrosslinkings. Plural of photocrosslinking. Photocurability. The quality of being photocurable. Photocurable. Able to be photocured. Photocured. Modified by photocuring. Photocuring. The photoinduced hardening of a monomeric, oligomeric, or polymeric substrate, normally using ultraviolet light. Photocurings. Plural of photocuring. Photocurrent. Any electric current that flows as a result of photoconductivity or the photovoltaic effect. Photocurrents. Plural of photocurrent. Photocycle. Any of several biochemical cycles involving photoactive proteins that take place in the retina when exposed to light. Photocycled. Simple past and past participle of photocycle. Photocycles. Plural of photocycle. Photocyclic. Relating to photocyclization. Photocycling. Present participle and gerund of photocycle. Photocyclization. Any intramolecular photochemical process leading to a ring system by formation of one new single bond, either by a concerted process, for example electrocyclization, or by multi-step processes such as the Norris-Shahn reaction. Photocyclizations. Plural of photocyclization. Photocyclodation. Any intermolecular photochemical process leading to a ring systems by formation of two new single bonds. Photocycloditions. Plural of photocyclodition. Photocyclodehydrogenation. A photocatalytic cyclization and dehydrogenation for synthesizing polycyclic aromatic compounds. Photocyclorversion. Photochemical cyclorversion. Photocyclorversions. Plural of photocyclorversion. Photocyte. A bioluminescent cell. Photocytes. Plural of photocyte. Photocytotoxic. Cytotoxic only or especially in the presence of light. Photocytotoxicities. Plural of photocytotoxicity. Photocytotoxicity. The quality or degree of being photocytotoxic. Photodamage. Photochemical damage. Photodamage. Having undergone photodamage. Photodamages. Plural of photodamage. Photodamaging. That causes photodamage. Photodarkening. The darkening of certain materials under the action of laser light. Photodarlington. A Darlington amplifier having a phototransistor as input. Photodarlingtons. Plural of photodarlington. Photodeactivation. Deactivation by light. Photodecarbonylation. Any photoinduced reaction that leads to the removal of a carbonyl group as carbon monoxide. Photodecarbonylations. Plural of photodecarbonylation. Photodecarboxylation. Any photoinduced reaction that leads to the removal of a carboxyl group as carbon dioxide. Photodecarboxylations. Plural of photodecarbocylation. Photodecay. Photochemical decay. Photodecoloration. Photochemical decoloration. Photodecolorations. Plural of photodecoloration. Photodecompose. To decompose by a photochemical process. Photodecompose. Simple past and past participle of photodecompose. Photodecomposes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photodecompose. Photodecomposing. Present participle and gerund of photodecompose. Photodecomposition. Any photochemical reaction that results in the decomposition of a substance. Photodecompositions. Plural of photodecomposition. Photodeconjugation. Any photoinduced reaction of a conjugated compound leading to loss of conjugation. Photodeconjugations. Plural of photodeconjugation. Photodegradability. The quality of being photodegradable. Photodegradable. Capable of being chemically broken down as the result of a photochemical reaction. Photodegradation. Any reduction or degradation in a useful property of a material because of a chemical change as a result of absorption of light. Photodegradative. Causing or relating to photodegradation. Photodegrade. To decompose as a result of exposure to light, especially that of the sun. Photodegraded. Degraded by light. Photodegrades. Third person singular simple present indicative of photodegrade. Photodegrading. Present participle and gerund of photodegrade. Photodehydrogenation. Dehydrogenation that is caused or catalyzed by irradiation with light electromagnetic radiation. Photodehydrogenations. Plural of photodehydrogenation. Photodensities. Plural of photodensity. Photodensitometer. A densitometer used in photodensitometry. Photodensitometers. Plural of photodensitometer. Photodensitometric. Relating to photodensitometry. Photodensitometry. The measurement of optical density by means of a photocell that measures the loss of light transmitted through a material. Photodensity. The optical density of an object, but especially that of tissue and bone to X-rays. Photodependent. Dependent on the presence of light. Photodepleted. Modified by photodepletion. Photodepletion. Depletion mediated by light. Photodepolarization. Depolarization on exposure to light. Photodepolarizations. Plural of photodepolarization. Photodepolarize. To cause or to undergo photodepolarization. Photodepolarize. Simple past and past participle of photodepolarize. Photodepolarizer. Any substance that initiates photodepolarization. Photodepolarizers. Plural of photodepolarizer. Photoderivative. Any derivative of a compound produced by a photochemical reaction. Photoderivatives. Plural of photoderivative. Photodermatidides. Plural of photodermatitis. Photodermatitis. Dermatitis caused by or aggravated by exposure to sunlight. Photodermatological. Relating to photodermatology. Photodermatology. The study of the effects of light on the skin. Photodermatosis. Plural of photodermatosis. Photodermatosis. Dermatosis caused by or aggravated by exposure to light. Photodermatotoxicity. Light-induced toxicity in the skin. Photodesorption. An increase in the desorption of a substance from an interface in the presence of light. Photodesorptions. Plural of photodesorption. Photodestruction. Photobleaching. Photodetachment. The absorption of a photon and subsequent elimination of an electron from an anion to form a neutral species. Photodetachments. Plural of photodetachment. Photodetection. The detection of individual photons using a photodetector. Photodetector. Any device used to detect electromagnetic radiation. Photodetectors. Plural of photodetector. Photodeterioration. Photodegradation. Photodeteriorations. Plural of photodeterioration. Photodevice. A photodetector. Photodevices. Plural of photodevice. Photodiagnosis. Diagnosis by means of visible or infrared light. Photodichroic. Exhibiting photodichroism. Photodichroism. Photo-induced dichroism or birefringence. Photodifference. Used attributively to describe a map of the electron density differences between parts of a sample that had been irradiated. Photodiffusion. The creation of a voltage across a conductor or semiconductor by illuminating one side of it. Photodiffusions. Plural of photodiffusion. Photodimer. Any dimer created by photodimerization. Photodimerization. Any photochemical dimerization reaction. Photodimerize. Produced by photodimerization. Photodimers. Plural of photodimer. Photodiode. A semiconductor two-terminal component whose electrical characteristics are light-sensitive. Photodiode. Equipped with a photodiode. Photodiodes. Plural of photodiode. Photodisc. Alternative spelling of photodisc. Photodiscs. Plural of photodisc. Photodisinfection. Topical disinfection by means of light. Photodisintegrate. To cause or undergo photodisintegration. Photodisintegrated. Broken down by photodisintegration. Photodisintegrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of photodisintegrate. Photodisintegrating. Present participle and gerund of photodisintegrate. Photodisintegration. Any nuclear reaction, especially a nucleofission initiated by absorption of high-energy electromagnetic radiation such as a gamma ray. Photodisintegrations. Plural of photodisintegration. Photodis. The circular area of an astronomical object that emits light. Photodiscs. Plural of photodisc. Photodisrupt. To cause photodisruption. Photodisrupted. Simple past and past participle of photodisrupt. Photodisruption. The use of short bursts of laser light to disrupt tissue. Photodisruptions. Plural of photodisruption. Photodisruptive. That causes photodisruption. Photodissociable. Capable of undergoing photodissociation. Photodissociate. To cause or to undergo photodissociation. Photodissociated. Dissociated by photodissociation. Photodissociates. Third person singular simple present indicative of photodissociate. Photodissociating. Causing or undergoing photodissociation. Photodissociation. The dissociation of a molecule following the absorption of a photon. Photodissociations. Plural of photodissociation. Photodissociative. Of or relating to photodissociation. Photodissolution. Photochemical dissolution. Photodissolutions. Plural of photodissolution. Photodistribution. The distribution of photosensitive damage to those areas of skin that receive the greatest exposure to sunlight. Photodocument. To document with photographs. Photodocumentaries. Plural of photodocumentary. Photodocumentary. A collection of photographs serving as a documentary. Photodocumentation. Photographic documentation. Photodocumentations. Plural of photodocumentation. Photodocumented. Simple past and past participle of photodocument. Photodocumenter. A person or device that photodocuments. Photodocumenters. Plural of photodocumenter. Photodocumenting. Present participle and gerund of photodocument. Photodocuments. Third person singular simple present indicative of photodocument. Photodope. To dope a semiconductor etc. by means of laser light. Photodoped. Having undergone the photodoping process. Photodoping. An enhanced form of doping of semiconductors and other solids under the influence of light. Photodormancy. A condition where seeds do not germinate unless they are exposed to light. Photodormant. Relating to or in a state of photodormancy. Photodosimetric. Relating to photodosimetry. Photodosimetry. The use of a photographic film to determine the cumulative dose of ionizing radiation. Photodraft. A piece of sheet metal containing a photographic image of an engineering design. Photodrafts. Plural of photodraft. Photodrama. A photoplay. Photodramas. Plural of photodrama. Photodramatic. Relating to or characteristic of photodrama. Photodramatists. A maker of photodramas. Photodramatists. Plural of photodramatists. Photodrome. An apparatus consisting of a large wheel with spokes, which when turning very rapidly is illuminated by momentary flashes of light passing through slits in a rotating disc. By properly timing the succession of flashes, the wheel is made to appear to be motionless or to rotate more or less slowly in either direction. Photodromes. Plural of photodrome. Photodromy. The movement of particles suspended in a fluid toward or away from light. Photoduplicate. A photocopy. Photoduplicated. Photocopy. Photoduplicates. Plural of photoduplicate. Photoduplicating. Present participle and gerund of photoduplicate. Photoduplication. Photocopier. Photoduplications. Plural of photoduplication. Photoduplicator. A machine for photoduplication, a photocopier. Photoduplicators. Plural of photoduplicator. Photodynamic. Of relating to or caused by the energy or momentum of light or other electromagnetic radiations. Photodynamic therapies. Plural of photodynamic therapy. Photodynamic therapy. A treatment for some forms of cancer and some skin disorders involving the use of photosensitive chemicals and controlled and directed laser beams. Photodynamical. Relating to photodynamics. Photodynamically. By means of or with regard to photodynamics. Photodynamics. The study of the interaction of light with substances or living organisms. Photoeccentric. Relating to the light from a star partially obscured by a planet with an eccentric orbit. Photocollector. An eclector fitted with a light that is used to attract insects. Photocollectors. Plural of photocollector. Photoecology. The application of aerial photography to ecology and land management. Photo. Simple past and past participle of photo. Photoeffect. Synonym of photoelectric effect. Photoeffects. Plural of photoeffect. Photoefficiencies. Plural of photoefficiency. Photoefficiency. The efficiency of a material in capturing incident light and converting it into useful energy. Photoelastic. Exhibiting birefringence when stressed. Photoelasticities. Plural of photoelasticity. Photoelasticity. A technique for studying and measuring the stresses and strains in an object by means of mechanical birefringence. Photoelastography. A form of elastography that uses light to visualize the stress and strain in tissue. Photoelectret. An electret produced when a source of illumination is removed from a photoconductor in an electric field. Photoelectrets. Plural of photoelectret. Photoelectric. Of or relating to the electric effects of electromagnetic radiation, especially the ejection of an electron from a surface by a photon. Photoelectric cell. A transducer that generates an electric current proportional to the light intensity. Photoelectric cells. Plural of photoelectric cell. Photoelectric effect. The emission of electrons from the surface of a material following the absorption of electromagnetic radiation. Photoelectric effects. Plural of photoelectric effect. Photoelectrical. Photoelector. Photoelectrically. By means of photoelectricity. Photoelectricity. Electricity produced by the photoelectric effect. Photoelectroactive. Exhibiting or relating to photoelectroactivity. Photoelectroactivity. Electroactivity upon irradiation with light. Photoelectrocatalysis. Photoelectric catalysis. Photoelectrocatalyst. A photoelectric catalyst. Photoelectrocatalyst. Plural of photoelectrocatalyst. Photoelectrocatalytic. Relating to a photoelectrocatalyst or to photoelectrocatalysis. Photoelectrocatalytically. By means of photoelectrocatalysis. Photoelectrochemical. Of or pertaining to photoelectrochemistry. Photoelectrochemically. In terms of or by means of photoelectrochemistry. Photoelectrochemist, one who carries out photoelectrochemistry. Photoelectrochemistry, a field of study combining photochemistry and electrochemistry that studies the interaction of light with electrochemical systems. Photoelectrochemists, plural of photoelectrochemists. Photoelectrocolorimetric, of or relating to photoelectrocolorimetry. Photoelectrocolorimetrically, by means of photoelectrocolorimetry. Photoelectrocolorimetry, colorimetry that analyzes color by means of photoelectric wavelengths. Photoelectrode, either electrode of a photoelectric cell. Photoelectrodes, plural of photoelectrode. Photoelectroblottographic, relating to photoelectroblottography. Photoelectroblottography, examination and recording of the movement of the vocal folds by means of shining a beam of light across it and noting changes in the quality of light. Photoelectrograph, an electrometer registering by photography. Photoelectrographs, plural of photoelectrograph. Photoelectrolysis, the use of electromagnetic radiation to effect or to enhance electrolysis. Photoelectrolytic, describing a cell in which radiant energy causes a chemical reaction. Photoelectromagnetic, of or relating to the photoelectromagnetic effect. Photoelectromagnetic effect, the generation of an electric current in an intermetallic semiconductor in a magnetic field by the action of light. Photoelectromagnetic effects, plural of photoelectromagnetic effect. Photoelectromotive, of or relating to the electromotive force caused by photovoltaic action. Photoelectron, an electron ejected from the surface of a material by the photoelectric effect. Photoelectronic, describing any electronic effect or device that is affected by light. Photoelectrons, plural of photoelectron. Photoelectrosynthesis, photoelectric synthesis. Photoelectrosynthetic, synthesized photoelectrically. Photoelectrotype, an electrotype plate formed in a mold made by photographing on prepared gelatine, etc. Photoelectrotypes, plural of photoelectrotype. Photoelement, the part of a photoelectric device that converts light energy into electricity. Photoelements, plural of photoelement. Photoelicitation, the elicitation of a response to the display of a photographic image. Photoelimination, photochemical elimination. Photoeliminations, plural of photoelimination. Photoemission, the ejection of electrons from the surface of a solid by incident electromagnetic radiation. Photoemissions, plural of photoemission. Photoemissive, of or relating to photoemission. Photoemissivities, plural of photoemissivity. Photoemissivity, the property of being photoemissive. Photoemit, to emit by photoemission. Photoemits, third person singular simple present indicative of photoemit. Photoemitted, simple past and past participle of photoemit. Photoemitter, a material that exhibits the photoemission of electrons when illuminated. Photoemitters, plural of photoemitter. Photoemitting, present participle and gerund of photoemit. Photoemulsion, photographic emulsion. Photoemulsions, plural of photoemulsion. Photoencapsulate, to encapsulate photochemically, photoencapsulated, simple past and past participle of photoencapsulate, photoencapsulation, photochemical encapsulation, photoencapsulations, plural of photoencapsulation, photoendolith, any photoautotrophic endolith, photoendoliths, misspelling of photoendolith, photoendosomolysis, endosomolysis initiated by light, photoendosomolytic, relating to photoendosomolysis, photoendosymbiont, a photosynthetic endosymbiont, photoendosymbionts, plural of photoendosymbiont, photoenergies, plural of photoenergy, photoenergy, the energy of a system of photons or other wave packets. Photoengrave, to make a photo engraving of an image. Photoengrave, simple past and past participle of photoengrave. Photoengraver, a person who makes photo engravings. Photoengravers, plural of photoengraver. Photoengraves, third person singular simple present indicative of photoengrave. Photoengraving, a process of transferring a photographic image onto a plate which is then etched and printed. Photoengravings, plural of photoengraving. Photoenhance, to enhance by means of photoenhancement. Photoenhance, simple past and past participle of photoenhance. Photoenhancement, enhancement of photographic images, typically by digital means. Photoenhancer, anything that employs photoenhancement. Photoenhancers, plural of photoenhancer. Photoenlarger, a photographic enlarger. Photoenlargers, plural of photoenlarger. Photoenolization, a form of phototautomerization leading to the production of enols. Photoenolizations, plural of photoenolization. Photoentrain, to entrain a circadian rhythm by means of light. Photoentrainable, entrainable by means of light. Photoentrained, simple past and past participle of photoentrain. Photoentraining, present participle and gerund of photoentrain. Photoentrainment, the entrainment of an organism's circadian rhythm to the pattern of light and dark in its environment. Photoentrainments, plural of photoentrainment. Photoenvironment, an environment that has a particular level of light. Photoenvironments, plural of photoenvironment. Photoenzymatic, relating to or catalyzed by a photoenzyme. Photoenzyme, any enzyme that catalyzes a photochemical reaction. Photoenzymes, plural of photoenzyme. Photoepilepsies, plural of photoepilepsy. Photoepilepsy, photosensitive epilepsy. Photoepileptic, of, pertaining, affected by or causing photoepilepsy. Photoequilibria, plural of photoequilibrium. Photoequilibrium, photochemical equilibrium. Photoequivalence, photochemical equivalence as described by the Stark-Einstein law. Photoessay. Alternative spelling of photoessay. Photoessays. Plural of photoessay. Photoetch. To engrave or make an engraving of, by any photomechanical process involving etching of the plate. Photoetch. Simple past and past participle of photoetch. Photoetcher. A person who makes photo etchings. Photoetchers. Plural of photoetcher. Photoetches. Third person singular simple present indicative of photoetch. Photoetching. A photolithographic etching process. Photoetchings. Plural of photoetching. Photoevaporate. To ionize gas and cause it to disperse. Photoevaporated. Simple past and past participle of photoevaporate. Photoevaporating. Present participle and gerund of photo. Evaporate. Photoevaporative. That causes photoevaporation. Photoevolution. Synonym of photoemission. Photoevolutions. Plural of photoevolution. Photovolve. Synonym of photoemit. Photoexchange. Photochemical exchange. Photoexchanges. Plural of photoexchange. Photoexcitability. The condition of being photoexcitable. Photoexcitable. Excitable, able to be put into an excited state by absorption of a photon. Photoexcitation. The formation of an excited state by the absorption of a photon. Photoexcitations. Plural of photoexcitation. Photoexcite. To excite an electron, etc. by means of photoexcitation. Photoexcited. Simple past and past participle of photoexcite. Photoexcites. Third person singular simple present indicative of photoexcite. Photoexciting. Present participle and gerund of photoexcite. Photoexpose. To expose to light. Photoexpose. Simple past and past participle of photoexpose. Photoexposure. Exposure to light. Photoexposures. Plural of photoexposure. Photofabrication. A photographic method of manufacturing integrated circuits in which a pattern is placed over a semiconductor in an etching solution and exposed to light. Photofacilitation. Facilitation in any of several contexts by means of light. Photofading. Photochemical fading. Photofermentation. Fermentation that only proceeds in the presence of light, especially a process of producing hydrogen. Unlike biophotolysis, in which hydrogen is produced from water, photofermentation produces hydrogen from organic substrates. Photofermentations. Plural of photofermentation. Photofermentative. Relating to or formed by photofermentation. Photoferroelectric. Of or relating to the effect of light on ferroelectric materials. Photoferroelectric effect. A phenomenon observed in ferroelectric ceramics in which light near the bandgap energy of the material has an effect on the electric field in the material. Photoferroelectric effects. Plural of photoferroelectric effect. Photoferroelectrics, the study, design, and manufacture of photoferroelectric devices. Photoferrotroph, any photoferrotrophic organism. Photoferrotrophic, relating to photoferrotrophy or to photoferrotrophs. Photoferrotrophs, plural of photoferrotroph. Photoferrotrophy, ferrotrophy by means of light. Photophyll, used attributively to describe a form of photoemission in which an electron in a metal is excited by a photon and subsequently tunnels out of the surface. Photofoam, photographic film. Photofilms, plural of photofilm. Photofinish, alternative form of photofinish. Photofinisher, one who develops customers' films into photographic prints. Photofinishers, plural of photofinisher. Photofinishes, plural of photofinish. Photofinishing, the commercial developing and printing of photographs. Photofission, nuclear fission as the result of the absorption of a gamma ray or other high-energy photon. Photofissioned, simple past and past participle of photofission. Photofissioning, present participle and gerund of photofission. Photofissions, plural of photofission. Photove, an image of a person constructed out of bits of photographs of other people, a facial composite. Photofits, plural of photofit. Photofite, the production of a sketch of a criminal from available information, often specifically DNA. Photoflash, a lamp that emits a brief flash of bright light used to take photographs in a dark environment. Photoflashes, plural of photoflash. Photofla, a lamp that produces a broad beam of continuous bright light used to illuminate a photographic subject. Photofloods, plural of photoflood. Photofluorogram, a photograph made by photofluorography. Photofluorograms, plural of photofluorogram. Photofluorograph, an image produced by means of photofluorography. Photofluorographic, relating to photofluorography. Photofluorographs, plural of photofluorograph. Photofluorography, the photographic recording of fluoroscope images. Photofragment, a fragment produced by photodissociation. Photofragmentation, the formation of photofragments. Photofragmentations, plural of photofragmentation. Photofragments, plural of photofragment. Synonym of porphymer sodium. Photofunctionalization, photochemical functionalization. Photofunctionalizations, plural of photofunctionalization. Photofunctionalize. To photochemically functionalize. Photofunctionalize, simple past and past participle of photofunctionalize. Photo, a photographer, especially a professional one. Photogain, the gain multiplication factor of a photodetector or photomultiplier. Photogains, plural of photogain. Photogalvanic, of or pertaining to the production of electricity from light. Photogalvanographic, of or relating to photogalvanography. Photogalvanography, the art or process of making photoelectrotypes. Photoganda, a photograph regarded as being published or broadcast in the interest of advancing an ideological agenda. Photogastroscope, a device used to take photographs of the interior of the stomach. Photogastroscopes, plural of photogastroscope. Photobase, a device that measures the time between events that interrupt an infrared beam. Photogates, plural of photogate. Photogating, gating controlled by light. Photogelatin, gelatin coated on a glass plate that carries an image to be printed by the collotype process. Photogen, a light hydrocarbon oil resembling kerosene used as a lubricant, illuminant, etc. Photogene, a photograph. Photogenerated, generated by light used especially of electrons. Photogeneration, the generation of something especially of electrical energy by light. Photogenes, plural of photogene. Photogenesis, the emission of light has by certain macula. Photogenetic, exhibiting or pertaining to photogenesis. Photogenia, the various photographic techniques such as lighting, focus, and framing used to make a subject look more attractive. Photogenic, generated or caused by light. Photogenically, in a photogenic manner. Photogenesis, the condition of being photogenic. Photogenicity, the state of being photogenic. Photogenotoxic, both phototoxic and genotoxic. Photogenotoxicity, the condition of being photogenotoxic. Photogenesis, producing light. Photogens, plural of photogen. Photogeny, photography. Photogeology, of relating to, indicated by, or produced by photogeology. Photogeological, relating to photogeology. Photogeologist, one who carries out photogeology. Photogeologists, plural of photogeologists. Photogeology, the use of aerial photography to interpret geologic features. Photogeomorphology, the use of aerial photography to interpret geologic features. Photoblottographic, relating to photoblottography. Photoblottography, photographic lithography. Photoglow, a photoblow tube. Photoblow tube, a phototube in which an electric current flows when a certain illumination is reached, used as a relay. Photoblow tubes, plural of photoblow tube. Photoblows, plural of photoblow. Photoglycine, glycine. Photoglyphic, relating to the art of photoglyphy. Photoglyphy, a kind of engraving caused by the action of light used in the mid-19th century. Photoglyptic, alternative form of photoglyphic. Photogoniometer, a goniometer used in X-ray diffraction that detects the X-rays using a photocell. Photogoniometers, plural of photogoniometer. Photogram, A photograph made without using a camera, normally by placing an object in contact with photosensitive paper and exposing it to light. Photogrammeter, a phototheodolite or a camera designed for use in photogrammetry. Photogrammeters, plural of photogrammeter. Photogrammetric, of or pertaining to photogrammetry. Photogrammetrical, alternative form of photogrammetric. Photogrammetrically, in terms of or by means of photogrammetry. Photogrammetries, plural of photogrammetry. Photogrammetress, one who carries out photogrammetry. Photogrammetrests, plural of photogrammetress. Photogrammetry, the making of precise measurements from photographs. Photograms, plural of photogram. Photograph, a picture created by projecting an image onto a photosensitive surface such as a chemically treated plate or film, CCD receptor, etc. Photographability, the quality of being photographable. Photographable, capable of being photographed. Photographs, simple past and past participle of photograph. Photography, one who is photographed. Photographies, plural of photography. Photographer, one who takes photographs typically as an occupation. Photographeress, a female photographer. Photographeresses, plural of photographeress. Photographers, plural of photographer. Photographess, a female photographer. Photographesses, plural of photographess. Photographette, a female photographer. Photographettes, plural of photographette. Photographic, pertaining to photographs or photography. Photographic artists, a photo artists. Photographic artists. Plural of photographic artists. Photographic emulsion, a colloid containing light-sensitive material that is coated onto a length of film for use in pre-digital photography. Photographic emulsions, plural of photographic emulsion. Photographic interpretation, the identification, description, and measurement of objects in photographs, especially in aerial photographs for geologic, cartographic, or military purposes. Photographic interpretations, plural of photographic interpretation. Photographic memories, plural of photographic memory. Photographic memory, the ability to recall images, sounds, smells, or objects in memory with great accuracy and in seemingly unlimited volume. Photographic paper, paper or card coated with a light-sensitive emulsion, typically containing silver salts. Photographic papers, plural of photographic paper. Photographic plate, an early form of photographic material in which the photosensitive emulsion was applied to a glass plate, latterly only used by astronomers. Photographic plates, plural of photographic plate. Photographica, collectible photographic equipment. Photographical, photographic. Photographically, in a photographic manner. Photographies, plural of photography. Photographing. Present participle and gerund of photograph. Photographings, plural of photographing. Photographist, one who produces photographs. Photographists, plural of photographists. Photographize. To take one or more photographs of something. Photographize. Simple past and past participle of photographize. Photographizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photographize. Photographizing. Present participle and gerund of photographize. Photographometer. An instrument for determining the sensibility of the plates employed in photographic processes to luminous rays. Photographometers. Plural of photographometer. Photographone. A device consisting essentially of an electric arc and a camera, by which a series of photographs of the variations of the arc due to sound waves are obtained for reproduction by means of a selenium cell and a telephone. Photographones. Plural of photographone. Photographs. Plural of photograph. Photography. The art and technology of producing images on photosensitive surfaces and its digital counterpart. Photogravitational. Describing the effects of light radiation on the gravitational attraction to a star. Photogravitropic. That moves or orientates under the influence of light and gravity. Photogravure. An intaglio process for printing photographic reproductions in newspapers and books. Photogravured. Simple past and past participle of photogravure. Photogravures. Plural of photogravure. Photogravuring. Present participle and gerund of photogravure. Photogravures. A person who produces photogravure prints. Photogravurists. Plural of photogravurists. Photogs. Plural of photo. Photoguide. A book serving as a guide to a topic and illustrated with photographs. Photo guides. Plural of photoguide. Photohadronic. Describing any effect of the interaction of light with hadrons. Photoharden. To harden by exposure to light. Photohardenable. Able to be photohardened. Photohardened. Simple past and past participle of photoharden. Photohardening. Present participle and gerund of photoharden. Photohardens. Third person singular simple present indicative of photoharden. Photoheated. Heated by photoheating. Photoheating. Heating by the action of light. Photoheliograph. A heliograph with a camera attached used to photograph the sun. Photoheliography. Or pertaining to photoheliography or to photoheliograph. Photoheliographs. Plural of photoheliograph. Photoheliography. Heliography, photography of the sun, especially is undertaken using a photoheliograph. Photoheliometer. A double-lens instrument for measuring slight variations of the sun's diameter by photography based on the common chord of two overlapping images. Photoheliometers. Plural of photoheliometer. Photohemolysis. Hemolysis initiated by light. Photohemolytic. Relating to photohemolysis. Photoheterotroph. A heterotrophic organism that uses light for energy, but cannot use carbon dioxide as its sole carbon source and thus uses organic compounds from the environment. Photoheterotrophic. Using light for energy, but requiring a source of carbon other than carbon dioxide. Photoheterotrophically. In a photoheterotrophic way. Photoheterotrophs. Plural of photoheterotroph. Photoheterotrophy, the generation of biological energy from light together with organic compounds and / or carbon dioxide. Photofol, a small hole produced in a surface by photoelectric corrosion. Photoholes, plural of photohole. Photoholic, a keen photographer. Photoholics, plural of photoholic. Photohomolysis, a hemolysis reaction initiated by light. Photohormone, misspelling of phytohormone. Photohydration, any photochemical reaction leading to the addition of water across a double or triple bond or to a carbonyl group, etc. Photohydrations, plural of photohydration. Photohydrogen, hydrogen produced along with oxygen by the photolytic decomposition of water in certain anaerobic algae, etc. Photohydrolysis, plural of photohydrolysis. Photohydrolysis, photochemical hydrolysis. Photohydrothermal, that employs a beam of light and hot water. Photohyperpolarization, hyperpolarization by means of light. Photoidentification, the identification using a photograph. Photoidentifications, plural of photoidentification. Photoidentify, simple past and past participle of photoidentify. Photoidentifies, third person singular simple present indicative of photoidentify. Photoidentify, to carry out photoidentification. Of photoidentifying, present participle and gerund of photoidentify. Photollumination, illumination by light typically as part of a manufacturing process. Photoilluminations, plural of photoillumination. Photoillustration, an edited photograph. Photo of image, a photographic image. Photoimages, plural of photoimage. Photoimaging, the formation of an image by the use of light. Photoimmobilization, immobilization of a surface by means of light. Photoimmobilizations, plural of photoimmobilization. Photoimmobilize, to immobilize a surface by means of light. Photoimmobilize, simple past and past participle of photoimmobilize. Photoimmune, alternative form of photoimmunotherapeutic. Photoimmunology, immunology related to ultraviolet light. Photoimmunosuppression, immunosuppression as a result of exposure to typically ultraviolet light. Photoimmunotherapeutic, relating to photoimmunotherapy. Photoimmunotherapy, a kind of light-based cancer therapy. Photoimpedance, impedance that varies depending on the amount of incident light. Photoinactivate, to cause or to undergo photoinactivation. Photoinactivated, simple past and past participle of photoinactivate. Photoinactivates, third person singular simple present indicative of photoinactivate. Photoinactivating, present participle and gerund of photoinactivate. Photoinactivation, inactivation by means of light. Photoinactivations, plural of photoinactivation. Photoinactivator, a material that produces photoinactivation. Photoinactivators, plural of photoinactivator. Photoinactive, not photoactive. Photoincorporation. Photochemical incorporation of a compound into an organism. Photoincorporations. Plural of photoincorporation. Photoinduce. Induced as a result of interaction with electromagnetic radiation in the visible and near-visible range. Photoinducibility. The state of being photoinducible. Photoinducible. That supports photoinduction. Photoinduction. Induction as a result of irradiation by light. Photoinductions. Plural of photoinduction. Photoinductive. Relating to photoinduction. Photoe. Present participle and gerund of photo. Photoinhibit. To photochemically inhibit. Photoinhibited. Inhibited by means of photoinhibition. Photoinhibiting. Present participle and gerund of photoinhibit. Photoinhibition. The inhibition of photosynthesis caused by protein damage due to high levels of light, especially ultraviolet. Photoinhibitions. Plural of photoinhibition. Photoinhibitive. Relating to or causing photoinhibition. Photoinhibitory. Relating to photoinhibition. Photoinitiate. To initiate a chemical reaction by means of a form of light. Photoinitiated. Initiated by light or other electromagnetic radiation. Photoinitiating. Present participle and gerund of photoinitiate. Photoinitiation. The photoproduction of a radical or ionet is capable of initiating a chain reaction, used especially to initiate polymerization. Photoinitiations. Plural of photoinitiation. Photoinitiator. Misspelling of photoinitiator. Photoinitiator. Any substance that initiates a chemical reaction by the absorption of a photon to form an excited state. Photoinitiators. Plural of photoinitiator. Photoinject. To introduce a nucleic acid into a cell by means of light. Photoinjected. Simple past and past participle of photoinject. Photoinjecting. Present participle and gerund of photoinject. Photoinjector. A device that uses a photocathode to generate a beam of electrons. Photoinjectors. Plural of photoinjector. Photoinsecticidal. Relating to photoinsecticides. Photoinsecticide. An insecticide whose efficacy is improved with a photosensitizing agent. Photoinsecticides. Plural of photoinsecticide. Photoinsensitive. Not easily affected by lights. Photoinstability. Chemical instability in the presence of light. Photointensities. Plural of photointensity. Photointensity. The intensity of exposure to light. Photointerconvertible. Photochemically interconvertible. Photointermediate. Any normally metastable intermediate in a photochemical reaction. Photointermediates. Plural of photointermediate. Photointerpretation. Photographic interpretation. Photointerpretations. Plural of photointerpretation. Photointerpreter. An expert at photointerpretation. Photointerpreters. Plural of photointerpreter. Photointerrupter. an optical device that acts as a switch when a beam of light is blocked by a foreign object. Photointerrupters. Plural of photointerrupter. Photoion, a cation produced through photoionization. Photoionization, the ejection of electrons from an atom or other species following the absorption of photons. Photoionizations, plural of photoionization. Photoionize, alternative spelling of photoionize. Photoionization, alternative spelling of photoionization. Photoionizations, plural of photoionization. Photoionize, to cause or to undergo photoionization. Photoionize, simple past and past participle of photoionize. Photoionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of photoionize. Photoionizing, that causes or undergoes photoionization. Photoions, plural of photoion. Photoirradiate, to irradiate with light. Photoirradiated, simple past and past participle of photoirradiate. Photoirradiation, irradiation with light. Photoirritancy, synonym of photoirritation. Photoirritation, irritation caused by exposure to light. Photoisolator, an optoisolator. Photoisolators, plural of photoisolator. Photoisomer, an isomer formed via photoexcitation. Photoisomerase, any of a group of enzymes that catalyze the isomerization of photopigments. Photoisomerases, plural of photoisomerase. Photoisomerization, alternative spelling of photoisomerization. Photoisomerizations, plural of photoisomerization. Photoisomerism, isomerism interconversion of isomers as a result of irradiation by light. Photoisomerisms, plural of photoisomerism. Photoisomerizable, able to undergo photoisomerization. Photoisomerization, the formation of isomers via photoexcitation. Photoisomerizations, plural of photoisomerization. Photoisomerize, to cause a structural change between isomers through photoexcitation. Photoisomerize, photochemically isomerize. Photoisomerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of photoisomerize. Photoisomerizing, present participle and gerund of photoisomerize. Photoisomers, plural of photoisomer. Photoist, a photographer. Photoist, plural of photoist. Photojournal, a journal in form of a collection of photographs that tell a story. Photojournalism, a form of journalism in which a story is told primarily through photographs and other images. Photojournalist, a journalist who uses photojournalism. Photojournalistic, of or relating to photojournalism or photojournalists. Photojournalists, plural of photojournalists. Photojournals, plural of photojournal. Photojunction, a nuclear battery in which a phosphor is irradiated by a radioactive material. A silicon junction converts the emitted light into electricity. Photojunctions, plural of photojunction. Photocarin, synonym of phytokarst. Photokeratectomies, plural of photokeratectomy. Photokeratectomy, keratectomy by means of laser light. Photokeratectomy, relating to photokeratitis. Photokeratitis, a painful condition of the eyes caused by exposure of unprotected eyes to ultraviolet UV rays. Photokeratoscopy, the use of a photokeratoscope. Photokilling, killing especially of bacteria or of cancer cells by means of light. Photokinase, a kinase involved with photokinesis. Photokinesis, plural of photokinesis. Photokinesis, any movement that is in response to light. Photokinetic, of or pertaining to photokinesis. Photokinetics, the study of photokinesis. Photolab, a photographic processing laboratory. Photolabel, a label attached to a molecule by photoaffinity labeling. Photolabel, having a photolabel. Photolabeling, photoaffinity labeling. Photolabel, simple past and past participle of photolabel. Photolabeling, alternative form of photolabeling. Photolabels, plural of photolabel. Photolabile, labile or kinetically unstable in the presence of light, subject to photochemical or photophysical reactions. Photolability, the condition of being photolabile. Photolabs, plural of photolab. Photolarvicidal, relating to photolarvicides. Photolarvicide, a larvicide whose efficacy is improved with a photosensitizing agent. Photolarvicides, plural of photolarvicide. Photolesion, a lesion formed by exposure to light. Photolesions, plural of photolesion. Photolus, without photographs. Photolettering, the formation of lines of type on photographic paper or film. Photoliberated, liberated, released from a complex by the action of light. Photoliberation, liberation of a compound by the action of light. Photoligation, ligation triggered by light. Phobolite, resembling or characteristic of a photograph. Phobolith, photolithography. Photolith, clipping of photolithograph. Photolithotroph, any autotrophic organism that uses light energy and an inorganic electron donor and carbon dioxide as its carbon source. Photolithotrophic, being or relating to photolithotroph. Photolithotropically, in a photolithotrophic manner. Photolithotroph, plural of photolithotroph. Photolithotrophy, the condition of being a photolithotroph. Photolithograph, a lithograph made by photolithography. Photolithographed, simple past and past participle of photolithograph. Photolithographer, a person who practices photolithography. Photolithographers, plural of photolithographer. Photolithographic, of pertaining to or produced by photolithography. Photolithographically, in terms of or by means of photolithography. Photolithographing, present participle and gerund of Lithograph. Photolithographs. Plural of photolithograph. Photolithography. A lithographic procedure in which printing plates are made using a photographic process. Photolithoprint. A print made by photolithography. Photolithoprinted. Simple past and past participle of photolithoprint. Photolithoprinting. Present participle and gerund of photolithoprint. Photolithoprints. Plural of photolithoprint. Photolithos. Plural of photolitho. Photolithotroph. A lithotroph that obtains energy from light and therefore uses inorganic electron donors only to fuel biosynthetic reactions. Photolithotrophs. Plural of photolithotroph. Photolocation. The ability to use light to locate objects in the environment. Photolocations. Plural of photolocation. Photolog. Photoblog. Photologic. Relating to photology. Photological. Relating to photology. Photologists. An expert in photology. Photologists. Plural of photologists. Photologs. Plural of photolog. Photology. A branch of physics that deals with light or the study of light and its effects. Photoluminesce. To exhibit photoluminescence. Photoluminesce. Simple past and past participle of photoluminesce. Photoluminescence. Luminescence following the absorption of a photon. Photoluminescences. Plural of photoluminescence. Photoluminescent. Exhibiting photoluminescence. Photoluminesces. Third person singular simple present indicative of photoluminesce. Photoluminescing. Present participle and gerund of photoluminesce. Photolurker. One who seeks out and views online pictures posted by people he or she does not know. Photolurkers. Plural of photolurker. Photolurking. The practice of viewing online photos, especially those of strangers, without leaving comments, but possibly discussing them with third parties. Photolyse. An enzyme that repairs DNA that has been damaged by light. Photolysis. Plural of photolyse. Photolysable. Capable of photolysis. Photolysate. The product of a photolysis reaction. Photolysates. Plural of photolysate. Photolyse. To cause photolysis. Photolyse. Simple past and past participle of photolyse. Photolyses. Plural of photolysis. Photolysing. Present participle and gerund of photolyse. Photolysis. Any chemical reaction in which a compound is decomposed after absorbing a photon. Photolyte. Any substance that is decomposed by photolysis. Photolytes. Plural of photolyte. Photolytic. Of or relating to photolysis. Photolytically. In a photolytic manner. Photolysable. Alternative form of photolysable. Photolyse. Alternative spelling of photolyse. Photolyse. That has been subjected to photolysis. Photolyses. Third person singular simple present indicative of photolyse. Photolysing, present participle and gerund of photolyze. Photo, abbreviation of photometry. Photomacrograph, a macrograph. Photomacrographs, plural of photomacrograph. Photomacrography, the photography of small objects at close range using a macro lens. Photomacroscope, a macroscope equipped with a camera. Photomacroscopes, plural of photomacroscope. Photomacroscopic, of or relating to the photomacroscope. Photomacroscopy, the use of the photomacroscope. Photomagazine, a magazine periodical publication in which photographs feature prominently. Photomagazines, plural of photomagazine. Photomagnet, any material whose magnetic properties are changed by interaction with light. Photomagnetic, of or relating to the effect of light on the magnetic susceptibility of some materials, especially to the paramagnetism exhibited by some phosphorescent materials. Photomagnetism, the branch of science that deals with the relation of magnetism to light, or the effect in which a material acquires or loses its ferromagnetic properties in response to light. Photomagnetization, magnetization induced by light. Photomagnetoelectric, of or relating to the generation of an electric current by an illuminated semiconductor in a magnetic field. Photomagnets, plural of photomagnet. Photomancy, divination using light. Photomania, a fascination with photography. Photomanip, a fake image made by editing, enhash, or combining photographs. Photomanips, plural of photomanip. Photomanipulation, the application of image editing techniques to photographs in order to create an illusion or deception. Photomap, a map made by the superposition of aerial photographs onto grid lines, contours, and other normal map features. Photomapped, simple past and past participle of photomap. Photomapping, present participle and gerund of photomap. Photomaps, plural of photomap. Photomarathon, a photography competition in which participants must take a series of photographs of predetermined subjects in a limited time period. Photomarathons, plural of photomarathon. Photomasked, a transparent quartz block marked with many high-resolution images. A series of them are used in the photolithography of integrated circuits, one for each layer. Photomasking, the process of applying a photomask. Photomaskings, plural of photomasking. Photomasks, plural of photomask. Photomatic, a series of still photographs edited together and presented on screen in a sequence. Photomatics, plural of photomatic. Photomaton, a photo booth. Photomatons, plural of photomaton. Photomechanical, of or relating to any of several methods of printing via a plate which has been prepared photographically and can contain both text and images. Photomechanically, by photomechanical means. Photomechanics. Photomechanical printing. Photomechanochemistry, the photochemical conversion of chemical energy into mechanical energy, especially that of polymers. Photomedical, relating to photomedicine. Photomedicine, the branch of medicine that involves the therapeutic use of light. Photomeson, a meson, usually a p-meson ejected from a nucleus by an impinging photon. Photomesonic, relating to photomesons. Photomesons, plural of photomeson. Photometabolic, relating to photometabolism. Photometabolism, photochemical metabolism. Photometabolite, any metabolite produced by the action of light, typically in the skin. Photometabolites. Plural of photometabolite. Photovir, any visible phenomenon in the atmosphere caused by reflection, refraction, diffraction, or interference. Photomeres, plural of photometer. Photometer, any of several instruments used to measure various aspects of the intensity of light. Photometer, simple past and past participle of photometer. Photometering, present participle and gerund of photometer. Photometers, plural of photometer. Photometric, of or relating to photometry or to photometers. Photometrical, synonym of photometric. Photometrically, in a photometric manner. Photometrician, someone dedicated to the scientific measurement of light. Photometricians, plural of photometrician. Photometrics, the science of photometry. Photometries, plural of photometry. Photometrist, a specialist in photometry. Photometrists, plural of photometrists. Photometrograph, an instrument for recording the amount of daylight. Photometrographs, plural of photometrograph. Photometry, the measurement of various aspects of light, especially its intensity. Photomesotype, a photomechanical process similar to collotype. Photomesotypes, plural of photomesotype. Photomicrograph, a photograph taken using a microscope. Photomicrograph, simple past and past participle of photomicrograph. Photomicrographer, one who carries out photomicrography. Photomicrographers, plural of photomicrographer. Photomicrographic, relating to photomicrography. Photomicrographically, by means of photomicrography. Photomicrographing, present participle and gerund of photomicrograph. Photomicrographs, plural of photomicrograph. Photomicrography, photography using a microscope. Photomicrometer, a micrometer used in photomicrometry. Photomicrometers, plural of photomicrometer. Photomicrometric, relating to photomicrometry. Photomicrometry, micrometry using light typically from a laser. Photomicroscope, an instrument microscope plus camera that is used for making photomicrographs. Photomicroscopes, plural of photomicroscope. Photomicroscopic, relating to photomicroscopy. Photomicroscopically, by means of photomicroscopy. Photomicroscopy, the use of a photomicroscope. Photomicrosensor, a microsensor that responds to light. Photomicroscope, Sensors, plural of photomicrosensor. Photomineralization. Photochemical mineralization. Photomineralizations, plural of photomineralization. Photomixotrophic, synonym of mixotrophic. Photomixotrophically, synonym of mixotrophically. Photomode, a feature that allows players to capture virtual photographs or snapshots by adjusting an in-game camera as distinguished from screenshots which use an external mechanic. Photomodes, plural of photomode. Photomodification, photochemical modification. Photomoding, the use or application of photomode. Photomodulation, modulation by means of light. Photomodulations, plural of photomodulation. Photomolecular, of or relating to the molecular effects of electromagnetic radiation. Photomontage, a composite image combining two or more photographs. Photomontages, plural of photomontage. Photomorph, a photomanip, generally featuring a fictional creature as the edited subject. Photomorphogenesis, the regulatory effect of light on the growth, development, and differentiation of plant cells, tissues, and organs. Photomorphogenetic, related to photomorphogenesis. Photomorphogenetically, in terms of or by means of photomorphogenesis. Photomorphogenic, of or relating to photomorphogenesis. Photomorphological, relating to photomorphology. Photomorphology, synonym of photomorphogenesis. Photomorphosis, mechanomorphosis caused by light. Photomores, plural of photomorph. Photomosaic, a composite image made of individual photographs, normally of the same shape and size, placed together in order to show a panoramic view, etc. Photomosaics, plural of photomosaic. Photomotile, motile in the presence of light. Photomotility, the condition of being photomotile. Photomotor, relating to movement in response to light. Photomovement, synonym of phototaxis. Photomovements, plural of photomovement. Photomultiplication, the process performed by a photomultiplier. Photomultiplications, plural of photomultiplication. Photomultiplier, a device, normally in the form of a tube, that uses a photocathode to convert photons into photoelectrons, which are then amplified. Photomultiplier tube, a type of vacuum tube that detects electromagnetic radiation in the range from ultraviolet to infrared, including the visible spectrum, and then amplifies the detection-induced current into an output signal. Photomultiplier tubes, plural of photomultiplier tube. Photomultipliers, plural of photomultiplier. Photomural, a large photograph or series of photographs used as a wall decoration. Photomuralist, an artist who creates photomurals. Photomuralists, plural of photomuralists. Photomurals, plural of photomural. Photomutagenicity, the state or condition of being photomutagenic. Photomaic cloning, Relating to photomyoclonus. Photomyoclonus. Myoclonus triggered by light impinging on the eye. Photomyogenic. Photomyoclonic. Photomixotrophic. Misspelling of photomixotrophic. Photon. The quantum of light and other electromagnetic energy, regarded as a discrete particle having zero rest mass, no electric charge, and an indefinitely long lifetime. It is a gauge boson. Photon belt. A mythical dangerous belt of photons emanating from the Pleiades that will collide with the Earth in the near future according to New Age mystics. Photon belts. Plural of photon belt. Photon circle. Synonym of photon sphere. Photon circles. Plural of photon circle. Photon mapping. A two-pass global illumination rendering algorithm that approximately solves the rendering equation for integrating light radiance at a given point in space. Photon mappings. Plural of photon mapping. Photon sail. A solar sail. Photon sails. Plural of photon sail. Photon sphere. A spherical limit around a black hole at such distance that any photon meeting it tangentially is constrained to travel in a circular orbit. More loosely, the region between this limit and the event horizon. Photon spheres. Plural of photon sphere. Photon tunneling. The transmission of light through apertures of dimensions smaller than the wavelength of the light by quantum tunneling. Photonastic. In response to light and not just in the direction of the light source. Photonasty. A nastic response to a change in light levels. Photonecrosis. Necrosis as a result of exposure to light. Photonegative. Having a negative phototropic or phototactic response, repelled by light. Photonephelometer. A nephelometer that uses a photocell to measure the intensity of transmitted light. Photonephelometers. Plural of photonephelometer. Photonephograph. A nephoscope registering by photography, typically consisting of a pair of cameras used simultaneously. Photonephographs. Plural of photonephograph. Photoneuroendocrine. Relating to the effect of light on the neuroendocrine systems. Photoneutral. Unaffected by the action of light. Photoneutrino. A neutrino that is produced along with an antineutrino when a high-energy photon collides with an electron. Photoneutrinos. Plural of photoneutrino. Photoneutron. A free neutron produced by a photonuclear reaction. Photoneutrons. Plural of photoneutron. Photonic. Of or relating to photons or to photonics. Photonic crystal. A periodic optical nanostructure that affects the motion of photons in much the same way that ionic lattices affect electrons in solids. Photonic crystals. Plural of photonic crystal. Photonically. By means of photonics. Photonics. The science and technology of generating and controlling photons, particularly in the visible and near-infrared light spectrum. Photonovel. A story illustrated with photographs and text captions. Photonovels. Plural of photonovel. Photons. Plural of photon. Photonuclear. Of or relating to any nuclear reaction involving a photon. Photonuclear reaction. Any nuclear reaction involving a photon and another subatomic particle. Photonuclear reactions. Plural of photonuclear reaction. Photoorganoheterotroph. a organoheterotroph that also obtains energy from light. Photo-organoheterotrophic, relating to photo-organoheterotrophs. Photo-organoheterotrophically, in a photo-organoheterotrophic manner. Photo-organoheterotrophs plural of photo-organoheterotroph. Photo-organotroph, a simple organism, such as a protozoan that derives its energy from photosynthesis and organic compounds. Photo-organotrophic, relating to photo-organotrophs. Photo-organotrophically, in a photo-organotrophic manner. Photo-organotrophs, plural of photo-organotroph. Photoorientation, the process of aligning molecules or living organisms using light. Photooxidant, the product of a photooxidation reaction. Photooxidants, plural of photooxidant. Photooxidase, photochemical oxidase. Photooxidases, plural of photooxidase. Photooxidation, the loss of an electron from a photoexcited species. Photooxidations, plural of photooxidation. Photooxidative, that causes or undergoes photooxidation. Photooxidizable, photochemically oxidizable. Photooxidize, to oxidize photochemically. Photooxidize, simple past and past participle of photooxidize. Photooxidizer, a device used in photooxidation. Photooxidizers, plural of photooxidizer. Photooxidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of photooxidize. Photooxidizing, that leads to photooxidation. Photooxygenation, any oxygenation. Reaction that takes place in the presence of light. Photopair, a pair of photons produced simultaneously, typically moving in opposite directions. Photopairs, plural of photopair. Photopanorama, a panoramic photomontage. Photopanoramas, plural of photopanorama. Photopaper, photographic paper, paper coated with light-sensitive chemicals used for making photographic prints on traditional film cameras. Photopapers, plural of photopaper. Photoparoxysmal, describing an abnormal response to flashing light characterized by spikes of cortical activity. Photopathology, the branch of pathology dealing with disease caused by exposure to light. Photopattern, an etching produced by photopatterning. Photopatternable, suitable for photopatterning. Photopattern, in which a pattern has been etched by light. Photopatterning, the production of a photochemical etching on the surface of a semiconductor. Photopatterns, plural of photopattern. Photopeak, that part of the gamma ray spectrum of a material caused by the photoelectric effect. Photopeak. Plural of photopeak. Photopenia, an area of less than normal density on an X-ray image or similar scan. Photopenias, plural of photopenia. Photopenic, relating to photopenia. Photopentode, a pentode whose electrical characteristics are light-sensitive. Photopentodes, plural of photopentode. Photopeptide. Any photoactivatable peptide. Photopeptides. Plural of photopeptide. Photoperception. The perception of light by plants. Photoperceptive. Relating to photoperception. Photoperiod. The normal duration of natural daylight experienced by an organism, day length. Photoperiodic. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting photoperiodism. Photoperiodical. Photoperiodic. Photoperiodically. In a photoperiodic manner. Photoperiodicities. Plural of photoperiodicity. Photoperiodicity. The condition or extent of being photoperiodic. Photoperiodism. The growth, development, and other responses of plants and animals according to the length of day and / or night. Photoperiodisms. Plural of photoperiodism. Photoperiods. Plural of photoperiods. Photoperoxidation. Peroxidation catalyzed by light. Photoperoxidations. Plural of photoperoxidation. Photoperturbation. The disruption to the activity of a physical or chemical system by light. Photoperturbations. Plural of photoperturbation. Photophane. A historical photographic process formerly used for large volume mechanical printing. Photophanes. Plural of photophane. Photopharmacological. Relating to photopharmacology. Photopharmacology. Photochemical pharmacology. Photophase. The period of light during a day-night cycle. Photophases. Plural of photophase. Photophase. Relating to the photophase. Photophoresis. A form of apheresis and photodynamic therapy in which blood is treated with photoactivable drugs which are then activated with ultraviolet light. Photophil. The phase of a two-phase circadian rhythm associated with light and expenditure of energy. Photophile. Any organism that thrives in bright sunlight. Photophiles. Plural of photophile. Photophilia. A tendency to thrive in bright sunlight. Photophilic. That thrives in bright sunlight. Photophilus. Thriving in the presence of light. Photophobe. One who has an aversion to light. Photophobes. Plural of photophobe. Photophobia. Excessive sensitivity to light and the aversion to bright light. Abnormal fear of light. Photophobias. Plural of photophobia. Photophobic. That thrives at a relatively low light level. Photophobically. In a photophobic manner. Photophobicity. Call it a degree of being photophobic. Photophobism. Rare form of photophobia. Photophobotactic. Relating to photophobotaxis. Photophobotaxis. Phobotaxis in response to light. Photophobos. That thrives at a relatively low light level. Photophobic. Photophone. A device that transmitted sound on a beam of light. Photophones. Plural of photophone. Photophonic. Of or pertaining to the photophone. Photophonophobia. Excessive sensitivity to light and sound. Abnormal fear of light and sound. Photophony. The art or practice of using the photophone. Photophore. A light-emitting organ. found in some fish and other marine animals. Photophores, plural of photophore. Photophoresis, the slow drift of fine particles suspended in a gas away from a strong light source. Photophoretic, of or pertaining to photophoresis. Photophosphorescence, phosphorescence induced by the presence of light. Photophosphorescent, of relating to photophosphorescence. Photophosphorylase, an enzyme that is involved in the photosynthetic phosphorylation of ATP. Photophosphorylation, photosynthetic phosphorylation. Photophosphorylations, plural of photophosphorylation. Photophagus, that thrives in shade. Photophilus. Misspelling of photophilus. Photophysical, describing photoexcitation and any subsequent process that does not involve any chemical change. Photophysicist, a physicist whose specialty is photophysics. Photophysicists, plural of photophysicists. Photophysics, the physics of light, especially of its interaction with matter. Photophysiological, relating to photophysiology. Photophysiologically, in a photophysiological manner. Photophysiologies, plural of photophysiology. Photophysiology, the physiology of processes such as photosynthesis that involve light. Photophyte, any epiphyte growing in a well-lit environment. Photophytes, plural of photophyte. Photophyte, of or relating to photophytes. Photopia, normal daylight vision in which the cone cells are used. Photopot, used in normal daylight. Photopiezoelectric, of or relating to the effect of light on piezoelectric materials. Photopiezoelectrics, the study, design, and manufacture of photopiezoelectric devices. Photopigment, any pigment that is unstable in the presence of light, used especially of the chromophore pigment in the rod cells and cone cells of the eye. Photopigments, plural of photopigment. Photopile, solar cell, solar battery. Photopiles, plural of photopile. Photopian, a PN generated by the action of light. Photopians, plural of photopian. Photoplanimetry, photographic planimetry. Photoplasmonic, relating to the interaction of light on plasmons. Photoplate, a photographic plate. Photoplates, plural of photoplate. Photoplay, a theatrical play that has been filmed for showing as a movie. Photoplayer, a film actor. Photoplayers, plural of photoplayer. Photoplays, plural of photoplay. Photoplaywright, a screenwriter for movies. Photoplaywrights, plural of photoplaywright. Photoplethysmograph, a recording made by a photoplethysmograph. Photoplethysmograms, plural of photoplethysmogram. Photoplethysmograph, a plethysmograph that uses illumination of the skin in order to measure changes in light absorption. Photoplethysmographic, relating to photoplethysmography. Photoplethysmographs, plural of photoplethysmograph. Photoplethysmography, the recording or study of photoplethysmographs. Photoplotter, an electromechanical optical machine that exposes a latent image on a medium by means of a computer-controlled light source. Photoplotters, plural of photoplotter. Photopolarimeter, a combination of a polarimeter and a photometer. Photopolarimeters, plural of photopolarimeter. Photopolarimetric, of or pertaining to photopolarimetry. Photopollution, light pollution. Photopolymer, any polymer that reacts to light with a physical or chemical change, used especially for teeth fillings. Photopolymeric, being or relating to a photopolymer. Photopolymerization, alternative form of photopolymerization. Photopolymerizations, plural of photopolymerization. Photopolymerize, alternative form of photopolymerize. Photopolymerize, simple past and past participle of photopolymerize. Photopolymerizable, able to undergo photopolymerization. Photopolymerization, any polymerization reaction that requires light for the propagation step. Photopolymerizations, plural of photopolymerization. Photopolymerize, to subject to photopolymerization. Photopolymerized, simple past and past participle of photopolymerize. Photopolymerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of photopolymerize. Photopolymerizing, that aids photopolymerization. Photopolymers, plural of photopolymer. Photoporate, to modify a membrane by means of photoporation. Photoporated, simple past and past participle of photoporate. Photoporating, present participle and gerund of photoporate. Photoporation, the process of using light to create pores in a cell membrane. Photoportrait, photoportrait, an artfully taken photograph. Photoportraits, plural of photoportrait. Photopositive, having a positive phototropic or phototactic response attracted by light. Photopositively, in a photopositive manner. Photoprecipitate, to cause or to undergo photoprecipitation. Photoprecipitated, simple past and past participle of photoprecipitate. Photoprecipitation, precipitation caused by light. Photopreference, preference for a particular level or color of light. Photopreferences, plural of photopreference. Photoprevention, prevention of some undesired effect by means of a form of light. Photoprint, any print made by a photomechanical process. Photoprinted, simple past and past participle of photoprint. Photoprinter, a device for producing photoprints. Photoprinters, plural of photoprinter. Photoprinting, present participle and gerund of photoprint. Photoprints, plural of photoprint. Photoprobe, a photofinity labeling agent. Photoprobes, plural of photoprobe. Photoprocess, any printing process that involves photography. Photoprocess, simple past and past participle of photoprocess. Photoprocesses, plural of photoprocess. Photoprocessing, the processing manipulation of photographic images. Photoproduce, to produce by means of photoproduction. Photoproduce, produced by light, especially by photochemical action. Photoproduces, third-person singular simple present indicative of photoproduce. Photoproducing, present participle and gerund of photoproduce. Photoproduct, any product of a photochemical reaction. Photoproduction, the production of a molecular species, for example, a radical or ion, by means of light. Photoproductions, plural of photoproduction. Photoproducts, plural of photoproduct. Photoprotect, to have a photoprotective effect upon. Photoprotectant, a substance with photoprotective properties. Photoprotectants, plural of photoprotectant. Photoprotected, simple past and past participle of photoprotect. Photoprotecting, present participle and gerund of photoprotect. Photoprotection, the function in plants that are adapted to high levels of sunlight that protects the centers of photosynthesis from damage by excess light, normally by the use of carotenoid pigments. Photoprotective, of or pertaining to photoprotection. Photoprotector, a photoprotective substance. Photoprotectors, plural of photoprotector. Photoprotects, third person singular simple present indicative of photoprotect. Photoprotein, any of several proteins that generate light when oxidized, normally without the aid of an enzyme catalyst. Photoproteins, plural of photoprotein. Photoproton, any proton produced in a photonuclear reaction. Photoprotons, plural of photoproton. Photoprotoporphyrin, a photoisomer of a protoporphyrin. Photoprotoporphyrins, plural of photoprotoporphyrin. Photopsia, the presence of perceived flashes of light. Photopsias, plural of photopsia. Photopsies, plural of photopsy. Photopsin, any of a class of photoreceptor proteins present in the cones of the retina. Photopsins, plural of photopsin. Photopsy, photopsia. Photoparmosis, photic sneeze reflex. Photopulse, a short pulse of light. Photopulses, plural of photopulse. Photopyroelectric, describing any optical system that uses a pyroelectric detector or imaging system. Photopyrone, the ketone 3-hexyl-4-hydroxy 6,2-methylpropylpyrin 2,1 and related compounds that act as quorum sensing signals in photorhabus. Photopyrones, plural of photopyrone. Photoquadrat, a quadrat that is photographed for later analysis of species content. Photoquadrats, plural of photoquadrat. Photoradar, a radar-based technology used in speed cameras. Photoradio, an early facsimile technology for transmitting documents by radio. Photoradiogram, an image produced by photoradiography. Photoradiograms, plural of photoradiogram. Photoradiograph, an image produced by photoradiography. Photoradiographic, relating to photoradiography. Photoradiograph, plural of photoradiograph. Photoradiography, a form of radiography that uses visible light. Photoradiometer, a device that is used to measure the penetration power of ionizing radiation. Photoradiometers, plural of photoradiometer. Photoreaction, a photochemical reaction. Photoreactions, plural of photoreaction. Photoreactive ability, the condition of being photoreactivable. Photoreactivable, capable of undergoing photoreactivation. Photoreactivate, to cause or to undergo photoreactivation. Photoreactivated, simple past and past participle of photoreactivate. Photoreactivating, that produces photoreactivation. Photoreactivation, reactivation by light. Photoreactive, that participates in or initiates a photoreaction. Photoreactivities, plural of photoreactivity. Photoreactivity, the condition of being photoreactive. Photoreact, any vessel in which a photochemical reaction takes place. Photoreactors, plural of photoreactor. Photoreagent, any photochemical reagent. Photoreagents, plural of photoreagent. Photoreal, exhibiting photorealism. Photorealism, an extremely realistic style distinguished by paintings, drawings, etc. that are nearly indistinguishable from photographs, frequently produced by tracing and emulating an original photograph. Photorealist, an artist who works in photorealism. Photorealiste, of or pertaining to photorealism. Photorealists, plural of photorealists. Photorearrangement, any photoisomerization reaction that leads to changes in the arrangement of atoms in a molecule. Photorearrangements, plural of photorearrangement. Photoreceiver, photodetector. Photoreceivers, plural of photoreceiver. Photoreception, the absorption of light energy by plants and animals and its utilization for biologically important purposes. Photoreceptions, plural of photoreception. Photoreceptive, absorbing and using light, especially for sensory purposes. Photoreceptor, a specialized neuron or other structure able to detect and react to light. Photoreceptoral, relating to photoreceptors. Photoreceptors, plural of photoreceptor. Photorecombination, recombination influenced by light. Photorecombinations, plural of photorecombination. Photoreconfigurable, reconfigurable by the action of light. Photoreconnaissance, the making of aerial photographs as a means of military reconnaissance, especially of potential targets. Photorecovery, the recovery/restoration of DNA in skin damaged by exposure to light. Photoredox, relating to a redox reaction that involves light. Photoreduce, to cause or undergo photoreduction. Photoreduce, simple past and past participle of photoreduce. Photoreduces, third person singular simple present indicative of photoreduce. Photoreducibility, the condition of being photoreducible. Photoreducible, capable of undergoing photoreduction. Photoreducing, present participle and gerund of photoreduce. Photoreduction, the addition of an electron to a photoexcited species. Photoreductions, plural of photoreduction. Photoreductive, relating to photoreduction. Photoreflectance, reflectance that varies according to the incident light level. Photoreflectances, plural of photoreflectance. Photoreflexive, that reflects light. Photorefraction, a nonlinear optical effect seen in certain crystals and other materials that respond to light by altering their refractive index. Photorefractions, plural of photorefraction. Photorefractive, of or relating to a change in refractive index in the presence of light. Photorefractive keratectomies, plural of photorefractive keratectomy. Photorefractive keratectomy, a laser eye surgery technique to correct vision. Photorefractively, in a photorefractive way. Photorefractor, a device that carries out photorefraction. Photorefractoriness, quality of being photorefractory. Photorefractors, plural of photorefractor. Photorefractory. Photorefractive. Photoregenerate, to regenerate photochemically. Photoregeneration, photochemical regeneration. Photoregenerations, plural of photoregeneration. Photoregime, a period during which an organism is subjected to a particular regime of light and dark. Photoregimes, plural of photoregime. Photoregulate, to regulate photochemically. Photoregulated, simple past and past participle of photoregulate. Photoregulation, photochemical regulation. Photoregulative, relating to or causing photoregulation. Photoregulator, a photochemical regulator. Photoregulators, plural of photoregulator. Photoregulatory, relating to photoregulation or a photoregulator. Photorejuvenation, a skin treatment that uses intense pulse light or other thermal or chemical methods to treat some skin conditions and remove wrinkles arising from photoaging. Photoreleasable, releasable by the action of light. Photorelease, the photoinduced release of one compound from another. Photorelease, released by the action of light. Photoreleases, plural of photorelease. Photoreleasing, present participle and gerund of photorelease. Photorelief, a photograph having relief information added. Photoreliefs, plural of photorelief. Photorelocation, relocation typically of chloroplasts in response to light. Photorelocations, plural of photorelocation. Photoremovable, that can be photoreleased. Photorepair, photochemical repair of DNA. Photorepair, simple past and past participle of photorepair. Photoreport, a news report illustrated with photographs. Photoreportage, photojournalism. Photoreports, plural of photoreport. Photoreproduce, to photocopy. Photoreproduce, simple past and past participle of photoreproduce. Photoreproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of photoreproduce. Photoreproducing. Present participle and gerund of photoreproduce. Photoreproduction. A photocopy. Photoreproductions. Plural of photoreproduction. Photoresist. A light-sensitive film used in photolithography and photoengraving. Photoresistance. Resistance of a material that varies with the amount of incident light. Sensitive film used in photolithography and photoengraving. Photoresistance. Resistance of a material that varies with the amount of incident light. Photoresistances. Plural of photoresistance. Photoresistant. Exhibiting photoresistance. Photoresistive. Photoconductive. Photoresistor. An electronic component whose resistance is inversely proportional to the intensity of incident light. Photoresistors. Plural of photoresistor. Photoresists. Plural of photoresists. Photorespiration. Light-dependent release of carbon dioxide and uptake of oxygen in photosynthetic organisms as an unavoidable side reaction of photosynthesis. Photorespiratory. Relating to photorespiration. Photorespire. To undergo photorespiration. Photorespire. Simple past and past participle of photorespire. Photorespires. Third-person singular simple present indicative of photorespire. Photorespiring. Present participle and gerund of photorespire. Photorespirometer. A device that measures respiration as a function of light level. Photorespirometers. Plural of photorespirometer. Photorespirometry. The analysis of respiration as a function of light level. Photoresponse. Any measurable chemical or biological response to light. Photoresponses. Plural of photoresponse. Photoresponsive. That responds to light. Photoresponsiveness. The condition of being photoresponsive. Photoresponsivity. The quality of being photoresponsive. Photoretinoscope. Synonym of retinoscope, but especially one that uses a particular form of light such as infrared. Photoretinoscopes. Plural of photoretinoscope. Photoretinoscopy. Photorefractive retinoscopy. Photoreversal. Photoreactivation. Photoreverse. Modified by photoreversal. Photoreversibility. The condition of being photoreversible. Photoreversible. Describing any compound or system that can exist in two forms and can be changed from one to the other by the appropriate influence of light. Photoreversion. Photochemical reversion. Photoreversions. Plural of photoreversion. Photoreological. Describing any rheological property that can be modified by exposure to light. Photorhodopsin. The initial compound formed when rhodopsin is irradiated with light. It immediately produces bathorhodopsin. Photos. Plural of photo. Photosampling. Sampling by means of photographs. Photosantonic acid. An acid, CHO5, produced by long exposure to sunlight of santonin in acetic acid solution. Photosaturation. Photochemical or photolytic saturation, a situation in which more light has no additional effect. Photoscanner. A device which photographically records the gamma rays passing through tissue that has been injected with a radioactive material. Photoscanners. Plural of photoscanner. Photoscience. any branch of physics, chemistry, or biology concerned with the actions of light. Photosciences, plural of photoscience. Photoscope, any of various instruments employed for the observation of light, luminous effects, or photographs. Photoscopes, plural of photoscope. Photoscopic, of or pertaining to the photoscope or its uses. Photoscopically, by means of a photoscope. Photoscopy, the use of the photoscope. Photoscreener, a device used in photoscreening. Photoscreeners, plural of photoscreener. Photoscreening, the use of a photoscreener to detect lazy eye in children. Photosculptor, one who carries out photosculpture. Photosculptors, plural of photosculptor. Photosculptural, relating to photosculpture. Photosculpture, a process in which, by means of a number of photographs simultaneously taken from different points of view on the same level, rough models of the figure or bust of a person or animal may be made quickly. Photosculptures, plural of photosculpture. Photosedimentation, optical sedimentation. Photosedimentometer, a device used to measure the particle size distribution during photosedimentation. Photosedimentometric, relating to photosedimentometry. Photosedimentometry, the optical measurement of the settling rates of particles and fibers. Photoselected, obtained by photoselection. Photoselection, a technique in which an aligned subset of sample molecules is selected by an exciting light beam. Photoselections, plural of photoselection. Photoselective, that affects only parts or areas treated with light. Photoselectively, in a photoselective manner. Photoselectivities, plural of photoselectivity. Photoselectivity, the condition of being photoselective. Photosensation, the process of sensing light. Photosensibility, misspelling of photosensitivity. Photosensing, photoelectric or photochemical sensing. Photosensitization, alternative form of photosensitization. Photosensitize, alternative spelling of photosensitize. Photosensitize, simple past and past participle of photosensitize. Photosensitizer, alternative form of photosensitizer. Photosensitizers, plural of photosensitizer. Photosensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of photosensitize. Photosensitizing, present participle and gerund of photosensitize. Photosensitive, having a reaction to or able to be affected by light. An intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cell. Photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, plural of photosensitive retinal ganglion cell. Photosensitively, in a photosensitive way. Photosensitiveness, photosensitivity. Photosensitivities, plural of photosensitivity. Photosensitivity, sensitivity to light, especially a heightened response to light. Photosensitization, the acquisition of photosensitivity. Photosensitizations, plural of photosensitization. Photosensitize, to make something photosensitive. Photosensitize, simple past and past participle of photosensitize. Photosensitizer. A molecular or atomic species that initiates a photochemical reaction. Photosensitizers. Plural of photosensitizer. Photosensitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photosensitize. Photosensitizing. Present participle and gerund of photosensitize. Photosensor. A photodetector. Photosensors. Plural of photosensor. Photosensory. Relating to the perception of light in the eye or other photoreceptor. Photosequence. A sequence of photographs made using a still camera. Photosequences. Plural of photosequence. Photoserigraph. A serigraph made from an existing photograph. Photoserigraphs. Plural of photoserigraph. Photoserigraphy. The production of photoserigraphs. Photoset. To photocompose. Photosets. Plural of photoset. Photosetter. A photocomposer, a machine for photosetting. Photosetters. Plural of photosetter. Photosetting. Present participle and gerund of photoset. Photospheric. Misspelling of photospheric. Photosharing. The sharing of photographic images, especially via social networking sites. Photoshock. Shock caused by typically flashing light. Photoshock. Simple past and past participle of photoshock. Photoshocking. Present participle and gerund of photoshock. Photoshocks. Plural of photoshock. Photoshoot. A session in which a photographer takes a number of photographs of a person or group of people. Photoshoots. Plural of photoshoot. Photoshop. A raster graphics editor developed and published by Adobe Inc. Photoshopped. Simple past and past participle of Photoshop. Photoshopper. One who digitally alters photographs. Photoshoppers. Plural of photoshopper. Photoshopping. Present participle and gerund of Photoshop. Photoshops. Third person singular simple present indicative of Photoshop. Photosimulation. A photographic image that has been computer modified to show a not yet existing feature. Photosimulations. Plural of photosimulation. Photosite. An individual light-sensitive element in a digital image sensor. Photosites. Plural of photosite. Photosomnolence. Somnolent induction of sleep in a nocturnal animal caused by exposure to light. Photospectroheliograph. Spectroheliograph. Photospectroheliographs. Plural of photospectroheliograph. Photospectrometer. Synonym of spectrophotometer. Photospectrometers. Plural of photospectrometer. Photospectrometric. Relating to photospectrometry. Photospectrometric. By means of photospectrometry. Photospectrometry. Spectrometry, especially that which uses visible light. Photospectrophotometer. Synonym of spectrophotometer. Photospectrophotometers. Plural of photospectrophotometer. Photospectroradiometer. A spectroradiometer with a built-in camera. Photospectroradiometers. Plural of photospectroradiometer. Photospectroscopic. Relating to photospectroscopy. Photospectroscopically. in a photospectroscopic manner. Photospectroscopy. Spectroscopy that is recorded photographically. Photosphere. A visible surface layer of a star, and especially that of a sun. Photospheres. Plural of photosphere. Photospheric. Of, relating to, or occurring in the photosphere. Photospread. A police technique for identifying a person by having a witness select the person's photograph from a group. Photospreads. Plural of photospread. Photostabilities. Plural of photostability. Photostability. Stability against photochemical change. Photostabilization. Photochemical stabilization. Photostabilize. To add compounds that absorb ultraviolet radiation to plastics in order to reduce photodegradation. Photostabilize. Simple past and past participle of photostabilize. Photostabilizer. Any material that photostabilizes. Photostabilizers. Plural of photostabilizer. Photostabilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photostabilize. Photostabilizing. Present participle and gerund of photostabilize. Photostable. Exhibiting photostability. Photostage. A period of growth primarily driven by light. Photostages. Plural of photostage. Photostasis. The balance of energy in photosynthetic plants between photochemical input and metabolic output. Photostat. A photocopy, especially one made by a photostat machine. Photostated. Simple past and past participle of photostat. Photostator. Alternative form of photostator. Photostators. Plural of photostator. Photostatic. Relating to xerography. Photostatically. Xerographically. Photostating. Present participle and gerund of photostat. Photostationary. Describing a steady state reached by a photochemical reaction in which the rates of formation and disappearance of transient species are equal. Photostatistics. Statistics of the numbers of photons in various quantum states. Photostats. Plural of photostat. Photostated. Simple past and past participle of photostat. Photostater. One who photostats. Photostaters. Plural of photostater. Photostating. Present participle and gerund of photostat. Photosterilization. Sterilization, typically of surgical instruments, by exposure to ultraviolet light. Photostimulable. Able to be photostimulated. Photostimulate. To stimulate by means of light. Photostimulated. Stimulated by the absorption of light energy. Photostimulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of photostimulate. Photostimulating. That involves photostimulation. Photostimulation. The activation of a biological organ or organism by means of light. Photostimulations. Plural of photostimulation. Photostimulator. A device used in photostimulation. Photostimulators. Plural of photostimulator. Photostimulatory. That produces photostimulation. Photostimuli. Plural of photostimulus. Photostimulant. Photochemical stimulant. Photostimulants. Plural of photostimulant. Photostimulus. Stimulus. The stimulus involved in photostimulation. Photostories. Plural of photostory. Photostory. A story illustrated with sequential photographs in the manner of a comic strip. Photostream. A gallery or slideshow displaying a series of images from the internet. Photostreams. Plural of photostream. Photostress. Exposure of the eye to bright light and measurement of the time taken for vision to return, used in ocular diagnosis. Photostress. Stressed by exposure to bright light. Photostriction. A change in the dimensions of some piezoelectric materials when illuminated only occurs if the material is also photoelectric. Photostrictive. Of, pertaining to, or causing photostriction. Photostructurable. Whose structure may be modified by light. Photosubstitution. Any photochemical substitution reaction. Photosubstitutions. Plural of photosubstitution. Photosurvey. A photographic survey. Photosurvey. Simple past and past participle of photosurvey. Photosurveying. Present participle and gerund of photosurvey. Photosurveys. Plural of photosurvey. Photoswitch. A switch that is activated by light. Photoswitchability. The condition of being photoswitchable. Photoswitchable. Capable of being photoswitched or switched by an optical signal. Photoswitch. Modified by photoswitching. Photoswitches. Plural of photoswitch. Photoswitching. The modification of the structure of a compound by light, especially when accompanied by a change in function. Photoswitchings. Plural of photoswitching. Photosymbiote. The morphologically varying structures formed by the interaction of a single microbiota with two different photobionts. Photosymbiotemes. Plural of photosymbioteme. Photosymbiont. An organism in a photosymbiotic relationship. Photosymbionts. Plural of photosymbiont. Photosymbiosis. Plural of photosymbiosis. Photosymbiosis. Symbiosis in which one of the participants is capable of photosynthesis. Photosymbiotic. Relating to photosymbiosis. Photosynchronization. Synchronization of a circadian rhythm by means of light. Photosyntax. Photosynthesis. Photosynthate. Any compound that is a product of photosynthesis. Photosynthetes. Plural of photosynthate. Photosyntheses. Plural of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. Any process by which plants and other photoautotrophs convert light energy into chemical energy. Photosynthesize. Alternative spelling of photosynthesize. Photosynthesize. Simple past and past participle of photosynthesize. Photosynthesizer. Alternative form of photosynthesizer. Photosynthesizers. Plural of photosynthesizer. Photosynthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photosynthesize. Photosynthesizing. Present participle and gerund of photosynthesize. Photosynthesize. To synthesize carbohydrates from carbon dioxide and water using the energy of light by photosynthesis. Photosynthesize. Simple past and past participle of photosynthesize. Photosynthesizer. Any organism that uses uses photosynthesis to generate carbohydrates. Photosynthesizers. Plural of photosynthesizer. Photosynthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of photosynthesize. Photosynthesizing. Present participle and gerund to photosynthesize. Photosynthetic. Of, relating to, or employing photosynthesis. Photosynthetical. Alternative form of photosynthetic. Photosynthetically. By the use of photosynthesis. Photosynthetron. A photosynthesis irradiance incubator. Photosynthetrons. Plural of photosynthetron. Photosystem. Either of two biochemical systems active in chloroplasts that are part of photosynthesis. Photosystems. Plural of photosystem. Phototachometer. A tachometer that measures revolutions by optical sensing. Phototachometers. Plural of phototachometer. Phototachometry. The use of the phototachometer. Phototachymeter. An electro-optical instrument for measuring distances. Phototachymeters. Plural of phototachymeter. Phototachymetric. Relating to a phototachymeter. Phototactic. Of or relating to phototaxis. Phototactical. Alternative form of phototactic. Phototactically. In terms of or by means of phototaxis. Phototautomization. A form of photoisomerization leading to the formation of a tautomer. Phototautomizations. Plural of phototautomization. Phototaxis. Plural of phototaxis. Phototaxic. Having a tendency to adjust orientation in response to light. A plant or sedentary animal that is positively phototaxic will lean or grow toward light. One that is negatively phototaxic will lean or grow away from light. Phototaxis. The movement of an organism either towards or away from a source of light. Phototaxi. Phototaxis. Phototelegram. A fax communication. Phototelegrams. Plural of phototelegram. Phototelegraph. An image transmitted by phototelegraphy. Phototelegraphic. Relating to phototelegraphy. Phototelegraphically. By means of or in terms of phototelegraphy. Phototelegraphs. Plural of phototelegraph. Phototelegraphy. The fax system. Phototelephone. An early telephonic device for transmitting a photographic image. Phototelephones. Plural of phototelephone. Phototelephony. The transmission of sound by means of light. Phototelescope. A telescope adapted for taking photographs of the heavenly bodies. Phototelescopes. Plural of phototelescope. Phototelescopic. Relating to the phototelescope. Phototus. A photosensitivity test. Photoudisted. Simple past and past participle of phototus. Photoudisting. The act or process of photodisting. Photodists. Plural of phototus. Photothiodolite. A theodolite with an attached camera. Photothiodolites. Plural of photothiodolite. Phototheranostic. Describing a theranostic material that is activated by light. Phototherapeutic. Pertaining to phototherapy. Phototherapeutical. Alternative form of phototherapeutic. Phototherapeutically, in a phototherapeutic way. Phototherapeutics, plural of phototherapeutic. Phototherapeutic, pertaining to phototherapy. Phototherapies, plural of phototherapy. Phototherapists, a practitioner of phototherapy. Phototherapists, plural of phototherapists. Phototherapy, the use of light to treat disorders of the skin and certain mood disorders. Photothermal, involving the production of heat by photoexcitation. Photothermally, in a photothermal manner. Phototherme, relating to both light and heat. Photothermal acoustic. Thermoacoustic as a result of laser light. Photothermoelasticity, the changes in the optical properties of a dielectric when subject to heat-induced mechanical stress. Photothermography, the formation of images using a combination of heat and light, either simultaneously or sequentially. Photothermolysis, photochemical thermolysis. Photothermoplastic, a composite material composed of a thermoplastic photoresist. Photothermoplastics, plural of photothermoplastic. Photothreshold, the threshold at which a photoelectric effect is established. Photothresholds, plural of photothreshold. Photothrombosis, a form of thrombosis introduced experimentally by means of photoactivation of a previously injected drug. Photothrombotic, relating to photothrombosis. Photothrombotically, in a photothrombotic manner. Photothyristor, a light-activated silicon-controlled rectifier. Photothyristors, plural of photothyristor. Phototolerance, the condition of being phototolerant. Phototolerances, plural of phototolerance. Phototolerant, tolerant to light. Phototomic, relating to phototonus. Phototonus, sensitivity to or irritation caused by light. Phototopic, alternative form of photopic. Phototopographer, one who carries out phototopography. Phototopographers, plural of phototopographer. Phototopographic, of or pertaining to phototopography. Phototopographical, relating to phototopography. Phototopographically, by means of phototopography. Phototopography, the surveying and mapping of a terrain based solely on terrestrial photographs. Phototourism, tourism with the aim of taking photographs. Phototoxic, causing damage to the skin when exposed to light. Phototoxicities, plural of phototoxicity. Phototoxicity, any adverse effect due to exposure to light, especially such effects on the skin. Phototoxin, any toxin that causes an allergic reaction in the skin developing into photosensitivity. Phototoxins, plural of phototoxin. Phototransduce, to undergo phototransduction. Phototransduce, simple past and past participle of phototransduce. Phototransducing, that exhibits phototransduction. Phototransduction, the process whereby the various bodies in the retina convert light into electrical signals. Phototransductive, relating to phototransduction. Phototransect, a transect that is part of a photosurvey. Phototransects, plural of phototransect. Phototransfected. Transfected by means of phototransfection. Phototransfection. Transfection by means of a pulse of laser light. Phototransfer. The apparent transfer of electric charge in a material due to illumination. Phototransferase. Any photochemical transferase. Phototransferases. Plural of phototransferase. Phototransform. To cause or to undergo a phototransformation. Phototransformable. Photochemically transformable. Phototransformation. Photochemical transformation. Phototransformations. Plural of phototransformation. Phototransformed. Simple past and past participle of phototransform. Phototransforms. Third person. Singular simple present indicative of phototransform. Phototransistor. Any semiconductor device whose electrical characteristics are light sensitive. Phototransistors. Plural of phototransistor. Phototransmission. The process of transmitting a picture electronically. Phototransparencies. Plural of phototransparency. Phototransparency. A photographic slide. Phototrete. To treat wastewater with ultraviolet light. Phototreated. Simple past and past participle of phototreat. Phototreatment. The treatment of wastewater with ultraviolet light. Phototriangulation. Triangulation using photogrammetry. Phototrichogram. A photographic trichogram. Phototrichograms. Plural of phototrichogram. Phototrichromatic. Relating to a photomechanical process for making reproductions in natural colors by 3 printings. Phototrigger. A trigger enabled by light. Phototriggerable. Photochemically triggerable. Phototrigger. Triggered by a phototrigger. Phototriggers. Plural of phototrigger. Phototriode. A 3-terminal semiconductor. Phototronic. Photovoltaic. Phototroph. Phototroph. Phototrophic. That exhibits phototrophy. Phototrophically. By means of phototrophy. Phototrophin. Misspelling of phototropin. Phototrophism. Alternative spelling of phototropism. Phototrophs. Plural of phototroph. Phototrophy. The synthesis of an organism's food from inorganic material using light as a source of energy. Phototropic. Having a tendency to move in response to light. An animal or microbe that is positively phototropic will move toward light. One that is negatively phototropic will move away from light. Phototropically. In a phototropic manner. Phototropin. Any of a class of photoreceptor flavoproteins that mediate phototropism in higher plants. Phototropins. Plural of phototropin. Phototropism. The movement of a plant towards or away from light. Phototropisms. Plural of phototropism. Phototropistic. Alternative form of phototropic. Phototropy. Phototropism. Phototube. A gas-filled electron tube that has a photosensitive cathode. Phototubes. Plural of phototube. Phototunable. Having having optical properties that may be tuned adjusted. Photo tuning, the tuning adjustment of optical properties. Phototype, a metal printing block used in the photogravure process. Phototype, simple past and past participle of phototype. Phototypes, plural of phototype. Phototypeset, to typeset by a phototypesetting process. Phototypesets, third-person singular simple present indicative of phototypeset. Phototypesetter, a machine used in phototypesetting. Phototypesetters, plural of phototypesetter. Phototypesetting, a printing process that generated columns of type on a scroll of photographic paper using a phototypesetter. Phototype, of or pertaining to a phototype or phototypy. Phototyping, present participle and gerund of phototype. Phototypist, synonym of photogravurist. Phototypists, plural of phototypists. Phototypographic, relating to phototypography. Phototypographical, relating to phototypography. Phototypographically, by means of phototypography. Phototypography, a photomechanical method of printing made to resemble traditional metal typography. Phototypy, the art or process of producing phototypes. Photo unbinding, the emitting of a reaction of light. Photo unstable, photochemically unstable. Photo uptake, synonym of photoabsorption. Photovaristor, a varistor in which the relationship between voltage and current is light-dependent. Photovaristors, plural of photovaristor. Photoversatile, versatile only or especially in the presence of light. Photoviscoelasticity, any change in the optical properties of a viscoelastic material when stressed. Photovisual, relating to the magnitude of a star as measured by the size of its image on an isochromatic photographic emulsion. Photovoice, a group analysis method combining photography with grassroots social action. Participants are asked to represent their communities or express their points of view through taking, presenting, and collaboratively interpreting photographs. Photovoices, plural of photovoice. Photovoltaichromic, photovoltaic and electrochromic. Photovoltage, a voltage produced by the photovoltaic effect. Photovoltages, plural of photovoltage. Photovoltaic, producing a voltage when exposed to light. Photovoltaic cell, a device that absorbs radiant energy and converts it into electrical energy. Photovoltaic cells, plural of photovoltaic cell. Photovoltaic effect, the conversion of electromagnetic radiation into electric power through absorption by a semiconducting material. Photovoltaically, by means of photovoltaics. Photovoltaics, the technology of the conversion of sunlight into electricity using semiconductors that exhibit the photovoltaic effect. Photovore, a robot that is powered by solar cells and moves toward light to feed. Photovores, plural of photovore. Photowalk, a walk through a location for the purpose of taking photographs. Photowalks, plural of photowalk. Photoworthy, worth taking a photograph of. Photowritten, simple past and past participle of photowrite. Photositative, alternative form of photooxidative. Photoxylographic, of or pertaining to photoxylography. Photoxylography, a process in which a photograph is printed on wood to use as a template for engraving. Photozincograph, a print made using photozincography. Photozincographic, of or relating to photozincography. Photozincographs, plural of photozincograph. Photozincography, a form of photolithography using a zinc plate. Photronic, pertaining to photoelectric cells that generate electromotive force by utilizing the action of light on the contact between two dissimilar metals. Photorome, the whole scale of illumination affecting photolysis. Phos, third person singular simple present indicative of phos. Thought, simple past and past participle of phot. Thought, present participle and gerund of pho. Photuria, luminous or phosphorescent urine. Funengthu, the ancient Mede god of agriculture, crops, fertility, grains, harvesting, paddy, and rice, the consort of the goddess Falwibai. Fulari, alternative form of Falari. Falwibai, the ancient Mede goddess of agriculture, crops, fertility, grains, harvesting, paddy, rice, and wealth, the consort of the god Funengthu. Fauria, plural of Faurian. Fauria, a fortified stronghold in the context of ancient Greece. Faustar, alternative form of Fojdar. Faustars, plural of Faustar. Foxacephalidae, phalid, any crustacean of the family Foxocephalidae. Foxacephalids, plural of Foxacephalid. Foxochilidae, any sea spider in the family Foxochilidae. Foxochilidae, plural of Foxochilidae. Foxam, an organophosphate insecticide used in veterinary medicine to treat ectoparasitic acarids. Foxide, a mineral containing ammonium, magnesium, phosphate, and oxalate. PHE, initialism of pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. PHPer, a user of the PHP programming language. PHPers, plural of PHPer. PHE, alternative form of PhD. PHI, abbreviation of phrase. But, initialism of Provincial Heritage Resources Authority. Franahansiathea, a province of Thailand. Fractalemid, any fish in the family Fractalemidae. Fractalemids, plural of fractalemid. Bri, a province of Thailand. Bret, Phragmites australis, a monoculture reed grass. Phragma, a septum, especially on the wall of the thorax of an insect. Phragmelin, a liminoid found in the Indian mahogany tree. Phragmelins, plural of phragmelin. Phragmas, plural of phragma. Phragmata, plural of phragma. Phragmidaceous, of or relating to the Phragmidaceae. Phragmites, any of several perennial reeds of the genus Phragmites found in wetlands. Phragmo, obstruction, barrier. Phragmabasidia, plural of Phragmabasidium. Phragmabasidio, relating to the Phragmabasidium. Phragmabasidiate, being or containing a Phragmabasidium. Phragmabasidium, A septate unicellular basidium. Phragmoschratid. Any extinct nautiloid cephalopod in the family Phragmoschratidae. Phragmoschratids. Plural of phragmoschratid. Phragmacone. The chambered portion of the shell of certain cephalopods divided by septa into camera. Phragmacones. Plural of phragmacone. Phragmaconic. Relating to or composed of phragmacones. Phragmocitorus. Of relating to or being a type of social wasp nest in which brood combs are attached laterally to the inner surface of the sac-like envelope. Phragmoplast. A structure that forms in plant cells during late cytokinesis and serves as a scaffold for cell plate assembly and subsequent formation of a new cell wall separating the two daughter cells. Phragmoplasts. Plural of phragmoplast. Phragmosis. Positioning behind a barrier or down a hole, etc. as a means of defense. Phragmosomal. Of or relating to a phragmosome. Phragmosome. A sheet of cytoplasm forming in highly vacuolated plant cells in preparation for mitosis. Phragmosomes. Plural of phragmosome. Phragospore. A plant spore that has multiple transverse septa. Phragmospores. Plural of phragmospore. Phragmosporous. Relating to or containing phragmospores. Phragmotuthid. An extinct cephalopod of the order Phragmotuthida. Phragmotuthids. Plural of phragmotuthid. Phragmate. Of or pertaining to phragmosis. Phrentic. Archaic form of frantic. Phrentic. Obsolete form of frantic. Plural of phra. Phraseable. Able to be phrased. Phrasal. Relating to or used in the manner of a phrase. Phrasal noun. A noun consisting of a verb followed by a particle or preposition, the substantive counterpart of a phrasal verb in grammar schemas that use that concept, conveying gerundive meaning. Phrasal nouns. Plural of phrasal noun. Phrasal preposition. A preposition composed of several words rather than just one. Phrasal prepositional verb. A multi-word verb consisting of a verb followed by an adverbial particle and a preposition that has idiomatic meaning. Phrasal prepositional verbs. Plural of phrasal prepositional verb. Phrasal prepositions. Plural of phrasal preposition. Phrasal typology. The study of phrasal verbs, idioms, and hyphenated nouns and adjectives, and of rhetorical and literary terminology and how they are categorized or typed. Phrasal verb. A two-word verb consisting of a verb and a small adverb or particle that has an idiomatic meaning not easily predictable from the individual parts. Phrasal verbs. Plural of phrasal verb. Phrasally. In a phrasal context or manner. Phrase. Plural of phrasal. Phrase. A short written or spoken expression. Phrase book. Alternative form of phrase book. Phrase books. Plural of phrase book. Phrase name. An informal name given to a plant taxon that has not yet been given a formal scientific name. It consists of the generic name sp to indicate it is a species, a geographical or morphological identifier, and a collector's name and number representing a herbarium specimen. Phrase names. plural of phrase name. Phrase structure, the hierarchical arrangement of constituent words and phrases within a sentence, often represented as a tree diagram. Phrase structures, plural of phrase structure. Phrase book, alternative form of phrase book. Phrase books, plural of phrase book. Phrasemonger, alternative form of phrasemonger. Phrasemongers, plural of phrasemonger. Phraseable, alternative form of phraseable. Phrasebook, a book containing common phrases in 2 or more languages used to learn a foreign language. Phrasebooks, plural of phrasebook. Phrase, simple past and past participle of phrase. Phrasehood, the property of being a phrase. Phraseless, indescribable. Phraselet, a short musical phrase. Phraselets, plural of phraselet. Phrasebaker, a crafter of phrases, one who pens bombast or rhetoric. Phrasemakers, plural of phrasemaker. Phrasemaking, the crafting of phrases, the art of rhetoric. Phrasemakings, plural of phrasemaking. Phraseman, a phrasemonger. Phraseme, an utterance consisting of multiple words or morphemes, at least one of whose components is selectionally constrained or restricted by linguistic convention such that it is not freely chosen. Phraseman, plural of phraseman. Phrasemes, plural of phraseme. Phrasemic, relating to phrasemes. Phrasemonger, one who uses over-elaborate or wordy phrases. Phrasemongered, simple past and past participle of phrasemonger. Phrasemongerer, synonym of phrasemonger. Phrasemongerers, plural of phrasemongerer. Phrasemongering, present participle and gerund of phrasemonger. Phrasemongers, plural of phrasemonger. Phrasemongery, elaborate or bombastic speech or writing. Phraseogram, a symbol that represents a phrase. Phraseograms, plural of phraseogram. Phrasograph, synonym of phraseogram. Phrasographic, relating to phraseography. Phraseographs, plural of phrasograph. Phrasography, the use of phraseograms. Phraseologic, alternative form of phraseological. Phraseological, of or pertaining to phraseology. Phraseologically. In terms of phraseology, phraseologies, plural of phraseology. Phraseologism, a fixed expression within a language regarded as a phraseological unit. Phraseologisms, plural of phraseologism. Phraseologists, a writer or speaker who coins clever phrases, one who is eloquent. Phraseologists, plural of phraseologists. Phraseology, study of set or fixed expressions. Phraser, one who phrases something. Phrasers, plural of phraser. Phrases, plural of phrase. Phrasy, alternative form of phrasy. Phrasiness, the quality of being phrasy. Phrasing, present participle and gerund of phrase. Phrasings, plural of phrasing. Phrasty, the component of meaning in a sentence independent of mood or force. Phrastics, plural of phrastic. Phrase, worry verbose. Fragile, relating to a fratry. Frede, alternative form of fratry. Fraterias, plural of fraffia. Fratre, relating to a fratry. Frateries, plural of fratry. Fratui, a clan or kinship group consisting of a number of families claiming descent from a common ancestor and having certain collective functions and responsibilities. Freak, a person who engages in phone freaking. Freaked, simple past and past participle of freak. Freakier, synonym of freak. Freakers, plural of freaker. Freaky, the cracking or exploring of a telephone system, for example attempting to obtain free calls or to discover special service numbers or other internal technical information. Freaks, plural of freak. Freedy, of or pertaining to groundwater, volcanology involving explosively rapid heating of groundwater by magma. Fredic zone, the part of an aquifer below the water table in which relatively all pores and fractures are saturated with water. Fredic zones, plural of Fredic zone. Fredic by Fredic means. Fredigamerid, any amphipod in the family Fredigameridae. Fredigamerids, plural of Fredigamerid. Fritoicid, any isopod in the family Fritoicidae. Fritoicids, plural of Fritoicid. Freedomagmatic, pertaining to a volcanic eruption caused by magma coming into contact with water. Freedomagmatically, in a freedomagmatic manner. Freedomagmatism, the explosive interaction between magma and water. Freedophyte, any plant, typically living in deserts, that obtains its water from long taproots that reach the water table. Freedophytes, plural of freedophyte. Freedophytic, relating to freedophytes. The brain or mind. Alternative form of phreno. Phrenalgia, psychalgia, non-physical pain. Phrenectomies, plural of phrenectomy. Phrenectomy, the severing of the phrenic nerve. Phrenimphraxis, the destruction of the phrenic nerve. Phrenes, plural of phren. Phreneses, plural of phrenesis. Phrenesis, phrenitis. Phrenetic, dated form of frenetic. Phrenetical, dated form of frenetic. Frenetically, dated form of frenetically. Fredete, obsolete spelling of frenetic. Frenetics, plural of frenetic. Frene, alternative form of freno. Fiete, relating to the cure of mental disorders. Phrenic, of or pertaining to the diaphragm. Phrenic arteries, plural of phrenic artery. Phrenic artery, any of the several arteries supplying the diaphragm. Phrenic ganglion, a small ganglion located at the junction of the right phrenic nerve and branches of the celiac plexus. Phrenic ganglions, plural of phrenic ganglion. Phrenic nerve. A nerve that arises mainly from the fourth cervical nerve and is primarily the motor nerve of the diaphragm, but also sends sensory fibers to the pericardium. Phrenic nerves, plural of phrenic nerve. Phrenic plexus, a nerve that accompanies the inferior phrenic artery to the diaphragm with some filaments passing to the suprarenal gland. Phrenic plexuses, plural of phrenic plexus. Phrenicectomies, plural of phrenicectomy. Phrenicectomy, alternative form of phrenectomy. Phreniklasia, synonym of phrenimphraxis. Phrenico, alternative form of phreno. Phrenico-abdominal, relating to the diaphragm and the abdomen. Phrenicocardial, relating to the diaphragm and the heart. Phrenicocolic, relating to the diaphragm and colon. Phrenicocostal, relating to the ribs and diaphragm. Phrenicoxeresis, surgical removal of the phrenic nerve. Phrenicofacial, relating to the diaphragm and the face. Phrenicohepatic, relating to the diaphragm and the liver. Phrenicolenal, relating to the diaphragm and spleen. Phrenicosplenic. Phrenicolenal ligament. Phrenicosplenic ligament. Phrenicolenal ligaments. Plural of phrenicolenal ligament. Phreniconeurectomy, the surgical excision of a phrenic nerve. Phrenicosplenic. Relating to the diaphragm and spleen. Phrenicosplenic ligament, a double fold of peritoneum that connects the thoracic diaphragm and spleen. Phrenicosplenic ligaments, plural of phrenicosplenic ligament. Phrenecotomies, plural of phrenecotomy. Phrenecotomize, having undergone phrenecotomy. Phrenecotomy, alternative form of phrenectomy. Phrenics, the branch of science that relates to the mind, mental philosophy. Phrenism, a supposed thought force in vitalism. Phrenetic, relating to or affected with phrenitis. Phrenitis, plural of phrenitis. Phrenitis, madness especially as caused by inflammation of the brain, encephalitis, encephalomeningitis, or meningitis. Phreno, mind. Phrenicostal, relating to the ribs and diaphragm. Phrenograph, an instrument for registering the movements of the diaphragm or midriff in respiration. Phreноgraphs, plural of phrenograph. Phrenography, descriptive psychology. Phrenologer, a phrenologist. Phrenologers, plural of phrenologer. Phrenologic, phrenological. Phrenological, pertaining to phrenology. Phrenologically. In terms of phrenology. Phrenologies, plural of phrenology. Phrenologize, alternative spelling of phrenologize. Phrenologist, an adherent or practitioner of phrenology. Phrenologists, plural of phrenologists. Phrenologize, to measure and analyze according to phrenology. Phrenologize, simple past and past participle of phrenologize. Phrenologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phrenologize. Phrenologizing, present participle and gerund of phrenologize. Phrenology, the pseudoscience which studies the relationships between a person's character and the morphology structure of the skull. Phrenomagnetic, of or relating to phrenomagnetism. Phrenomagnetism, a form of mind control using magnetic or mesmeric influence to apparently will someone to act, such as by touching parts of the head. Phrenopathy, mental illness. Phrenopathias, plural of phrenopathia. Phrenopathy, relating to mental illness. Phrenopathies, plural of phrenopathy. Phrenopathy, mental illness. Phenoplegia, paralysis of the diaphragm. Phenosyn, a nitrogenous body that contains no phosphorus related to cerebrin, supposed to exist in the brain. Phrenospasm, a blow to the chest which causes the diaphragm to go into spasm, making it difficult to draw a breath. Phrenospasms, plural of phrenospasm. Phreny, simple past and past participle of frenzy. Phrendies, third person singular simple present indicative of frenzy. Phreny, obsolete spelling of frenzy. Frenzy, present participle and gerund of frenzy. Phretic, obsolete form of frenetic. Phretic, obsolete form of frenetic. Phreny, archaic form of frenzied. Frenzily, rare spelling of frenzibly. Phrenes, plural of frenzy. Phreny, obsolete spelling of frenzy. Phytolid, belonging or related to the family Phytolidae of earthworms. Phytolids, plural of Phytolid. Phrixus, son of Athamas and brother of Hel, with whom he fled to Colchis on a golden-winged ram. Phra, a person who secretly lives in another's home without authorization. Fraude, the act of secretly living in another person's home without authorization. Frauds, plural of fra. Phronses, the virtue of practical wisdom as posited by Aristotle. Phonetic, relating to phronses. Phronomed, any amphipod in a family Phronomidae. Phronomeds, plural of phronomid. Phronsie, a female given name. Frontisteries, plural of frontistery. Frontisteria, a Greek educational institution that operated from 1682/3 to 1921 in Trabzon in the Ottoman Empire, now Turkey. Frontistery, a place for thinking. Phrophosphorylase, misspelling of pyrophosphorylase. Fricturia, an ancient Greek semaphore system. Frigana, a type of low brush or scrub found around the Mediterranean, especially in Greece. Phryganas, plural of Frygana. Phryganade, any Caddies fly belonging to the family Phryganidae. Phryganades, plural of Phryganade. Phrygia, a geographic region and ancient kingdom in the west-central part of Asia Minor, in what is now modern-day Turkey. Phrygian, of or relating to Phrygia, its people, or their culture. Phrygian cadence, a type of imperfect cadence frequently found in Baroque compositions. The gesture consists of a Roman 4/V final cadence in the minor mode at the end of a slow movement or slow introduction. It implies that a fast movement is to follow without pause, generally in the same key. Phrygian cadences, plural of Phrygian cadence. Phrygian cap, A soft, close-fitting conical cap with the top bent forward, represented in Greek and Roman art as worn by ancient Phrygians and later associated with the Roman liberty cap. Phrygian caps, plural of Phrygian cap. Phrygian mode, a mode whose scale is the same as a minor key with the second scale degree lowered by 1/2 step with the interval pattern. Phrygian modes, plural of Phrygian mode. Phrygian stone, a light, spongy stone resembling a pumice or perhaps the pumice itself, used for dyeing and said to be drying and astringent. Phrygians, plural of Phrygian. Phrydo, relating to Phrygia, the Phrygians or the Phrygian language. Phry, an ancient Greek courtesan of the 4th century BC, reputedly the model for Praxiteles Aphrodite of Cnidus and famously tried for the capital charge of impiety, during which trial she allegedly bared her breasts before the judges. Phryne, Buphatoxin. Phrynoderma, hypovitaminosis A, seen as rough, hyperkeratotic, follicular papules on the skin. Phrynosomatid, any lizard in the family Phrynosomatidae. Phrynosomatids, plural of Phrynosomatid. PACAS, initialism of United States Public Health Service. PA, plural of PH. Paatisan, initialism of Philippine Standard Time. PAE, abbreviation of Philippine Standard Time. PAE, used to signify mild annoyance or disagreement. Phthalaldehyde, any of 3 isomers of the dialdehyde C6HCHO derived from a phthalic acid but especially the ortho isomer. Phthalamide, the amide of phthalic acid. Phthalate, any salt or ester of a phthalic acid. Phthalates, plural of phthalate. Phthalase I, a bicyclic heterocycle that is the hydrazide analog or phthalamide. Phthalazine, a bicyclic heterocycle consisting of a benzene ring fused to pyridine. Phthalazines, plural of phthalazine. Phthalazinon, alternative form of phthalazone. Phthalazone, a ketohydroderivative of phthalazine. Phthalazones, plural of phthalazone. Phthaling, any of a range of lactones formed by the reaction of phenols with phthalic anhydride. Phthalines, plural of phthalene. Phthalate, of, relating to, or derived from naphthalene or phthalic acid. Phthalic acid, any of 3 isomeric aromatic organic benzenetic carboxylic acids, C6H2, especially the orthoisomer manufactured from naphthalene used in the synthesis of dyes, perfumes, and other compounds. Phthalic acids, plural of phthalic acid. Phthalic anhydride, the acid anhydride of phthalic acid, manufactured by the oxidation of xylene or naphthalene, widely used in the synthesis of dyes, insecticides, plasticizers, and pharmaceuticals. Phthalate, dated form of phthalide. Phthalite, phthaling. Phthalides, plural of phthalide. Phthalidomide, alternative form of thalidomide. Phthalids, plural of phthalid. Phthalamide, the amide of phthalic acid used in the manufacture of some plastics. Phthalamides, plural of phthalamide. Phthalamidine, a derivative of phthalazine 2,3-dihydro-3-oxo-1-H-hiswendol. Phthalamidines, plural of phthalamidine. Phthalamido, the univalent radical derived from phthalamide by removing the amido hydrogen atom. Phthalimidal, a radical derived from phthalimide. Phthalin, a colorless crystalline substance obtained by reduction from phthalene into which it is easily converted by oxidation. Phthalins, plural of phthalin. Phthalo, a phthalocyanine. Phthalo-blue, a bright greenish-blue crystalline synthetic pigment from the group of phthalocyanine dyes. Phthalo-blues, plural of phthalo-blue. Phthalo-green, a synthetic pigment full name phthalocyanine of a bright, high intensity, used in oil and acrylic-based artists' paints and in other applications. Phthalocyanin, alternative form of phthalocyanine. Phthalocyaninate, a complex of a phthalocyan with a metal ion. Phthalocyaninates, plural of phthalocyaninate. Phthalocyanine, any of a family of macrocyclic compounds having a structure similar to that of porphyrin. They are blue/green pigments that are used in plastics and enamels. Phthalocyanins, plural of phthalocyanine. Phthalocyanins, plural of phthalocyanin. Phthalogen, phthalocyanine. Phthalinitrile, any dinitrile derived from a phthalic acid. Phthalonitriles, plural of phthalonitrile. Phthalus, plural of phthalo. Phthalo, any divalent radical derived from phthalic acid. Phthallylation, any addition, reaction of a phthalol group. Phthallylations, plural of phthallylation. Phthal, dated form of phthaloyl. Phthalylamidase, a hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction from phthalimide and water into phthalic acid and substituted amine. Phthalsulfamethasone, a sulfonamide anti-infective drug. Phthalsulfathiazole, the sulfonamide CHN305S2. Phthanite, short. Phthanites, plural of phthanite. Ple, a city in ancient Thessaly, Greece. Phleosol, a hydroxy derivative of the methyl tetratriacontan that is a characteristic constituent of the waxes of tubercle bacilli. Thiosroldimicosrosate, thiosroldimicosrosate. Thiosols, plural of thiosrol. Theodes, a regional unit of Greece. Therapteran, any member of the order Theraptera of lice. Therapterans, plural of Therapteran. Therapterus, an entomologist who studies the Theraptera or lice. Therapterists, plural of Therapterists. Therapterologists, an entomologist who studies the Theraptera or lice. Therapterologists, plural of Therapterologists. Theriaces, plural of Theriaces. Theriaces, an infestation with crab lice. Fly plural of phthises. Phthisae, a wasting illness of the lungs such as asthma or tuberculosis, consumption, phthises. Phthisical, phthisic. Phthisic, obsolete form of phthisic. Phthisics, plural of phthisic. Phthisici, having phthises or some symptom of it as difficulty in breathing. Phthisics, plural of phthisic. Physiologist, one who studies physiology. Physiologists, plural of physiologists. Physiology, the care, treatment, and study of tuberculosis of the lung. Physiophobia, a morbid fear of tuberculosis. Physiotherapy, the treatment of phthisis. Phthisis, an atrophy of the body or part of the body, especially pulmonary tuberculosis. Ptheti, of, relating to, or characterized by phthisis. Phthandol, formed into, or characterized by, voice, vocalized. Phthonis, the god of jealousy and envy. Pthor, Florian. PH is a non-standard spelling of phthitic. PH is a any member of the PH dissecity. PH is plural of PH dissecit. Initialism of public health unit. A surname. Thulia, synonym of Woody Allen, the Vietnamese derived name. Phu Q letter 1ED1C. An island city in Gia Giang province of Vietnam includes the Phu Q letter 1ED1C archipelago and the T letter 1ED52 archipelago. Phu Quoc Ridgeback. A red breeze of dive from the island of Phu Q letter 1ED1C in southern Vietnam. Phu Quoc Ridgebacks. Plural of Phu Quoc Ridgeback. Phu Th letter 1ECD, a province of Vietnam. Phu Yer, a province of Vietnam. Phu, a surname. Tut, to ignore the conversation around oneself by focusing on one's smartphone. Phut, simple past and past participle of phub. Tut, someone who is or has been phubbed. Phabis, plural of phubby. Phubber, one who phubs. Phodders, plural of phubber. Phave, present participle and gerund of phub. Pha, third person singular simple present indicative of phub. Phuchta, panipuri, a South Asian snack with spice-infused water and other topping are stored in a fried, thin ball. Phuchkas, plural of phuchka. Non-standard spelling of fuck. Simple past and past participle of fuck. Thate, present participle and gerund of fuck. Thavis, third person singular simple present indicative of fuck. A doctor of philosophy, a PhD degree. Photonic, a nudnik who holds a Ph.D. Photonics, plural of photonic. Odds, plural of phi. Phoebi, of the motion of an aircraft, missile, or other flying object, continuously oscillating in a vertical plane due to the object pitching up and climbing, thus slowing down, then pitching down and descending, thus speeding up. Phoebides, plural of phoeboi. Phuothe, a surname. Phuket, a province of Thailand. Thaltha, a small chapati. Fulkari, a style of Punjabi embroidery characterized by patterns of flowers. Fulkaris, plural of fulkari. Thalthas, plural of falca. Fellery, alternative form of follery. Felleries, plural of fulery. Fuller oil, an edible oil extracted from the seeds of the tree Diplecnum butyracea. A village of Cambodia is subdivision of a com. Badi, alternative form of fundi. Fundis, plural of fumdi. Favor, alternative form of fumfer. Flamfer, simple past and past participle of fumfer. Fumpering, present participle and gerund of fumfer. Fumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of fumfer. Val, plural of fum. Ha, ha, da, a surname from Vietnamese in turn from Chinese. Thus, plural of fun. Fundy, alternative spelling of funky. Fade, comparative form of funny, more funny. Fat is, superlative form of funny, most funny. Fad, deliberate misspelling of funny. Phuai, is surname from Vietnamese. Phuais, plural of phuan. Phuke, in formal spelling of fucking. Furalumais, a monoclinic prismatic lemon mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Thurva, a dagger used in Tibetan ritual. Furbes, plural of furba. Furgalai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal yellow mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Furum, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Furitsabam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Furnasai, a proprietary brand of smokeless fuel in the form of coal briquettes. Fure, alternative form of furad. The plural of phu. But plural of fu. The name of the 21st of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Hut, a representation of the sound resembling the release of a blast of steam or exhaust gas, a representation of the sound of a fast but small puff of wind. Putball, a strategic board game for two players with some resemblance to checkers in which the aim is to score goals by moving a piece over the opponent's goal line. Phi, a Nguni Bantu language spoken in southern Lesotho and parts of South Africa. Hatas, plural of fut. Fut, simple past and past participle of fut. Butter, to make a fut or sputtering noise. Futter, simple past and past participle of futter. Futtering, present participle and gerund of futter. Butters, third person singular simple present indicative of futter. Thai, present participle and gerund of fut. Evi, initialism of private hire vehicle. Pevi, plural of phv. PHW, initialism of public health Wales. PHW, a whistle or the whistling cry of a bird. PHWO, alternative form of PHWAR. PHWAR, expresses sexual desire on seeing a person to whom one is attracted. PHWARD, simple past and past participle of PHWAR. PHWARing, present participle and gerund of PHWAR. PHWAR, alternative spelling of PHWAR. PHWARs, third person singular simple present indicative of PHWAR. PHX, abbreviation of Phoenix. Plot, an electronic circuit implementing the physical layer of the OSI model. Plot, a surname. PHYED, abbreviation of physical education. Vekato, Sage, Phytostimulant. Misspelling of psychostimulant. Phycid. Any fish in the family Phycidae. Phycids, plural of phycid. Phycide. Erttreretret, C4H-O, that has been obtained from the alga Protococcus vulgaris. Physites, plural of phycite. Phio. Seaweed or algae. Phycobilin. Any of a group of bilins pigments derived from porphyrins found in some photosynthetic algae. They are open-chain tetrapyrroles related to mammalian bile pigments. Phycobilins. Plural of phycobilin. Phycobiliprotein. Any of a class of water-soluble proteins present in cyanobacteria and certain algae that capture light energy which is then passed on to chlorophylls during photosynthesis, the most important constituents of the phycobilisms. Phycobiliproteins, plural of phycobiliprotein. Phycobilisome, a light harvesting antenna in cyanobacteria, red algae, and glaucophytes. Phycobilisums, plural of phycobilisum. Phycobilin, alternative form of phycobilin. Phycobilins, plural of phycobilin. Phycobiliprotein, misspelling of phycobiliprotein. Phygoiant, an albal photobiont. Phygoiants, plural of phygobiont. Phycochromaceous, containing or relating to phycochrome. Phycochrome, a bluish-green pigment in certain blue-green algae. Phycochromes, plural of phycochrome. Phycocolloid, any of several albal-derived colloids including alginates, carrageenans, and agars. Phycocolloids, plural of phycocolloid. Phycocyanin, a pigment from the light-harvesting phycobiliprotein family, along with aliphycocyanin and phycoerythrin, an accessory pigment to chlorophyll. Phycocyanine, alternative form of phycocyanin. Phycocyanines, plural of phycocyanine. Phycocyanins, plural of phycocyanin. Phycocyanobilin, a blue phycobilin present in the phycobiliproteins aliphycocyanin and phycocyanin, of which it is the terminal acceptor of energy. Phycocyanobilins, plural of phycocyanobilin. Phyconaviral, relating to phyconaviruses. Phyconavirus, any member of the virus genus Phyconavirus, now chlorovirus, and other viruses in family Phyconaviridae. Phyconaviruses, plural of phyconavirus. Phycoerythrin, misspelling of phycoerythrin. Phycoerythrin, a red, light-harvesting protein found in cyanobacteria, red algae, and cryptomonads. Phycoerythrin, alternative form of phycoerythrin. Phycoerythrins, plural of phycoerythrin. Phycoerythrins, plural of phycoerythrin. Phycoerythrobilin, a red phycobilin found in the phycobiliprotein phycoerythrin, of which it is the terminal acceptor of energy. Phycoerythrobilins, plural of phycoerythrobilin. Phycoerythrocyanin, a phycobiliprotein involved in photosynthesis, notably in cyanobacteria and red algae. Phycoerythrocyanins, plural of phycoerythrocyanin. Phycologic, of or pertaining to the scientific study of algae. Phycological, of or pertaining to the scientific study of algae. Phycologically, in terms of phycology. Phycologist, one who studies algae as a profession. Phycologists, plural of phycologists. Phycology, the scientific study of algae. Phycomator, a gelatin in which the algae spores have been supposed to vegetate. Phycomystaceous, belonging to the family Phycomystaceae of fungi. Phycomycete, a member of the obsolete class Phycomycetes, now considered a group of fungi in multiple, unrelated classes. Phycomycetes, plural of phycomycete. Phycomystus, relating to the former class Phycomycetes of lower fungi, belonging to or characteristic of a phycomycete. Phycomycosis, zygomycosis caused by phycomycetes. Phycomycotic, of or pertaining to phycomycosis. Phagophy, a brown pigment found in addition to chlorophyll in the Phaeophyceae. Phagophy, dated form of phycophene. Phycophyte, any seaweed or alga. Phycophytes, plural of phycophyte. Phycophytic, relating to phycophytes. Phycoplast, an array of microtubules involved in the formation of cell walls. Phycoplasts, plural of phycoplasts. Phycocecid, any member of the Phycocecidae, a family of beetles. Phycocecids, plural of phycocecid. Phycosphere, the region of mucus that surrounds a phytoplankton cell. Phycospheres, plural of phycosphere. Phycotoxin, any of many toxins produced by various forms of alga and seaweed. Phycotoxins, plural of phycotoxin. Phycourobilin, a tetrapyryl orange molecule involved in photosynthesis in cyanobacteria and red algae. Phycourobilins, plural of phycourobilin. Phycoviral, relating to the phycoviruses. Phycovirus, any virus associated with algae. Phycoviruses, plural of phycovirus. Phycoxanthin, a yellowish coloring matter found in certain algae. Phycoxanthine, alternative form of phycoxanthin. Phygital, a sales method that integrates a physical point of sale and digital tools. Phagocyte, misspelling of phagocyte. Phycoerythrin, archaic form of phycoerythrin. Phyla, plural of phylum. Phylocogen, any of several bacterial derivatives developed by Dr. F. Schaefer in 1910 to combat bacterial infections. Phylocogens, plural of phylocogen. Phylacter, synonym of phylactery. Phylacter, wearing a phylactery. Phylacteric, of or relating to phylacteries. Phylacterical. Phylacteric, phylactery, having or wearing a phylactery. Phylacteries, plural of phylactery. Phylacters, plural of phylacter. Phylactery, either of two small leather cases containing scrolls with passages from the Torah, traditionally worn by a Jewish man, one on the arm, usually the left, and one on the forehead, and now sometimes by a woman at certain morning prayers as a reminder to obey the law as set out in the Bible, at tefillah. phylactic, that protects against disease. Phylactics, plural of phylactic. Phylactocar, a branch of a plumularia specially modified in structure for the protection of the gonotheci. Phylactocarpal, of or relating to a phylactocarp. Phylactocarps, plural of phylactocarp. Phylactolymate, any member of the Phylactolymata class of bryozoans. Phylactolymatus, of or relating to the former order of bryozoans, Phylactolyma, now probably corresponding to Phylactolymata. Phylae, plural of phyle. Phylax, plural of phylax. Phyle, relating to a taxonomic phylum. Philanthropy, obsolete form of philanthropy. Phylar, or relating to a phylum. Phylarch, the ruler of a phyle in ancient Greece. Phylarchy, plural of phylarchus. Phylarche, relating to phylarchy. Phylarchical, relating to phylarchy. Phylarchies, plural of phylarchy. Phylarchs, plural of phylarch. Phylarchus, alternative form of phylarch. Phylarchy, government by a class or tribe. Phylax, a guard in ancient Greece. Phylaxis, protection against infectious disease. Phyle, a local division of the people, a clan or tribe. Phyltenular, misspelling of flictenular. Phylembryogenesis, a theory put forth by Russian paleontologist Seversov, postulating that phylogenetic changes in organisms are conditioned by ontogenetic alterations, in that certain events are added, modified, or deleted in the development of an embryo based on the events of ancestral development. Phyles, plural of phyle. Phyletes, plural of phylces. Phyletes, a course of evolutionary or phylogenetic development which modifies an organism or group of organisms without leading to the formation of a new species. Phyletic, of or pertaining to phylogeny, phylogenetic. Phyletic gradualism, a model of evolution which theorizes that most speciation is slow, uniform, and gradual. Phyletically, in a phyletic manner. Phyltesis, a taxonomist who uses both cladistics and phonetic data to construct a phylogeny. Phylticists, plural of phylticists. Phyletics, phylogeny. Phylleism, the doctrine and practice of organizing churches along exclusive and nationalist lines, condemned as heretical by the Council of Constantinople in 1872. Vela, of or relating to a phyle. Phylica, any of the flowering plants of the genus Phylica, the majority of which are restricted to South Africa. Phylicas, plural of Phylica. Vela, plural of felon. Phyllocoraceous, of or relating to the Phyllocoraceae. Velae, a caterpillary leaf. Phyllodes, plural of phyllid. Philanblanin, a particular elegitinin. Philanblanins, plural of philanblanin. Phylanthasin, the oblicon of the etylochemic glycoside phylanthaceae. Phyllaries, plural of phyllory. Phyllory, an individual bract within an involucre or involucre. Valid, leaf-like structure in bryophytes. Vela, a female given name from ancient Greek. Philidea, plural of philidium. Philidae, having a philidium. Phili, any sea slug in the family Philidae. Phili, plural of Philidae. Philidium, a muscular, leaf-shaped or cup-like outgrowth from the lateral wall of the scolex of some cestodes. Philids, plural of philid. Filiform, leaf-shaped. Phili, any leaf insect in the family Philidae. Philid, plural of philia. Feline, leaf-like. Phelis, a girl who killed herself for love and was turned into an almond tree. Phelite, a type of metamorphic rock formed from clay-rich sediments called pellets. Phthalites, plural of phyllite. Phylitic, of or relating to phyllite. Vela, a type of dough originating in Mediterranean cuisine that is used in thin layers to make pastries such as baklava and apple strudel and pies and becomes very flaky when cooked. Phyllo-pastries, plural of phyllo-pastry. Phyllo-pastry, synonym of phyllo. Phyllo, leaf, leaves. Philobolia, in ancient Greece, the showering of a victorious athlete or bridal couple with leaves or flower petals. Philoborate, any of a class of borate minerals with sheet-like structure. Philoborates, plural of philoborate. Philobophyte, any tapeworm of the family Philobophiidae. Philobophiids, plural of Philobophyia. Philobranchia, a crustacean gill composed of lamellin. Philobranchiae, plural of Philobranchia. Philocarid, any crustacean of the subclass Philocarida. Philocarids, plural of Philocarid. Phylloceratid, any ammonite in the family Phylloceratidae. Phylloceratids, plural of Phylloceratidae. Phyllocern, the time interval between the sequential appearance of leaves on a plant, typically on a cereal. Phyllochronac, relating to phyllocrins. Phyllocrins, plural of phyllochron. Phyllocrisi, an alkaloid and nervous system stimulant found in the tree Margaritaria discordia. Phylloglodane, a tetracyclic diterpene found in brown coal. Phyllogladanes, plural of phylloglodane. Phylloclade, a flattened stem, a type of cladode that has unlimited extension growth and resembles a leaf. Phylloklades, plural of phylloklade. Phyllokladia, plural of phyllokladium. Phyllokladium, phylloklade. Phyllognistid, any moth in the family Phylognistidae, now considered to be the Gracilariid subfamily Phylognistinae. Phylognistids, plural of phylognistid. Phylloxanae, a blue pigment obtained by degradation of chlorophyll. Phylloxanae, alternative form of phylloxanin. Phylloces, the cavity of the hydrophilium. Phylloces, plural of phylloces. Phallode, a flattened petiole or leaf rachis that resembles and functions as a leaf and may or may not be combined with an actual lamina. Phyllodes, plural of phyllo. Phyllodia, plural of phylodium. Phyllodeal, relating to a phylodium. Phyllodes, plural of phyllody. Phyllodyneus, having or relating to Phyllodia. Phyllotinus, having phyllodes. Phyllotium, phellode. Phyllodosid, any palakeet of the order Phyllodosidea. Phylodosids, plural of Phyllodosid. Phylodont, any moth of the genus Phylodonta. Phyllodontid, any extinct fish of the family Phylodontidae. Phylodontids, plural of Phylodontid. Phylodonts, plural of Phylodont. Phylodalsin, a compound found in the leaves of the Asian shrub Hydrangea serrata, which are used in herbal tea. Velidae, the abnormal development of floral parts into leafy structures. Phylloreferin, a derivative of chlorophyll produced in the body and associated with some forms of photosensitivity. Phyllogene, a protein inducer of leaf-like floral organs. Phylogenetic, producing leaves. Phylogenous, living or growing on leaves. Phylogens, plural of phylogen. Phyllae, resembling a leaf. Phyllidal, synonym of phyllide. Phyloides, phyllid, leaf-shaped. Phyllids, plural of phylloid. Phyllope, any extinct placoderm of the order Phyllopidae. Phyllopidae, any phyllopiid placoderm of the family Phyllopididae. Phyllopidids, plural of Phyllopidids. Phyllopids, plural of Phyllopi. Phellomancy, divination by leaves such as tasseomancy, or interpretation of the rustling sound of dry leaves. Philomanganate, a manganate where the structure has a two-dimensional sheet. Phylomanganates, plural of phylomanganate. Phylomania, the overproduction of leaves by a plant, usually a tree, at the expense of flowers, seeds, etc. Phylum, a leaf-like part of a plant, or part derived from a leaf, such as a petal. Phylumjuicine, any of the subfamily Phylumjuicinae of tree frogs. Phylumjuicines, plural of Phylumjuicine. Phylums, plural of phylum. Phylome, relating to a phylum. Phylomorph, a leaf that has undergone phyllody. Phylomorphosis, the succession and variation of leaves during different seasons. Phylomorphous, leaf-shaped. Phylomorphs, plural of phylomorph. Phylomorphy, velidae. Pala, a leaf or something flat resembling a leaf. Phylonite, a type of myelinitic rock that resembles a phyllite. Phylonitization, the transformation of a rock into phylonite. Phylophagus, that feeds on leaves, leaf-eating. Phylophagy, the condition of being phyllophagous. Phylophora, any sea cucumber in the family Phylophoridae. Phylophorids, plural of Phylophorids. Plural of Phylophorid. Phyllophorus, bearing or producing leaves. Phylophyllin, a monocarboxylic acid derivative of chlorophyll. Phyllophylins, plural of phyllophyllan. Phylophyte, a plant characterized as structurally based upon or possessing true leaves. Phylophytes, plural of phylophyte. Phylloplain, the surface of a leaf considered as a habitat. Phylloplains, Plural of Philoplane. Velopod. Any of several branchiopod crustaceans whose appendages resemble leaves. Philopodia. Plural of Philopodium. Philopodial. Relating to the Philopodium. Philopodiform. Resembling the Philopoda. Philopodium. The part of the stipe that is proximal or basal of the articulation joint and remains attached to the rhizome after the frond has detached from the articulation. Philopodus. Flatten and flap-like. Philopods. Plural of philopod. Philoptosis. An abnormal falling of the leaves. Philiquinal. A reduced form of philiquinon. Philiquinon. Synonym of Phytomnadione. Philiquinons. Plural of philiquinon. Philorhi. Having a no-sleeve. Philorhiz. An organ intermediate between leaf and root, such as the capillorhiz. An organ intermediate between leaf and root, such as the capillary leaves of many water plants. Philorhizes. Plural of philorhiz. Phyllis. Plural of philo. Philoscopid. Any of the warblers in the family Philoscopidae. Philoscopids. Plural of philoscopid. Philostin. Any of a group of antimicrobial peptides in the skin secretion of phylum frogs. Philostins. Plural of philostin. Philosilicate. Any silicate mineral having a crystal structure of parallel sheets of silicate tetrahedra. Philosilicates. Plural of philosilicate. Philosophonic. Having a tubular stele interrupted at the insertion of leaves. Philosophony. The state of being philosophonic. Philosoma. The thin, flat, transparent larval stage of certain lobsters. Philosomes. Plural of philosoma. Philosomata. Plural of philosoma. Phelosphere. The above ground surface of plants, viewed as a habitat for microorganisms. Phelospheres. Plural of philosphere. Philospheric. Relating to the philosphere. Philistine. An organic compound produced by Penicillium megasporum fungi. Philostomatid. Any member of the family Philostomatidae syn. Philostomatidae, of leaf-nosed bats. Philostomatids. Plural of philostomatid. Philostomatus. Leaf-nosed. Philostome. Philostomid. Philostomes. Plural of philostome. Philostomid. Any bat of the family Philostomidae, having large, land-shaped noses, a leaf-nosed bat. Philostomids. Plural of philostomid. Philostomine. Leaf-nosed. Philotactic. Of or pertaining to philataxy. Philotactic arrangement. Philotaxis. Philotactic arrangements. Plural of philotactic arrangement. Philotaunin. A product of chlorophyll resembling philocyanine but dull green in color. Philotaxis. Plural of philotaxis. Philotaxic. Relating to philotaxis. Philotaxis. Plural of philotaxy. Philotaxis. The arrangement of leaves on a stem, or the mathematical principles governing such arrangement. Philotaxy. Philotaxis. philotungstite, an orthorhombic yellow mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and tungsten. Thus, homologous with a leaf. Phylloxanthin, xanthophyll, phylloxanthine. Alternative form of phylloxanthin. Phylloxanthins. Plural of phylloxanthin. Phylloxera, an insect, Dactylus aeravitifolii of the family Phylloxeridae, not the genus Phylloxera, that is very destructive to grapevines. Also, the disease condition of a vine caused by this insect. Phylloxerae, plural of Phylloxera. Phylloxeran, any of the plant-feeding insects of the family Phylloxeridae closely related to aphids. Phylloxerans, plural of phylloxeran. Phylloxerers, plural of phylloxera. Phylloxeric, relating to or caused by phylloxera. Phylloxerid, any hemipteran of the family Phylloxeridae. Phylloxerids, plural of phylloxerid. Phylloxen, an antibiotic peptide in the skin of tree frogs of the genus Phyllomedusa. Phylloxens, plural of phylloxen. Phylua, the scar left on a branch by the fall of a leaf. Philo, tribes, races, or phyla. Phyloanalytic, relating to phyloanalysis. Phyloptadiversity, phylogenetic diversity between communities or biomass. Phylogeographical, relating to phylogeography. Phylogeography, phylogeography of plants, animals, and ecosystems. Phylocentric, centered upon tribes or races of people or upon species of organisms. Phyloclade, misspelling of phyloclade. Phyloclassification, phylogenic classification. Phyloclassifications, plural of phyloclassification. Phyloclassifier, phylogenic classifier. Phyloclassifiers, plural of phyloclassifier. Phyloclimatic, phylogenetic and climatic. Phylocode, a draft code of formal nomenclature intended to allow naming phylogenetic groups of all living things rather than taxonomic groups taxa. Officially, such names are intended to supplement scientific names rather than replace them. Phylodemographic, relating to phylodemography. Phylodemography, the demography of tribes, etc. Phylodendrogram, a phylogenetic dendrogram. Phylodendrograms, plural of phylodendrogram. Phylodiversities, plural of phylodiversity. Phylodiversity, the diversity of phyla in a habitat, etc. Phylodynamic, pertaining to phylodynamics. Phylodynamically, in a phylodynamic manner. Phylodynamics, the study of genetic variation in pathogens and the effect of such variation on their transmission, etc. Phyloevolutionary, phyletic and evolutionary. Phylogenesis, plural of phylogenesis. Phylogenesis, evolutionary development of the species. Phylogenetic, of or relating to phylogeny or phylogenetics. Phylogenetic tree, a branching diagram illustrating the potential evolutionary relationships among biological organisms or other entities in which the tree maker hypothesizes share a common ancestor. Phylogenetic trees, plural of phylogenetic tree. Phylogenetical, phylogenetic. Phylogenetically, based on phylogenetics. Phylogeneticist, a geneticist whose specialty is phylogenetics. Phylogeneticists, plural of phylogeneticists. Phylogenetics, the study of the evolutionary history and relationships among or within groups of organisms through computational methods that focus on observed heritable traits. Phylogenic, of or pertaining to phylogeny. Phylogenically, in terms of phylogeny. Phylogenicity, the condition of being phylogenic, a specific collection of phylogenic characteristics. Phylogenics. Phylogeny. Phylogenies, plural of phylogeny. Phylogenist, one who studies phylogeny. Phylogenists, plural of phylogenists. Phylogenomic, of or pertaining to phylogenomics. Phylogenomically, by means of phylogenomics. Phylogenomics, the science that studies the relationship of the function of genes to their evolution. Phylogeny, the evolutionary history of groups of organisms such as species or clades. Phylogeographer, one who studies phylogeography. Phylogeographers, plural of phylogeographer. Phylogeographic, of or pertaining to phylogeography. Phylogeographical, of or pertaining to phylogeography. Phylogeographically, in a phylogeographic manner, with regard to phylogeography. Phylogeographies, plural of phylogeography. Phylogeography, the study of the processes controlling the geographic distributions of lineages by constructing the genealogies of populations and genes. Phylogram, a phylogenetic tree that has branch spans proportional to the amount of character change. Phylograms, plural of phylogram. Phylogroup, phylogenetic group. Phylogrouping, a phylogenetic grouping. Phylogroupings, plural of phylogrouping. Phylogroups, plural of phylogroup. Phyloinformatic, relating to phyloinformatics. Phyloinformatics, the application of computing methods to phylogenetics. Phylolinguistics, the phylogeny of linguistics. Phylomarker, a phylogenetic marker. Phylomarkers, plural of phylomarker. Phylum, the complete set of gene phylogenies of an individual or organism. Phylometic, relating to phylometics. Phylometics, the phylogenetic analysis of non-genetic aspects of evolution. Phylums, plural of phylum. Phylometabolic, relating to the evolution of metabolism in related species. Phylometric, relating to phylogenetic metrics. Phylomitogenome, the mitogenome of a specific phylum or species. Phylomitogenomes, plural of phylomitogenome. Phylomitogenomic, relating to a phylum. Phylomitogenome. Phylomorph, misspelling of philomorph. Phylomorphospace, a graphical representation of the morphology of a group of related species. Phylomorphospaces, plural of phylomorphospace. Phylon, a tribe. Philopatric, misspelling of Philopatric. Philopatry, misspelling of philopatry. Philopattern, a phylogenetic pattern. Phylopatterns, plural of phylopattern. Phylophonomics, the intersection of the fields of evolution and phonomics, specifically the practice of using phenotypes, for example morphology, anatomy, behavior, physiology, etc., to build phylogenetic trees. Philoprotome, relating to philoprotomics. Philoprotomics, phylogenetic protomics. Philoquinone, misspelling of philoquinone. Phylorpherence, a phylogenic reference. Phylorpherences, plural of phylorpherence. Phylosignal, a phylogenetic signal. Phylosignals, plural of phylosignal. Philosopher, obsolete form of philosopher. Philosophers, plural of philosopher. Philosophic, obsolete spelling of philosophic. Philosophical, obsolete spelling of philosophical. Philosophical, obsolete form of philosophical. Philosophic, obsolete form of philosophic. Philosophy, obsolete form of philosophy. Philosophies, plural of philosophy. Philosophy, obsolete spelling of philosophy. Phylospecies, the smallest unit appropriate for phylogenetic analysis, the unit product of natural selection and descent. Phylostomid, misspelling of philostomid. Phylostrata, plural of phylostratum. Phylostratification, stratification by species. Phylostratigraphic, relating to phylostratigraphy. Phylostratigraphy, the stratigraphy of species and their genetic evolution. Phylostratum, the set of genes of a particular organism that have the same phylogenetic origin. Phylosymbiosis, phyletic symbiosis. Phylosymbiotic, relating to phylosymbiosis. Phylotactic, misspelling of philotactic. Phylotaxis, misspelling of phyllotaxis. Phylotaxonomy, phylogenetic taxonomy. Phylotaxy, misspelling of phyllotaxy. Phylotemporal, relating to changes in species over time. Phylotranscriptome, the transcriptome of a specific phylum or species. Phylotranscriptomes, plural of phylotranscriptome. Phylotranscriptomic, relating to a phylotranscriptome. Phylotranscriptomics, the study of phylotranscriptomes. Phylotype, a proposed stage in the development of an embryo at which those characteristics of a particular phylum develop. Phylotyped, simple past and past participle of phylotype. Phylotypes, plural of phylotype. Phylotypic, relating to phylotype. Phylotyping, present participle and gerund. Phylotype. Phylosome, synonym of lineage zone. Phylum, a rank in the classification of organisms, below kingdom and above class, also called a divisio or a division, especially in describing plants, a taxon at that rank. Phylums, plural of phylum. Phi. A tubercle tumor or abscess on any external part of the body. Phyma. Plural of phyma. Hymata. Plural of phyma. Phynatid. Any ambush bug in the subfamily Phymatidae of the family Adubiidae, formerly considered to be an independent family Phymatidae. Phymatids. Plural of phymatid. Phymatas. Having or relating to a phyma. There. Porphyritic, having phenocrysts. Phys. Plural of phi. Phys-ed. Physical education. Phys plant. Clipped compound of physical plant. Phi-rap. Uncommon form of phys-rap. Phi-rapt. Simple past and past participle of phys-rap. Phys-rapping. Present participle and gerund of phys-rap. Phi-raps. Plural of phys-rap. Phys. Abbreviation of physics. Hysa. Any of several species of freshwater snails included in the subfamily Physidae. Physae. Plural of physa. Physagellin. A particular steroid glycoside. Physalemon. A tachykinin peptide obtained from the Physalemus frog. Physalia. Any organism of the genus Physalia. Physalias. Plural of Physalia. Physalian. A particular carotenoid. Physaliferous. Having vacuoles. Physalin. A steroidal lactone found in Physalis species. Physalins. Plural of physalin. Physaliferous. Having bubbles or vacuoles. Physales. Any plant of the genus Physales. Physalizes. Plural of physales. Physali. A coarse topaz. Physaraceous. Of or relating to the family Physaceae of amoebas. Physas. Plural of physa. Theseus. Of or relating to the Physaceae. Litum. An organic compound found in some lichens. Physal. Relating to the physes. Phy-ed. Abbreviation of physical education. Phys. Alternative form of phys-ed. Physdome. A form of method. Done. Phys. Plural of physes. Physter. A member of the genus Physter, a sperm whale. Phystera. Any sperm whale of family Physteridae. Physterids. Plural of Phystera. Physteroi. Any sperm whale of the family Physteridae. Physteroids. Plural of Physter. Physters. Plural of physter. Fish harmonica. A keyboard instrument resembling a small harmonium, but having no stops, no percussion action, and only 4 octaves. Fish harmonicas. Plural of fish harmonica. Fish harmonica. Alternative form of fish harmonica. Fish harmonicas. Plural of fish harmonica. Fit. Form of physio. Physianthropy. The science of human life, especially of human health, disease, and remedies. Theory. Relating to physiatry. Theories. Physical medicine or therapy. Theories. A physician specializing in physical rehabilitation. That is, plural of physiatist. The treatment of disabled people. Feasible, a data object that is capable of being manufactured as a physical object using an additive manufacturing process such as with a 3D printer. Feasibles, plural of feasible. That relating to or concerning existent materials, physical. Physic finger, the ring finger. Physic fingers, plural of physic finger. Physic garden, a botanical garden where plants are grown for medicinal purposes. Physic gardens. Plural of physic garden. Physic nut, a small tropical American euphorbiaceous tree Jatropha curcas with poisonous seeds, cultivated to produce biodiesel fuel. Physic nuts. Plural of physic nut. Physical, medicine. Physical anthropology, the branch of anthropology that studies physical aspects of human beings and closely related species. Physical break, a short break in a meeting or in a classroom setting intended to improve attention by giving people a chance to move around. Physical breaks, plural of physical break. Physical change, a change affecting the form of a chemical substance, but not its chemical composition. Physical changes, plural of physical change. Physical chemistry, the science that uses theories and techniques from physics to study chemical systems. Physical comedies, plural of physical comedy. Physical comedy, a form of comedy focused on manipulation of the body for a humorous effect. Physical constant, a physical quantity that is generally believed to be both universal in nature and constant in time. Physical constants, plural of physical constant. Physical culture, a 19th and 20th century popular movement of light gymnastics for the purpose of health and fitness. Physical diagnosis, plural of physical diagnosis. Physical diagnosis, a diagnosis made by means of a physical examination of a patient. Physical distancing, social distancing. Physical education, an element of an educational curriculum concerned with bodily development, physical health and wellness, strength, physical coordination, and agility. Physical exam, clipping of physical examination. Physical examination, the examination of the patient's body with the use of such methods as inspection, palpation, percussion, and auscultation. Physical examinations, plural of physical examination. Physical exams, plural of physical exam. Physical finger, the ring finger. Physical fingers, plural of physical finger. Physical geographer, a specialist in physical geography. Physical geographers, plural of physical geographer. Physical geography, the subfield of geography that studies physical patterns and processes of the Earth. It aims to understand the forces that produce and change rocks, oceans, weather, and global flora and fauna patterns. Physical law, a scientific generalization based upon empirical observation that is part of physics, standing in contrast to chemical law, biological law, sociological law, etc. Physical laws, plural of physical law. Physical love, sexual intercourse. Physical map, a topographical map. Physical maps, plural of physical map. Physical mediumship, the ability to make the spirit world cause physical phenomena that can be observed by anyone present. Physical people, plural of physical person. Physical person, synonym of natural person. Physical persons, plural of physical person. Physical plant, the infrastructure and buildings used in the operation of a given facility. Physical quantities, plural of physical quantity. Physical quantity, a physical property that can be measured or calculated from other physical property and expressed as the product of a numerical value and a physical unit. Physical science, any of the branches of natural science and science that study non-living systems, in contrast to the biological sciences. Physical sciences, plural of physical science. Physical state, state of matter, a distinct form in which substances can exist, including solid, liquid, gas, or plasma. Physical states, plural of physical state. Physical system, the portion of the physical universe chosen for analysis with everything outside the system known as the environment. Physical systems, plural of physical system. Physical theater, a genre of theatrical performance that relies mainly on the physical motion of the performers to convey a story. Physical therapies, plural of physical therapy. Physical therapists, a therapist who treats physical injury or dysfunction, usually with exercise. Physical therapists, plural of physical therapists. Physical therapy, any of various therapeutic exercises and other activities to treat injury or dysfunction, or such exercises and activities collectively. Physical training, cardiovascular and strength training. Physical twin, the physical counterpart to a digital twin, usually the latter was created to model it. Physical twins, plural of physical twin. Physical unclonable function, an integrated circuit with a randomized physical structure used in cryptography. Physical unclonable functions, plural of physical unclonable function. Physicalize, alternative spelling of physicalize. Physicalized, simple past and past participle of physicalize. Physicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of physicalize. Physicalizing, present participle and gerund of physicalize. Physicalism, a philosophical position holding that everything which exists is no more extensive than its physical properties, that is, that there are no kinds of things other than physical things, which all are of logically procedural nature, based on fundamental laws at their deepest level of causality. Physicalisms, plural of physicalism. Physicalist, an adherent of physicalism, a cosmological proceduralist. Physicalistic, pertaining to physicalism. Physicalistically, in a physicalistic manner or context. Physicalists, plural of physicalists. Physicalities, plural of physicality. Physicality, physical attributes. Physicalization, the act, process, or result of physicalizing. Physicalizations, plural of physicalization. Physicalize, to express using movements of the body. Physicalized, simple past and past participle of physicalize. Physicalizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of physicalize. Physicalizing. Present participle and gerund of physicalize. Physically. In a physical manner. Physically challenged. Having some physical disability. Disabled. Physically unclonable function. Synonym of physical unclonable function. Physically unclonable functions. Plural of physically unclonable function. Physicalness. The condition of being physical. Physicality. Physicalnesses. Plural of physicalness. Physicals. Plural of physical. Physician. A practitioner of physic, i.e. a specialist in internal medicine, especially as opposed to a surgeon, a practitioner who treats with medication rather than with surgery. Physician assistant. A healthcare professional trained and licensed to perform a role similar to that of a physician but with somewhat narrower limits of authority. Physician assistants and nurse practitioners have enough capabilities to be physician extenders, providing primary care and allowing physicians to spread their time across more patients. Physician assistants. Plural of physician assistant. Physician extender. A person who extends a physician's oversight to a larger patient population than would otherwise be reasonable by relieving the physician of much of the work done for and time spent with each patient. Physician assistants and nurse practitioners can both provide this extension. Physician extenders. Plural of physician extender. Physician finger. Synonym of medical finger. Physician fingers. Plural of physician finger. Physician's assistant. Alternative form of physician assistant. Physician's assistants. Plural of physician's assistant. Physician. Heal thyself. One should attend to one's own defects before presuming to advise others about theirs. Physician assistant. Alternative form of physician assistant. Physicianary. Of or relating to a physician, doctorly. Physiciancies. Plural of physiciancy. Physiciancy. The office or employment of a physician. Physicianed. Licensed as a physician. Physicianer. A physician, a doctor. Physicianers. Plural of physicianer. Physicianess. A female physician. Physicianesses. Plural of physicianess. Physiciamus. Without a physician. Physician-like. Resembling or characteristic of a physician. Physicianly. Befitting a physician. Physicians. Plural of physician. Physician's assistant. Alternative form of physician assistant. Physician's assistants. Plural of physician's assistant. Physicianship. The role or position of a physician. Physicianships. Plural of physicianship. Physicism. The tendency of the mind toward or its preoccupation with physical phenomena, materialism in philosophy and religion. Physicess. A person whose occupation specializes in the science of physics, especially at a professional level. Physicists. Plural of physicists. Obsolete form of physic. Physical. Obsolete form of physical. Vet. Simple past and past participle of physic. Physiker. A physician, a doctor. Physicers. Plural of physiker. Physic. Present participle and gerund of physic. Physicings. Plural of physicking. Physics, plural of physic. Physi, resembling medicine. Physico, physical, pertaining to physics. Physico-mental, having both physical and mental aspects, involving both the body and the mind, psychosomatic. Physicotheologies, plural of physicotheology. Physicotheology, alternative spelling of physicotheology. Physico-astronomical, relating to physics and astronomy. Physico-biological, relating to physics and biology. Physics-chemical, dependent on the joint action of both physical and chemical processes. Physics-chemicalism, the belief that organisms are merely physics-chemical systems. Physics-chemically, in a physics-chemical manner, with regard to physical chemistry. Physicochemist, one who studies physicochemistry. Physicochemistry, physical chemistry. Physicochemists, plural of physicochemists. Physicodynamic, physically dynamic. Physicogeographical, relating to physics and geography. Physicokinetic, describing the properties of a macromolecule undergoing chromatography, gel filtration, electrophoresis, etc. Physiological, of or relating to physiology. Physiology, physics. Physicomathematical, relating to physicomathematics. Physicomathematically, in physicomathematical terms. Physicomathematician, one who studies physicomathematics. Physicomathematicians, plural of physicomathematician. Physicomathematics, an academic subject covering both mathematics and physics. Physicomechanical, physical and mechanical. Physicomechanically, in physicomechanical terms. Physicomedical, of or pertaining to the physical aspects of medicine. Physicomental, alternative form of physicomental. Physicophilosophical, relating to physics and philosophy. Physicophysiological, relating to physics and physiology. Physicosocial, spelling of physisord. Physicotechnological, relating to physics and technology. Physicotheological, relating to physicotheology. Physicotheologies, plural of physicotheology. Physicotheology, the view that evidence and sound arguments for God's existence can be derived from a study of the natural world, a study of the natural world intended to provide such evidence. Physics, the branch of science concerned with the study of the properties and interactions of space, time, matter, and energy. Physics, and the tendency of academics in non-scientific subjects to introduce jargon and mathematics to make their work appear more rigorous. Physics gun, synonym of gravity gun. Physics guns, plural of physics gun. Physics package, the part of any equipment which requires advanced knowledge of physics to design, especially the core nuclear components of a nuclear weapon. Physics packages, plural of physics package. Physics lie, according to or using physics. Physicsy, like or involving physics. Physiculture, a holistic philosophy of medicine based on exercise. Any freshwater snail of the family physity. That plural of physid. That clipping of physiotherapist. That nature. Physiotherapeutic, alternative form of physiotherapeutic. Physiodesorption, alternative form of physisorption. Physiocaste, relating to the physiotherapeutic uses of sound. Physio, an exercise ball. Physioballs, plural of physioball. Physiochemistry, physiological biochemistry. Physiobiological, relating to physiobiology. Physiochemical, of or pertaining to both physiology and chemistry. Physiochemically, in a physiochemical manner. Physiochemist, one who studies physiochemistry. Physiochemistry, physical chemistry. Physiochemists, plural of physiochemists. Physiocognitive, relating to the physiology of cognition. Physiocracy, the teachings of physiocrats. Physiocrat, any of a group of economists in 18th century France who believed that the government should not seek to influence the operation of natural economic laws. Physiocratic, of or relating to the physiocrats. Physiocratical, physiocratic. Physiocratically, in a physiocratic manner. Physiocratism, reality of physiocrat. Physiocrat is synonym of physiocrat. Physiocratists, plural of physiocratists. Physiocrats, plural of physiocrats. Physiocrine, any of the family of physiologically acid-citizens. Physiocrines, plural of physiocrine. Physiological, physiological and ecological. Physiology, physiological ecology. Physiogenesis, physiogeny. Physiogenetic, relating to physiogeny. Physiogenic, arising from physiological rather than psychological causes. Physiogenies, plural of physiogeny. Physiogenomic, misspelling of physiognomic. Physiogeny, the study of the evolution of functions and vital activities by observing the supposed ontogenic recapitulation of that phylogeny. Physiogeography, relating to physiogeography. Physiographical, alternative, form of physiogeographic. Physiogeography, physical geography. Physiognomer, a physiognomist. Physiognomers, plural of physiognomer. Physiognomy, or pertaining to physiognomy. Physiognomical, or pertaining to physiognomy. Physiognomically, in terms of physiognomy. Physiognomics, the city of physiognomy. Physiognomies, plural of physiognomy. Physiognomize, alternative form of physiognomize. Physiognomized, simple past and past participle of physiognomize. Physiognomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of physiognomize. Physiognomizing, present participle and gerund of physiognomize. Physiognomist, one who studies or is an expert in physiognomy, one who studies the outer appearance of the person, primarily the face, to acquire knowledge of the inner personality. Physiognomists, plural of physiognomists. Physiognomes, to observe and study the physiognomy. Physiognomize, simple past and past participle of physiognomize. Physiognomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of physiognomize. Physiognomizing, present participle and gerund of physiognomize. Physiognomonic, alternative form of physiognomic. Physiognomonical, alternative form of physiognomic. Physiognomonics, a study of physiognomy. Physiognomy, the art or pseudoscience of deducing the predominant temper and other characteristic qualities of the mind from the outward appearance, especially from the features of the face. Physiognosis, diagnosis of disease by studying facial appearance. Physiognosis, a device to facilitate the production of faithful profiles of human faces. Physiognosis, plural of physiognotrace. Physiogony, the production or generation of nature. Physiograph, an instrument that monitors an individual's physiology. Physiographer, a specialist in physiography. Physiographers, plural of physiographer. Physiography, or pertaining to physiography. Physiographical, or pertaining to physiography. Physiographically, in physiographical terms. Physiographies, plural of physiography. Physiographist, a physiographer. Physiographists, plural of physiography. Phist, physiographs, plural of physiograph. Physiography, the subfield of geography that studies physical patterns and processes of the earth. It aims to understand the forces that produce and change rocks, oceans, weather, and global flora and fauna patterns. Physio, abbreviation of physiology. Physio, abbreviation of physiology. Physiolator, a nature worshipper. Physiolators, plural of physiolator. Physiolities, plural of physiology. Physiolatus, or relating to physiology. Physiology, the worship of nature. Physiologer, a physiologist. Physiologers, plural of physiologer. Physiology, or pertaining to physiology. Physiologic dead space, the volume of the conducting airways of the lung. This definition became inadequate once the alveolar dead space was described. Physiologic dead spaces, plural of physiologic dead space. Physiologic pH, the pH that normally prevails in the human body. It is approximately 7.4. Physiological, of or relating to physiology. Physiological densities, plural of physiological density. Physiological density, the population density measured as the number of people per unit area of arable land. Physiological time, a continuum of time involving a nonlinear transformation of a physical time scale such that a certain temperature-dependent process becomes time invariant. Physiological times, plural of physiological time. physiologically, in accordance with the science of physiology. Physiologies, plural of physiology. Physiologize, alternative form of physiologize. Physiologize, simple past and past participle of physiologize. Physiologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of physiologize. Physiologizing, present participle and gerund of physiologize. Physiologist, a person who studies or specializes in physiology. Physiologists, plural of physiologists. Physiologize, to speculate in physiology, to make physiological investigations. Physiologize, simple past and past participle of physiologize. Physiologizer, one who physiologizes. Physiologizers, plural of physiologizer. Physiologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of physiologize. Physiologizing, present participle and gerund of physiologize. Physiology, a branch of biology that deals with the functions and activities of life or of living matter as organs, tissues, or cells, and of the physical and chemical phenomena involved. Physio, the totality of physiological functions associated with the genes of the genome. Physiomechanical, describing any physical property that is affected by mechanical processes, such as erosion. Physiomedical, relating to physicomedicalism. Physiomedicalism, an approach to treating disease that uses only non-poisonous vegetable drugs. Physiomedicalist, a proponent of physicomedicalism. Physiomedicalists, plural of physiomedicalist. Physiomental, pertaining to both the body and the mind. Physiomes, plural of physiome. Physiometabolic, physiological and metabolic. Physiometry, relating to physiometry. Physiometry, physiological measurement. Physiometry, that mimics a particular physiology. Physioneurosis, plural of physioneurosis. Physioneurosis, the somatic component of a psychosomatic ailment. Physiognosis, alternative form of physiognotrace. Physiognosis, plural of physiognotrace. Physiopathogenesis, physiological pathogenesis. Physiopathogenic, physiological and pathogenic. Physiopathogeny, physiological pathogeny. Physiopathology, physiopathological. Physiopathological, pathophysiological, pertaining to the physiological changes caused by disease or to the study thereof. Physiopathologically, in a physiopathological manner. Physiopathologies, plural of physiopathology. Physiopathologists, a pathologist whose specialty is physiopathology. Physiopathologists, plural of physiopathologists. Physiopathology, pathophysiology, the physiological processes associated with disease or injury or the study thereof. Physiopharmacological, physiological and pharmacological. Physiophilosopher, one who studies physiophilosophy. Physiophilosophers, plural of physiophilosopher. Physiophilosophical, relating to physiophilosophy. Physiophilosophy, a natural philosophy concerning natural history and relationships. Physiology, the direct study of the evolution of functions and vital activities rather than observation of its supposed ontogenic recapitulation. Physiopsychological, physiological and psychological. Physioregulation, physiochemical regulation. Physioregulatory, relating to or providing physioregulation. That, plural of physio. Physiosmeiosis, the application of semiotics to the Gaia hypothesis. Physiosociological, relating to physiology and sociology. Physiosophy, relating to physiosophy. Physiosophy, knowledge or wisdom concerning nature. Physiosart, alternative form of physisort. Physiosorption, alternative form of physisorption. Physiotbro, of or relating to time-based relationships in physical phenomena, such as the recurring motions of planets. Physiotherapeutic, of or relating to physiotherapy. Physiotherapeutical, alternative form of physiotherapeutic. Physiotherapeutically, in terms of or by means of physiotherapy. Physiotherapeutics, synonym of physiotherapy. Physiotherapy, misspelling of physiotherapeutic. Physiotherapy, is plural of physiotherapy. Physiotherapist, a therapist who treats physical injury or dysfunction, usually with exercise. Physiotherapists, plural of physiotherapists. Physiotherapy, therapy that uses physical techniques such as massage, ultrasound, heat, and exercise. Physiato, an area having uniform topographic, lithographic, and other physical features. Physiotopes, plural of physiatope. Physi, any of a set of people or organisms that have a particular set of physical features. Physias, plural of physiatae. Physiacia, the physiological level of oxygen in a tissue, typically much lower than atmospheric oxygen content due to dissolution in the blood and use by tissues. Physiaceae, describing physiological levels or usage of oxygen. The natural constitution or physical structure of a person. Physique magazine, a magazine featuring sexually suggestive photographs of muscular men in athletic poses presented in the guise of bodybuilding but intended as homosexual erotic imagery at a time when this was socially unacceptable. Physique magazines, plural of physique magazine. Elite, having a specified kind of physique. Physiques, plural of physique. That is, nature as contrasted with law or custom. Physisort, physically as sort. Physisort, misspelling of physisort. Physisorption, adsorption in which the forces involved are intermolecular rather than chemical. Physisorptions, plural of physisorption. Physiism, the ascription of physical form and attributes to a deity. Phys, a person of physitheistic beliefs. Theiste, relating to or exhibiting physitheism. Theist, plural of physitheist. Physician, obsolete form of physician. Physicians, plural of physician. Physerge, produced by natural causes without human intervention. Physerge, a mainly Scandinavian medical specialty that deals with musculoskeletal physiology and diseases. Physiognomy, obsolete spelling of physiognomy. Physiognomies, plural of physiognomy. Physiognomy, obsolete spelling of physiognomy. Physo, a combining form meaning bladder, used in the formation of compound words. Physioclus, a fish whose swim bladder is not open to its esophagus. Physoclisti, fishes that lack a connection between the gas bladder and the alimentary canal, the bladder serving only as a buoyancy organ. Physoclistus, relating to physoclists. Physoclists, plural of physoclists. Physodalic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Physode, a form of microsome present in the cytoplasm of some algae. Physodes, plural of physode. Physodic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Physodine, a particular steroid glycoside. Physar, alternative form of physog, the face. Physogastric, having a greatly distended abdomen. Physogastry, an enlargement of the abdomen in certain insects, especially in termite queens. Physograde, any siphonophore which has an air sac for a float. Physogrades, plural of physograde. Physargs, plural of physa. Physumptra, distension of the uterus due to the presence of gas or air. Physonect, any siphonophore of the suborder Physumci. Physonix, plural of physonect. Physonome, a blister-shaped area of damage on a leaf caused by a leaf miner. Physonomes, plural of physonome. Physopod, one of the Thyssanopterus in Physopoda, a thrips. Physopods, plural of physopod. Physostigmine, a parasympathomimetic, a reversible cholinesterase inhibitor alkaloid of the calabar-bean, used to treat certain medical conditions. Physostigmines, plural of physostigmine. Physostome, a fish with a bladder open to its esophagus. Physostomes, plural of physostome. Physostomus, relating to the former grouping of fish physostomi. Physoxia, normoxia of tissue that is not involved in respiration at much lower level of oxygen. Physrop, a prop or visible characterization used to physically represent something that exists in a role-playing game. Physrapt, simple past and past participle of physra. Physrape, represent something that exists in a role-playing game. Physrapt, simple past and past participle of physra. Physrape, present participle and gerund of physra. Physraps, plural of physra. Phyta, plural of phyton. Phydago, gel and gum. Phydagels, plural of phydagel. Phytal, of or related to plants. Phydane, a diterpenoid alkane with one more carbon than pristane. Phytanes, plural of phytane. Phytanic, of or pertaining to phytanic acid or its derivatives. Phytanic acid, the fatty acid 7R11R371115 tetramethylhexadecanoic acid derived from chlorophyll via the related phytol. Phytanol, a univalent radical formerly derived from phytanic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Phytanthrope, synonym of plantkin, a type of otherkin that identifies as a plant. Phytanthropes, plural of phytanthrope. Phytanthal, the diterpenoid trial 3,7,11,15 tetramethylhexadecane 1,2,3 trial. Phyanyl, any radical derived from phytane. Phyanyls, plural of phytanyl. Phytase, a phosphatase present in cereals that catalyzes the hydrolysis of phytic acid into inositol and phosphoric acid. Phytases, plural of phytase. Phytase, a caspase of plant origin. Phytases, plural of phytase. Phytase, any salt or ester of phytic acid. Phytates, plural of phytate. Phytophthoi, describing palms of the subfamily Phytophthoi, now considered to be the tribe Phytophae. Relating to phytic acid or its derivatives. Phytic acid, the compound inositol hexaphosphoric acid present in cereals etc. as alkali and alkaline earth salts. It is a source of phosphorus for ruminants but is indigestible for carnivores. Phytivorous, feeding on plants. Herbivorous. Phyto, a phytosanitary certificate. Phyto, pertaining to or derived from plants. Phytoestrogenic, alternative form of phytoestrogenic. Phytoabsorption, absorption by plants. Phytoaccumulation, the accumulation by a plant of substances from its environment. Phytocaustics, the study of the ways or manners in which plants respond to ambient sound. Phytoactive, active in plant biochemistry. Phytoactives, plural of phytoactive. Phytodaptogen, any adaptogen derived from a plant. Phytodaddive, a veterinary feed additive derived from botanicals. Phytoadditives, plural of phytodaddive. Phytoagar, a form of agar made from terrestrial plants. Phytogent, any typically medical agent of plant origin. Phytogents, plural of phytogent. Phytoglutenin, any plant agglutinin. Phytoglutenins, plural of phytoglutenin. Phytolexin, any of several classes of antibiotics produced by plants in response to microorganisms. Phytolexins, plural of phytolexin. Phytolexin, alternative form of phytolexin. Phytolexins, plural of phytolexin. Phytonticipin, any pre-existing phytolexin that interacts with a plant pathogen. Phytonticipins, plural of phytonticipin. Phytorchaeology, alternative form of phytorchaeology. Phytoassimilable, that can assimilate in a plant. Phytoassociation, association with plants. Phytoassociations, plural of phytoassociation. Phytoavailability, the condition of being phytoavailable. Phytoavailable, available to plants typically from the soil. Phytobacteria, plural of phytobacterium. Phytobacterial, or pertaining to phytobacteria. Phytobacteriologists, archaeologists is speciality is of it. Phytobacteriologists, plural of phytobacteriologists. Phytobacteriology, archaeology of it. Phytobacterium, a bacterium that lives in or on a plant. Phytobenthic, relating to the phytobenthos. Phytobenthos, benthic organisms that are plants or algae. Phytobzor, a bezoar composed of undigestible plant material. Phytobzors, plural of phytobzor. Phytobiological, of or pertaining to phytobiology. Phytobiologist, a person involved in phytobiology. Phytobiologists, plural of phytobiologists. Phytobiology, the branch of biology that involves plants. Phytobiomass, plant biomass. Phytobiomasses, plural of phytobiomass. Phytobiome, plant biome. Phytobiomes, plural of phytobiome. Phytobiotic, plant-based and macrobiotic. Phytobiotics, plural of phytobiotic. Phytoblast, a cell in its first stage of development. Phytoblasts, plural of phytoblasts. Phytobrick, a standard part used in plant synthetic biology. Phytobricks, plural of phytobrick. Phytocannabinoid, any cannabinoid that occurs naturally in a plant. Phytocannabinoids, plural of phytocannabinoid. Phytocasein, any of a family of diterpene polyprenols that have a role in disease resistance in rice. Phytocaseins, plural of phytocasein. Phytosnose, alternative form of phytoconosis. Phytosnosis, plural of phytosnose. Phytosnosis, all the plants of a biosinosis. Phytosnotic, relating to phytosnosis. Phytocentric, describing any system or classification based upon plants. Phytoceramidase, a ceramidase that acts upon phytoceramides. Phytocerami, any ceramide derived from phytosphingosine. Phytoceramides, plural of phytocerami. Phytochamber, a chamber in which plants may be grown in controlled conditions of temperature, humidity, and lighting. Phytochambers, plural of phytochamber. Phytogelatin, a metal-binding polypeptide that is formed in some plants exposed to high levels of heavy metals. Phytogelatin, alternative form of phytogelatin. Phytogelatins, plural of phytogelatin. Phytogelatins, plural of phytogelatin. Phytochelation, phytochemical chelation. Phytochemical, pertaining to the chemistry of plants. Phytochemically, in a phytochemical way. Phytochemicals, plural of phytochemical. Phytochemist, a person involved in phytochemistry. Phytochemistry, the scientific study of the chemicals found in plants. Phytochemists, plural of phytochemists. Phytochemotype, a plant chemotype. Phytochemotypes, plural of phytochemotype. Phytochemy, synonym of phytochemistry. Phytochlora, synonym of chlorophyll. Phytochlorine, a tricarboxylic acid 17 tilde S18 tilde S18 2-carboxyethyl 20-carboxymethyl 12 ethanol 7 ethyl 3 8 13 17 tetramethyl 17 18 22 23 tetrahydroporphyrin 2-carboxylic acid derived from porphyrin. Phytochoria, plural of phytochorion. Phytochorial, of or relating to a phytochorion. Phytochorion, a geographic area with a relatively uniform composition of plant species. Phytochrome, any of a class of pigments that control most photomorphogenic responses in higher plants. Phytochromes, plural of phytochrome. Phytochromobilin, a bilin chromophore found in phytochrome. Phytochromobilins, plural of phytochromobilin. Phytocidal, that kills plants. Phytocide, an agent that kills plants, such as weed killer. Phytocides, plural of phytocide. Phytoclast, a microscopic plant fragment present in the fossil record. Phytoclasts, plural of phytoclasts. Phytoclimatic, of or relating to the relationship between climate and the distribution of plants. Phytoclimatology, plant climatology. Phytococktail, a cocktail not usually alcoholic made from diverse plant extracts. Phytococktails, plural of phytococktail. Phytoconological, or relating to phytoconology, the study of phytoconoses. Phytoconologically, in a phytoconological manner, in a manner relating to phytoconology, the study of phytoconoses. Phytoconology, the study of phytoconoses. Phytoconose, alternative form of phytoconosis. Phytoconoses, plural of phytoconos. Phytoconosis, all the plants of a biocenosis. Phytocomplex, a mixture of plant extracts for a variety of purposes. Phytocomplexes, plural of phytocomplex. Phytocomponent, any component derived from a plant. Phytocomponents, plural of phytocomponent. Phytocompound, any chemical compound of plant origin. Phytocompounds, plural of phytocompound. Phytoconstituent, any constituent of plant origin. Phytoconstituents, plural of phytoconstituent. Phytocultura, relating to the culture growth of plants. Phytosane, any of a family of blue copper-containing proteins present in many plants. Phytosanes, plural of phytocinin. Phytocystatin, any cystatin found in plants. Phytocystatins, plural of phytocystatin. Phytodegradation, the process by which substances taken by a plant from its environment are broken down. Phytodemographic, relating to the effects of plants on human populations. Phytopuration, the purification of surface water by means of bacteria on the roots of plants. Phytopurative, causing or relating to phytopuration. Phytotrital, relating to or composed of phytotretis. Phytotretis, marine detritus of plant origin that slowly sinks to the depths and is the food source for abyssal benthic communities. Phytodiagnostics, relating to phytodiagnostics. Phytodiagnostics, the diagnostics of plant diseases and pathogens. Phytodiverse, relating to or exhibiting phytodiversity. Phytodiversity, the diversity of plant species in an area. Phytodrug, any drug of plant origin. Phytodrugs, plural of phytodrug. Phytocdisone, any ecdisone of plant origin. Phytocdisones, plural of phytocdisone. Phytocdisteroid, any ecdysteroid found in plants. Phytocdisteroids, plural of phytocdisteroid. Phytoecious, parasitic with a plant host. Phytocological, relating to phytocology. Phytocologist, one who studies phytocology. Phytocologists, plural of phytocologists. Phytocology. The ecology of plants. Phytone, an acyclic polyunsaturated isoprenoid hydrocarbon that is the precursor of the biosynthesis of carotenoid pigments. Phytoequivalence, a physiological equivalence between the effects of two herbal extracts, the efficacy of one of which has been clinically demonstrated. Phytorifferin, a red pigment obtained from certain lichen. Phytorifferins, plural of phytorifferin. Phytoestrogen, a substance found in certain plants such as genistein which can produce effects like that of the hormone estrogen when ingested into the body. Phytoestrogenic, or relating to phytoestrogens. Phytoestrogens, plural of phytoestrogen. Phytoextract, an extract from a plant. Phytoextracted, simple past and past participle of phytoextract. Phytoextracting, present participle and gerund of phytoextract. Phytoextraction, a form of phytoremediation that exploits the process in which plants absorb substances, particularly heavy metals, from the environment and store them in their tissues. Phytoextractions, plural of phytoextraction. Phytoextractor, any organism that performs phytoextraction. Phytoextractors, plural of phytoextractor. Phytoextracts, plural of phytoextract. Phytoferritin, an iron protein complex found in plant chloroplasts. It is the plant version of ferritin. Phytoflagellate, any dinoflagellate of the class Phytomastigophoria. Phytoflagellates, plural of phytoflagellate. Phytoflavanol, any flavanol present in a plant, typically in a flower. Phytoflavanols, plural of phytoflavanol. Phytofluene, an orange-colored carotenoid pigment found in tomatoes and other vegetables. Phytoforensic, relating to phytoforensics. Phytoforensics, the analysis of plants in order to gather information of the pollutants they have been exposed to. Phytoform, resembling a plant. Phytofungus, a fungus that grows on plants, typically on trees. Phytogenesis, plural of phytogenesis. Phytogenesis, the origin and evolutionary development of plants. Phytogenetic, relating to phytogenesis. Phytogenetical, synonym of phytogenetic. Phytogenetically, in phytogenetic terms. Phytogenic, of or pertaining to natural growth promoters used as animal feed additives. Phytogenics, a group of natural growth promoters used as feed additives. Phytogenies, plural of phytogeny. Phytogeny, phytogenesis. Phytogeogenesis, the origin of plants in geologic time. Phytogeographer, A person involved in phytogeography. Phytogeographers. Plural of phytogeographer. Phytogeographic. Phytogeographical. Phytogeographical. Of or pertaining to phytogeography. Phytogeographically. In terms of phytogeography. Phytogeographies. Plural of phytogeography. Phytogeography. The science that studies the geographical distribution of plants, geobotany. Phytoglucan. Any glucan of plant origin. Phytoglucans. Plural of phytoglucan. Phytoglycogen. A highly biocompatible polysaccharide extracted from plants, especially millet. Phytoglycogens. Plural of phytoglycogen. Phytoglyphic. Of or pertaining to phytoglyphy. Phytoglyphy. Nature printing. Phytognomy. The pseudoscientific study of the medical benefits of plants as determined by their shape, for example, heart-shaped leaves suggesting a remedy for heart conditions. Phytographer. One who studies phytography. Phytographers. Plural of phytographer. Phytographic. Alternative form of phytographical. Phytographical. Of or pertaining to phytography. Phytographist. One who writes scientific descriptions of plants. Phytographists. Plural of phytographists. Phytography. The branch of botany concerned with the description of plants. Phytohemagglutinin. Alternative spelling of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutinins. Plural of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutinin. Alternative spelling of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutinin. Plural of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutinin. Misspelling of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutinin. Any hemagglutinin lectin of plant origin, but especially that found in many beans that has a physiological action. Phytohemagglutinins. Plural of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutininin. Misspelling of phytohemagglutinin. Phytohemagglutini. Misspelling of phytohemagglutinin. Phytoheritage. Bioheritage in the form of plants. Phytoherm. A calcareous freshwater reef, generally built up from autochthonous petrification of bryophytes, fungi, algae, and cyanobacteria. Phytoherms. Plural of phytoherm. Phytohormonal. Relating to phytohormones. Phytohormone. A plant hormone. Phytohormones. Plural of phytohormone. Phytohormonic. Alternative form of phytohormonal. Phytolite. Resembling a plant, plant-like. Phytoindicator. Any plant whose presence, absence, or form is indicative of ground contamination. Phytoindicators. Plural of phytoindicator. Phytoindicatory. Relating to phytoindicators. Phytoindole. An indole that naturally occurs in plants. Phytoindoles. Plural of phytoindole. Phytocarse. A phenomenon where speleothems or speleogens align with the sunlight that enters the cave. The diterpenoid alcohol 2E7R11R371115 tetramethyl 2-hexadesin-1-ol, derived from chlorophyll. Phytolacca. Any of the genus Phytolacca of herbaceous plants, the poke or pokeweed. Phytolacaceous. Belonging to the Phytolaceae. Phytolaccas. Plural of Phytolacca. Phytolacinic acid. A triterpene found in Phytolacca americana, American pokeweed. Phytolaccaceae. Any of a group of triterpenoid glycosides present in plants of the genus Phytolacca. Phytolaccasides. Plural of Phytolaccaceae. Phytolatry. The worship of plants. Phytolipid. Any lipid present in plants. Phytolipids. Plural of phytolipid. Phytolite. A fossil plant. Phytolites. Plural of phytolite. Phytolite. A small particle of silica or mineral that occurs in many plants. Phytolithic. Relating to or composed of phytoliths. Phytolithological. Relating to phytolithology. Phytolithologist. One who studies phytolithology. Phytolithologist. Plural of phytolithologists. Phytolithology. The science that deals with fossil plants. Paleobotany. Paleophytology. Phytoliths. Plural of phytolith. Phytologic. Phytological. Phytological. Or relating to phytology. Phytologically. In terms of phytology. Phytologies. Plural of phytology. Phytologist. Someone skilled in phytology, a writer on plants, a botanist. Phytologists. Plural of phytologists. Phytology. The study of plants. Botany. Phytols. Plural of phytol. Phytomania. A fascination with plants. Phytomarker. Any compound that is present in only one species of plant and whose presence serves to identify it. Phytomarkers. Plural of phytomarker. Phytomass. Plant biomass. Phytomastigophorian. Any protozoon in the class Phytomastigophoria. Phytomediation. Synonym of phytomediation. Phytomediations. Plural of phytomediation. Phytomedical. Relating to phytomedicine. Phytomedicinal. Relating to phytomedicine. Phytomedicine. Any medicine of plant origin. Phytomedicines. Plural of phytomedicine. Phytomlan. Alternative form of phytomelanin. Phytomelanin. A hard, black material that forms a crust on the surface of some seeds. Phytomelanus. Relating to or composed of phytomelan. Phytomedione. A yellow oily naphthaquinone CHO2 that is obtained especially from alfalfa, cabbage, spinach, and other leafy green vegetables or made synthetically and that has a fast, potent, and prolonged biological effect. It is essential for the blood clotting process, effective orally, and useful especially in treating hypoprothrombinemia induced by anticoagulant drugs. Trademark methadone. Phytomer. An organic element of a flowering plant. Phytomer. a segment of the shoot of a grass. It includes the internode and leaf together with parts of the upper and lower nodes. Phytomers, plural of phytomer. Phytomers, plural of phytomer. Phytometabolite, a plant metabolite. Phytometabolites, plural of phytometabolite. Phytometer, any plant used as a phytometric standard. Phytometers, plural of phytometer. Phytometric, relating to phytometers, phytometry, or to phytometrics. Phytometrics, the study of methods for uniquely recognizing or predicting physiological processes in plants based upon one or more intrinsic physical or behavioral traits. Phytometry, the measurement of physiological responses of plants. Phytomining, the planting and harvesting of vegetation that selectively concentrates specific metals from the environment into their tissues for the purpose of commercial exploitation of the extracted metal. Phytomolecule, any molecule of a phytocompound, the phytocompound itself. Phytomolecules, plural of phytomolecule. Phytomonad, any trypanosomatid of the genus Phytomonas. Phytomonads, plural of phytomonad. Phytomonic acid, the fatty acid 10,2-hexacyclopropyldecanoic acid found in some gram-negative bacteria. Phytomorph, the representation of a plant in art. Phytomorphic, having a plant-like form. Phytomorphism, to use a plant-centric perspective. Phytomorphological, relating to phytomorphology. Phytomorphologically, in terms of phytomorphology. Phytomorphologist, one who studies phytomorphology. Phytomorphologists, plural of phytomorphologists. Phytomorphology, the morphology of plants. Phytomorphosis, any change induced by plants. Phytomores, plural of phytomorph. Phytomyxine, relating to phytomyxids. Phytomyxid, any single-celled plant parasite of the class Phytomyxia. Phytomyxids, plural of phytomyxid. Phyton, one of the parts which by their repetition make up a flowering plant, each being a single joint of a stem with its leaf or leaves. Phytonadione, alternative form of phytonadione. Phytoncide, any volatile antimicrobial compound given off by a plant, especially one that prevents it from being eaten. Phytoncides, plural of phytoncide. Phytomaticide, any nematicide of plant origin. Phytomaticides, plural of phytomaticide. Phytomatode, any nematode that lives on a plant. Phytomatodes, plural of phytomatode. Phytoning, relating to a phyton. Phytonism, the theory that plants are composed of phytons. Phytonomy, the science of the origin and growth of plants. Phytonose, a disease that is transmissible from plants to animals, especially to man. Phytonoses, plural of phytonose. Phytons, plural of phyton. Phytonutrient, any substance of plant origin that provides nutrition, a phytochemical. Phytonutrients, plural of phytonutrient. Phytonym, a non-taxonomic plant name. Phytonyms, plural of phytonym. Phytonymy, the nomenclature of plants. Phytoestrogenic, alternative form of phytoestrogenic. Phytopaleontologist, one who studies phytopaleontology. Phytopaleontologists, plural of phytopaleontologists. Phytopaleontologic, relating to phytopaleontology. Phytopaleontological, alternative form of phytopaleontologic. Phytopaleontologists, alternative form of phytopaleontologist. Phytopaleontologists, plural of phytopaleontologists. Phytopaleontology, the subdiscipline of paleontology that deals with plants. Phytoparasite, a parasitic plant. Phytoparasites, plural of phytoparasite. Phytoparasitic, of or related to phytoparasites. Phytopathogen, any organism that is pathogenic to plants. Phytopathogenesis, the origin and development of plant disease. Phytopathogenic, pathogenic to plants. Phytopathogenicity, the condition of being phytopathogenic. Phytopathogenous, alternative form of phytopathogenic. Phytopathogens, plural of phytopathogen. Phytopathologic, synonym of phytopathological. Phytopathological, of or pertaining to phytopathology. Phytopathologically, in terms of phytopathology. Phytopathologist, a scientist who specializes in phytopathology, a plant pathologist. Phytopathologists, plural of phytopathologists. Phytopathology, the study of plant diseases, plant pathology. Phytoperiphyton, periphyton containing phytoplankton. Phytophagon, any organism that eats plants. Phytophagans, plural of phytophagon. Phytophage, herbivore. Phytophagous, alternative form of phytophagus. Phytophages, plural of phytophage. Phytophagy, alternative form of phytophagus. Phytophagus, feeding on plants, herbivorous. Phytophagy, the eating of plants. Phytopharmaceutic, alternative form of phytopharmaceutical. Phytopharmaceutical, describing pharmaceutical agents of plant origin. Phytopharmaceuticals, plural of phytopharmaceutical. Phytopharmacologic, alternative form of phytopharmacological. Phytopharmacological, relating to phytopharmacology. Phytopharmacologically, by means of or in terms of phytopharmacology. Phytopharmacologists, a pharmacologist whose specialty is phytopharmacology. Phytopharmacologists, plural of phytopharmacologists. Phytopharmacology, the study of medicine from plant sources. Phytopharmacy, the study of phytopharmaceutical substances. Phytophenol, any phenolic substance of plant origin, but especially any such polyphenol. Phytophenols, plural of phytophenol. Phytophenomenological, of or pertaining to phytophenomenology. Phytophenomenology, the interdisciplinary study of plant intelligence drawing on phenomenology, botany and population ecology. Phytophil, alternative form of phytophile. Phytophile, any organism that thrives around plants. Phytophiles, plural of phytophile. Phytophilic, relating to phytophiles. Phytophilous, thriving in the presence of plants, especially of an insect or other invertebrate. Phytophils, plural of phytophil. Phytophotodermatides, plural of phytophotodermatitis. Phytophotodermatitis, a condition in which the skin becomes hypersensitive to ultraviolet light caused by contact with the photosensitizing compounds found naturally in some plants such as limes. Phytophototoxic, causing damage to the skin when exposed to the light after contact with certain plant compounds. Phytophototoxicity, the quality of being phytophototoxic. Phytophthirian, any louse of the former division Phytophtheria. Phytophthirians, plural of phytophthirian. Phytophthora, any of many parasitic pseudofungi of the genus Phytophthora that cause brown rot in plants. Phytophthorus, plural of Phytophthora. Phytophysiognomy, relating to phytophysiognomy. Phytophysiognomies, plural of phytophysiognomy. Phytophysiognomy, the physiognomy appearance of a plant. Phytophysiological, relating to the physiology of plants. Phytophysiology, plant physiology. Phytopigment, any pigment that occurs naturally in a plant. Phytopigments, plural of phytopigment. Phytoplankton, a single phytoplankton organism. Phytoplankters, plural of phytoplankton. Phytoplanktivorous, that feeds on phytoplankton. Phytoplankton, plankton, especially those small in size that obtain energy by photosynthesis. Phytoplankton bloom, a large temporary colony of phytoplankton floating in the sea. They are important in removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Phytoplankton blooms, plural of phytoplankton bloom. Phytoplanktonic, pertaining to or derived from phytoplankton. Phytoplanktons, plural of phytoplankton. Phytoplasma, any of various specialized bacteria that are obligate parasites of plant phloem tissue and of some insects, characterized by the lack of a cell wall, a pleomorphic or filamentous shape normally with a diameter of less than 1 micrometer and their very small genomes. Phytoplasma, relating to phytoplasmas. Phytoplasmas, plural of phytoplasma. Phytoplasmic, of or pertaining to phytoplasma. Phytopolyphenol, any polyphenol of plant origin. Phytopolyphenols, plural of phytopolyphenol. Phytoporphyrin, synonym of phylloerythrin. Phytopreparation, a preparation made from plant material. Phytopreparations, plural of phytopreparation. Phytoproduct, any product of plant origin. Phytoproducts, plural of phytoproduct. Phytoprogestin, a synthetic plant progestogen. Phytoprogestins, plural of phytoprogestin. Phytopromotion, an increase in the production of a phytochemical. Phytopromotional, relating to or causing phytopromotion. Phytoprostane, any prostane of plant origin, many show biochemical or pharmacological activity. Phytoprostanes, plural of phytoprostane. Phytoprotection, the protection of plants from any outside destructive influence. Phytoprotective, that confers phytoprotection. Phytoprotector, anything that provides phytoprotection. Phytoprotectors, plural of phytoprotector. Phytoprotein, any plant protein. Phytoproteins, plural of phytoprotein. Phytoptid, any mite of the family Phytoptidae. Phytoptids, plural of phytoptid. Phytoptine, relating to or characteristic of the phytoptids. Phytoptostidia, plural of Phytoptostidium. Phytoptostidium, a plant gall caused by a fungus. Phytorgulator, synonym of phytohormone. Phytorgulators, plural of phytorgulator. Phytomedial, relating to phytomediation. Phytomediate, take care of intermediation. Phytomediate, simple past and past participle of phytomediate. Phytomediating, present participle and gerund of phytomediate. Phytoremediation, bioremediation by the use of plants. Phytoremediations, plural of phytoremediation. Phytoremediative, relating to phytoremediation. Phytomediator, any organism that can be used in phytoremediation. Phytomediators, plural of phytoremediator. Phytorhevirus, any virus of the genus Phytorhevirus. Phytorheviruses, plural of Phytorhevirus. Phytos, plural of phyto. Phytosanitarily, in a phytosanitary context. Phytosanitary, concerning the health of plants, especially the freedom from pests requiring quarantine. Phytosanitation, the maintenance and verification of the health of plants, especially in terms of quarantine requirements. Phytosaponin, a saponin obtained from a plant. Phytosaponins, plural of phytosaponin. Phytosaur, any of the extinct odor Phytosauria of large semi-aquatic predatory archosaurs resembling modern crocodiles that flourished during the late Triassic period. Phytosaurian, any of the order Phytosauria of extinct crocodilian-like archosauriforms or basal archosaurians from the late Triassic. Phytosaurians, plural of Phytosaurian. Phytosaur, any member of the family Phytosauridae. Phytosaurids, plural of phytosaurid. Phytosaurs, plural of phytosaur. Phytoscreening, the screening of agrochemicals etc. by plants. Phytosid, any mite of the family Phytosidae. Phytosaes, plural of phytosaes. Phytosmeiosis, semiosis in and between plants. Phytosmeiotic, relating to phytosmeiotics. Phytosmeiotics, the study of plant communication. Phytoserotonin, serotonin occurring in plants. Phytosis, plural of phytosis. Phytosiderophores, plural of phytosiderophore. Phytosis, dermatophytosis. Phytosis, dermatophytosis. Phytosociology, alternative form of phytosociological. Phytosociological, relating to phytosociology. Phytosociologically, in terms of phytosociology. Phytosociologists, one who studies phytosociology. Phytosociologists plural of phytosociologists. Phytosociology, the study of the ecology, classification, and distribution of plant communities. Phytosomal, relating to or composed of phytosomes. Phytosome, an artificial liposome supposedly used to enhance the delivery of herbal extracts. Phytosomes, plural of phytosome. Phytosorption, absorption by plants. Phytosorptions, plural of phytosorption. Phytosphere, the interior and exterior of plants good as an ecosystem. Phytospheres, plural of phytosphere. Phytosphingosine, dihydrosphingosine and related compounds. Phytosphingosines, plural of phytosphingosine. Phytostabilization, alternative form of phytostabilization. Phytostabilizer, alternative form of phytostabilizer. Phytostabilizers, plural of phytostabilizer. Phytostabilization, the long-term stabilization and containment of a pollutant by means of plants. Phytostabilize, to subject to phytostabilization. Phytostabilize, simple past and past participle of phytostabilize. Phytostabilizer, a plant used in phytostabilization. Phytostabilizers, plural of phytostabilizer. Phytostabilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of phytostabilize. Phytostabilizing, present participle and gerund of phytostabilize. Phytostenol, any stanol of plant origin. Phytostanols, plural of phytostanol. Phytostatic, that inhibits the growth of plants without actually killing them. Phytosterin, synonym of phytosterol. Phytosteroid, any steroid of plant origin. Phytosteroids, plural of phytosteroi. Phytosterol, any of a group of steroid alcohols, phytochemicals naturally occurring in plants. They are white powders with mild, characteristic odor, insoluble in water and soluble in alcohols. Phytosterolemia, alternative form of phytosterolemia. Phytosterolemia, synonym of cytosterolemia. Phytosterols, plural of phytosterol. Phytosterol, a univalent radical derived from a phytosterol. Phytosterols, plural of phytosterol. Phytostimulant, any material used in phytostimulation. Phytostimulants, plural of phytostimulant. Phytostimulation, a form of phyto or mediation in which microbial activity near the roots is increased. Phytostimulations, plural of phytostimulation. Phytostimulator, synonym of phytostimulant. Phytostimulators, plural of phytostimulator. Phytostimulatory, relating to phytostimulation. Phytostromatic, relating to stroma of plant origin. Phytosuccivorous, synonym of succivorous. Phytosulfokine, any sulfokine of plant origin. Phytosulfokines, plural of phytosulfokine. Phytosymbiont, a symbiont that is a plant. Phytosymbionts, plural of phytosymbiont. Phytosynthesis, photosynthesis by plants. Phytotaxonomic, of or pertaining to phytotaxonomy, pertaining to the classification of plants. Phytotechnologies, plural of phytotechnology. Phytotechnology, any biotechnology that uses plants. Phytotum, phytoulmo. Phytoulmo, a small water-filled cavity in a tree or any similar environment such as the axil of a bromeliad. Phytoulmata, plural of phytoulma. Phytoulmatic, relating to phytoulmata. Phytoulmic, phytoulmatic. Phytodomes, plural of phytodome. Phytotratology, the teratology of plants. Phytotherapeutic, of or relating to phytotherapy. Phytotherapeutical, alternative form of phytotherapeutic. Phytotherapeutically, in terms of or by means of. Phytotherapy. Phytotherapeutics, phytotherapy. Phytotherapies, plural of phytotherapy. Phytotherapist, one who practices phytotherapy. Phytotherapists, plural of phytotherapists. Phytotherapy, the use of plant extracts for medical purposes. Phytotomid, any bird in the family Phytotomidae, now considered part of the Cotingidae. A plant cutter. Phytotomids, plural of phytotomid. Phytotomist, someone versed in phytotomy, a plant anatomist. Phytotomist, plural of phytotomist. Phytotomy, the study of the internal structures of plants. Phytotopographic, relating to phytotopography. Phytotopographical, relating to phytotopography. Phytotopography, the topography of plant life within a region. Phytotoxemia, toxemia due to phytotoxins. Phytotoxic, characteristic of a phytotoxin. Phytotoxicant, any substance that is toxic to plants. Phytotoxicants, plural of phytotoxicant. Phytotoxicities, plural of phytotoxicity. Phytotoxicity, the condition of being phytotoxic. Phytotoxicological, relating to phytotoxicology. Phytotoxicology, the toxicology of plants. Phytotoxin, any toxic substance produced by a plant. Phytotoxins, plural of phytotoxin. Phytotransformation, a form of phyt or mediation in which plant's metabolism modifies its environment by inactivating, degrading, or immobilizing substances. Phytotransformations, plural of phytotransformation. Phytotreatment, synonym of phyt or mediation. Phytotreatments, plural of phytotreatment. Phytotron, a laboratory in the form of a greenhouse or similar building in which plants can be grown and studied under individually controlled conditions. Phytotronic, relating to phytotronics. Phytotronics, the study of plants under controlled environmental conditions in order to determine the effects of one or more environmental parameters. Phytotrons, plural of phytotron. Phytotropin, any of a class of substances that inhibits auxin transport and therefore of root growth, gravitropism, and phototropism. Phytotropins, plural of phytotropin. Phytovigilance, the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects of plant products. Phytoviral, relating to plant viruses. Phytovirus, a plant virus. Phytoviruses, plural of phytovirus. Phytovolatilization, alternative form of phytovolatilization. Phytovolatilization, a form of phytoremediation in which substances from the soil are released into the air, sometimes after being broken down into volatile components. Phytovolatilizations, plural of phytovolatilization. Phytoxic, misspelling of phytotoxic. Phytozoa, plural of phytozoon. Phytozoan, alternative form of phytozoon. Phytozoans, plural of phytozoan. Phytosome, a plant genome. Phytosomes, plural of phytosome. Phytozoon, a plant-like animal, a zoophyte. Phytosophagus, doophagus, but prepared to consume plants if needed. Phytozoophagy, the condition of being phytosophagus. Phytoberin, a sesquiterpenoid lactone found in bacterially rotted potato tubers. Phytol, the univalent radical derived from phytol. Phytols, plural of phytile. Phytoltransferase, a transferase that transfers a phytyl group. Phytoltransferases, plural of phytoltransferase. Alternative form of fizz-face. Plies, plural of fizz. Physar, alternative form of physog, the face. Physogs, plural of physog. Vedas, plural of fizz. Phenologic, archaic form of phenologic. Phenology, archaic spelling of phenology. Phenoma, plural of phenomen. Phenomal, archaic spelling of phenomenal. Phenomenally, rare spelling of phenomenally. Phenomenology, obsolete form of phenomenology. Phenomen, archaic spelling of phenomenon. Phenomens, plural of phenomen. Phenotypic, alternative spelling of phenotypic. Phenotypical, archaic spelling of phenotypical. Obsolete form of Phaethon. Phidit, archaic form of Phoebe. Photic, non-standard spelling of Phoebe. Phidias, plural of Phoebe. Phobos, obsolete spelling of Phobos. Phoebe, obsolete typography of Phoebe. Phonesis, plural of Phoenix. Phoenicia, obsolete spelling of Phoenicia. Phoenician, obsolete spelling of Phoenician. Phoenicians, plural of Phoenician. Phonicopter, obsolete form of phenicopter. Phonocopteridae, obsolete form of phonocopteridae. Phonicopters, plural of phonicopter. Phoenix, obsolete spelling of phoenix. Phoenix palm, obsolete typography of phoenix palm. Phoenix palms, plural of phoenix palm. Phoenixes, plural of phoenix. Phonoma, plural of phonomen. Phonomen, obsolete form of phenomenon. Photo, obsolete spelling of photo. Phot, plural of photos. Pelvis, obsolete spelling of fetus. Photosis, plural of photos. But, abbreviation of Piauí, a state of Brazil. Hut, a county of Jiangsu, Sichuan, China. Pi bond, a form of covalent bond in which a pair of atomic orbitals are shared. Pi bonds. Plural of pi bond. Pi Day, March 14th, an annual celebration of the mathematical constant pi. Pi font, symbol or dingbat font, font that is composed of non-alphabetic characters. Pi fonts, plural of pi font. Pi Ig, abbreviation of pre-immune immunoglobulin G. Pi Ig-TS, plural of Pi Ig. Pi meson, a PN, a type of meson. Pi mesons, plural of pi meson. Pi minus, alternative spelling of pi minus. Pi minuses, plural of pi minus. Pi plus, alternative spelling of pi plus. Pi pluses, plural of pi plus. Pi psi, pardon snot, booger. Pi dar, alternative form of pi dog. Pi dogs, plural of pi dog. Pi heptamino, a particular symmetric 7-cell Methuselah in Conley's Game of Life. Pi heptaminos, plural of pi heptamino. Pi jaw, lecturing or patronizing talk, especially from an adult to a child. Pi minus, the negative beyond composed of a down quark and an anti-up quark. Pi minuses, plural of pi minus. Pi plus, the positive pion composed of an up quark and an anti-down quark. Pi pluses, plural of pi plus. Pi system, alternative form of pi system. Pi systems, plural of pi system. Initialism of Proto-Indo-Aryan. A female given name from Latin. Pia caris, plural of pia cari. Pia cari, a technique for bringing a drowning non-swimmer to shore by holding their head out of the water, encircling their waist or hips with one arm, and supporting their buttocks or thigh on one's hip while propelling oneself by kicking. Pia mater, the innermost of the meninges, the membranes that surround the brain and spinal cord. Pia maters, plural of pia mater. Pia, initialism of Program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies. Pia cava, alternative form of pia sava. Piacentine, of, from or relating to the city or province of Piacenza, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Piacentines, plural of Piacentine. Piacentini, a surname from Italian. Piacentinans, plural of Piacentini. Piacenza, a province in Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Piacenzian, a subdivision of the Pliocene epoch. Piacal, a heinous offense that requires expiation. Piacles, plural of piacal. Piacilla, plural of piaculum. Piakiller, requiring atonement or reparation, wicked, sinful, bad. Piacularities, plural of piacularity. Piacularity, the quality of being piacular, of acquiring atonement. Picularly, in a picular manner. Piculative, picular, atoning for sin or crime. Piculus, obsolete form of picular. Piculum, an expiatory sacrifice. Piadina, a thin Italian flatbread typically prepared in the Romagna historical region. Piadinas, plural of piadina. Piadin, plural of piadina. Iaf, a surname from French. Piaf, a calm, composed, elevated trot in place. Pious, simple past and past participle of piaf. Piafer, a dressage movement in which a horse trots in a stationary position while using high lifting of the legs. Piafers, plural of piafer. Piaths, plural of piaf. Piathing, present participle and gerund of piaf. Piagapo, a municipality of Lana del Sur, Philippines. Piaget, a surname from French. Piagestion, of or relating to Jean Piaget 1896–1980, Swiss developmental psychologist and philosopher known for his cognitive studies with children. Piagations, plural of piagation. Het, a shaman among the indigenous peoples of Guyana. Het, alternative form of piage, shaman among the indigenous peoples of Guyana. Het, plural of pi. Pedimen, synonym of pi. Pile, of or pertaining to the pia or pia mater. Piles, plural of pile. Iam, yes. Pronunciation spelling of piano. Pin, pronunciation spelling of piano. The magpie. Peanuts, plural of peanut. Pirat, a small piano. Peanuts, plural of pianet. Pine Nguyen, synonym of pine to, a mountain pass, an important gate in Shaanxi, China. Pininobili, plural of piano nobile. Pianata, synonym of melodica. Pianitas, plural of pianica. Peonies, plural of peony. Thiene, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Pianino, a pianet or small piano. Pianinos, plural of pianino. Pianism, one's way of playing the piano. Pianisms, plural of pianism. Pianissimi, plural of pianissimo. Pianissimo, indicating that the piece is to be played very softly. Pianissimos, plural of pianissimo. Pianissimi, plural of pianissimo. Pianissimo, indicating that the piece is to be played more softly than pianissimo. Pianissimos, plural of pianissimo. Pianas, a person who plays the piano particularly with skill or as part of an orchestra. Pianis, a female pianist. Pianists, plural of pianis. Pianistic, or pertaining to piano playing. Pianistically, in a pianistic manner. Pianistics, the art or technique of playing the piano. Pianists, plural of pianist. Pyankashaw, alternative form of Pyankashaw. Pyankashaw's, plural of Pyankashaw. Pyankashaw, a member of a Native American group of the Miami who lived apart from the rest of the Miami nation, in an area that now includes western Indiana and Ohio. Pyankashaws, plural of Pyankashaw. Piano, pronunciation spelling of piano. Pionez, plural of piony. Piony, pronunciation spelling of piano. Piney 40s, plural of piney 40. Piney 40, pronunciation spelling of pianoforte. Piney 40s, plural of piney 40. Piney 40, alternative form of piney 40. Piano, a surname from Italian. Piano accordion, an accordion with a keyboard similar to that of a piano. Piano accordions, plural of piano accordion. Piano bar, a drinking establishment featuring, as an enticement to customers, a musician playing a piano or similar keyboard-based instrument. Piano bars, plural of piano bar. Piano bench, a rectangular wooden bench where a pianist can sit while playing the piano. Piano benches, plural of piano bench. Piano fingers, long, slender fingers, such as might be suited for playing the piano. Piano for hands, piano technique, in which two people play on the same piano simultaneously. Piano keys, the large white striped section at the ends of a runway, used as a landing aiming point and as a distance indicator. Piano maker, maker of pianos. Piano nobile, the floor of a building where the principal bedrooms and main reception rooms are found, very often on the first or second floor in older buildings. Piano nobiles, plural of piano nobile. Piano plate, the heavy cast metal frame in a piano that receives the tremendous cumulative tension of the strings. It is most commonly cast iron. Piano player, one who plays the piano to make music. A pianist. Piano players, plural of piano player. Piano polish, French polish, formerly commonly used to serve as pianos. Piano polishes, plural of piano polish. Piano roll, a perforated roll of paper containing encoded music to be played by a pianola or player piano. Piano rolls, plural of piano roll. Piano stool, a round wooden stool used by piano players. It is less stable than the rectangular piano bench. A round wooden stool used by piano players. It is less stable than the rectangular piano bench. The height can be adjusted by simply spinning the seat clockwise or counterclockwise, respectively. Piano stools, plural of piano stool. Piano wire, a type of stiff but relatively thin solid wire that is used for piano strings. Pianoforte, alternative form of pianoforte. Pianoforte, rare form of pianoforte. Pianofortes, plural of pianoforte. Pianofortes, plural of pianoforte. Piano polish, to treat furniture with piano polish, French polish. Piano polish, simple past and past participle of piano polish. Piano polishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of piano polish. Piano polishing, present participle and gerund of piano polish. and gerund of piano polish. Piano violin. A keyed piano violin. A keyed musical instrument resembling a piano, having a moving cylinder that causes the strings to vibrate. Piano violins. Plural of piano violin. Pianocentric. Centered around the piano. Piano. Simple past and past participle of piano. Past and past participle of piano. Pianos. Plural of piano. Pianoforte. A piano. Pianofortes. Plural of pianoforte. 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 Plural of pianoforte, another word for the word pianos. Pianofortist. A person who plays the pianoforte. Artist. A person who plays the pianoforte. Pianofortists. Plural of pianofortist. Pianograph. A mechanical device for recording the notes played on a piano as a crude form of sheet music. Pianographs. Plural of pianograph. Pianoing. Playing the piano. Pianoist. Synonym of pianist. Pianoists. Plural of pianoists. Pianola. A mechanical piano which uses a roll of perforated paper to operate its keys instead of being played by a pianist. Pianolas. Plural of pianola. Pianolas. Without the use of a piano. Pianolessness. Absence of a piano. Pianoli. Resembling or characteristic of a piano. Pianolist. A person who plays the pianola, particularly with skill. Pianolists. Plural of pianolists. Pianola. A performance where one person plays a piano with a long speech. Pianologues. Plural of pianoli. Piamen. Apemas. Pianomania. A great popularity of piano music in a population. Pianophile. A lover of piano music. Pianophiles. Plural of pianophile. Pianoplay. Alternative spelling of piano player. Piano players. Plural of piano player. Pianos forte. Plural of pianoforte. Pena. A commune of Alba County, Romania. Piony. Alternative form of piney. Pile. A surname from Chinese. Pios. Plural of pio. Piopek. Tillis domicifer, a West African magpie. Piopax. Plural of piopek. Piviat. A long-tailed black passerine. Tillis domicifer, of tropical Africa. Pipiax. Plural of Piapiac. Piapoco. An Arawakan language of Colombia and Venezuela. Pyrrhus. A member of the Order of Poor Clerics, regular of the Mother of God of the Pious Schools, a Catholic educational order founded in the 16th century. Pyrrhists. Plural of Pyrrhus. Plural of Pii. A barangay of Tayum, Abra, Philippines. Payasava. Alternative form of Payasava. Payasava. Alternative form of Payasava. Payaseki. A surname from Polish. Payasekis. Plural of Payaseki. Payaseksno. The name of a number of locations in Poland. Payasava. Alternative form of Payasava. Payasavas. Plural of Payasava. Piaçava, a fibrous product of two Brazilian palm trees, Atelia funifera and Leopoldina piaçava, formerly used in making brooms and for other purposes. Piaçavas, plural of piaçava. Piaster, alternative spelling of piaster. Piasters, plural of piaster. Piastian, of or relating to the Piast dynasty, the first historical ruling dynasty of Poland. Piaster, a Spanish or Spanish-American coin and unit of currency, originally worth 8 real. Piasters, plural of piaster. Piastri, a surname from Italian. Hot, a surname from French. Plidak, a surname from Polish. Plidak, a town in Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Pietax, plural of pietek. Piatin, atonement or expiation. Piatkowski, a surname from Polish. Piatkowskis, plural of Piatkowski. Pietra Nemt, a city in Nemt County, Romania. Pietra Soimiului, a village and commune of Nemt County, Romania. Pietra Alt, a town in Olt County, Romania. Pietrau, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Peyata acute Pjatro. Piat, a surname. Piat County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Monticello. Piats, plural of Piat. Piatakaki, a city, the administrative center of Piatakaki Urban Hamada Kamiansk Rayon, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Piatsa, marketplace, meeting place. Piatsas, plural of Piatsa. Piauí, a state of the Northeast region, Brazil. Capital, Teresina. Pai, a town and river in St. Lucia. Piasa, a surname. Piazza, having a piazza. Piathalas, without a piazza. Piazza-like, resembling a piazza. Piazzas, plural of piazza. Piaz, plural of piazza. Piazzala, a surname. The initialism of polyisobutylene. Pi-B, abbreviation of bebibate. The synonym of pibworm. Pibcorn, alternative form of pibcorn. Pibcorns, plural of pibcorn. Pedal, a pilot balloon. Pedals, plural of pibble. Thibexizzine, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Pede, a pigeon. Pebins, plural of pibbin. Pedal, obsolete form of pebble. Pedal, plural of pibble. Teddy, the practice of zoning dangerous or hazardous facilities, such as incinerators, landfills, and dumps in predominantly black neighborhoods. Pibcore, synonym of pibworn. Pibcorns, plural of pibcorn. Pyroline, a psychoactive piperazine drug with stimulant and antidepressant properties. Thibor, a Welsh single-reed wind instrument or pipe with a horn at each end. Pibborns, plural of pibborn. Pebble, abbreviation of pebibet. Dibbling, used especially as a gender-neutral term, the sibling or sibling-in-law of one's parent. Piblings, plural of pibling. Piblocto, alternative form of piblocto. Piblocto, a condition affecting dogs or other animals in the Arctic characterized by aggressive behavior and seizures. Pibloctoc, alternative form of piblocto. Pibrentasvir, an antiviral drug used with glucoprevir to treat hepatitis C. Pibroch, a series of musical variations for the bagpipes, usually martial or funerary in nature. Pibrox, plural of pibroch. Het, plural of pib. Pibutide, a histamine 2 receptor antagonist. The, initialism of pilot in command. The, a picture, especially a photographic image. Pid, abbreviation of phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. PID, a disorder characterized by appetite and craving for non-edible substances such as chalk, clay, dirt, ice, or sand. Pick a stick, a type of ruler used to measure by hand spacing in prints, designs, mock-ups, and proofs. Pick a sticks, plural of pick a stick. Picabien, of or relating to France's Picabia 1879-1953, French avant-garde painter, writer, and filmmaker associated with the Dada movement. Picabo, an unincorporated community in Blaine, Idaho, United States. Picadillo, alternative form of picadillo. Picadillo, any of various Spanish or South American dishes made with chopped vegetables and sometimes ground beef. Pecadilles, plural of picadillo. Picado, a surname from Spanish. Dictador, a lancer mounted on horseback who assists a matador. Picadors, plural of picador. Picadors, plural of picador. Picados, plural of picado. Pickelon, alternative form of picayune old coin. Pickelons, plural of pickelon. Pickle, alternative form of pickle. Piccalilli, alternative spelling of piccalilli. Piccalillis, plural of piccalilli. Pickles, plural of pickle. Pityour, an oily liquid hydrocarbon extracted from the creosote of beechwood tar and consisting essentially of certain derivatives of pyrogalol. Pekin, a municipality of Croatia. Peketa, a cut of beef consisting of the biceps femoris muscle and its fat cap. Pecanas, plural of pecana. Pickaninnies, plural of pickaninny. Pickaninny, alternative spelling of pickaninny. Pithar, a retail dealer, an intermediate dealer or broker. Picara, a female picaro. Picaras, plural of picara. Picard, of from or relating to Picardy, a cultural region part of the administrative region of Hauts-de-France, France. Picard-Lindeleur theorem, an important theorem on the existence and uniqueness of solutions to first-order equations with given initial conditions. Picardin, a white wine grape used mainly for the Châteauneuf du Pape blend. Picardins, plural of Picardin. Picardy, a surname Name. Picardian. Of, from, or relating to the region of Picardy, Hauts-de-France region, France. Picardians. Plural of Picardian. Picardies. Plural of Picardy. Picardo. A surname from Italian. Picards. Plural of Picard. Picardy. A former administrative region and historical province of France, since 2016, part of the administrative region of Hauts-de-France region. Picardy Spaniel. A breed of dog developed in France for use as a gun dog, related to the blue Picardy Spaniel. Picardy Spaniels. Plural of Picardy Spaniel. Picardy Soie. A disease of 18th and 19th century Europe, first recorded in Picardy, France, that resulted in excessive uncontrollable sweating and in severe cases was quickly followed by death, thought to be caused by hantavirus. Picardy sweating sickness. Synonym of Picardy sweat. Picardy third. A major third in the final tonic chord of a minor key passage. Picardy thirds. Plural of Picardy third. Figaro. Any of the genus Picar of fish. Picaros. Plural of Picaro. Picarscht. Of or pertaining to adventurers or rogues. Picarsque. In a picaresque manner. Picaresqueness. The quality of being picaresque. Picaresques. Plural of picaresque. Picarian. Of or relating to the Picarii, an obsolete bird classification. Picarians. Plural of Picarian. Picaridin. Synonym of Icaridin. Picaridine. Misspelling of Picaridin. Picaridines. Plural of Picaridine. Picaello. A surname. Picaellos. Plural of Picaello. Picaro. Rogue, adventurer. Picarer. A pirate or picaro. Picarooned. Simple past and past participle of picaroon. Picarooning. Present participle and gerund of picaroon. Picaroons. Plural of picaroon. Picaros. Plural of picaro. Picars. Plural of picar. Picartamide. A proton pump inhibitor. Pit. Plural of pica. Pitas. Plural of pica. Pitasun. Alternative form of Picassone. Fictation. Of or pertaining to Pablo Picasso 1881-1973, Spanish painter, draftsman, and sculptor best known for co-founding the Cubist movement. Picasso. Pablo Picasso 1881-1973, Spanish painter, best known as a founder of the Cubist movement. Picasso marble. A marble metamorphosed in limestone and mainly composed of silica, calcium carbonate, and magnesium. Picasso moth. A species of moth Beorsa hieroglyphica. Picasso moths. Plural of Picasso moth. Picasson. Of or relating to Pablo Picasso 1881-1973, Spanish artist. Picassosque. Reminiscent of the style of Pablo Picasso 1881-1973, Spanish artist, Cubist. Picassofish. Synonym of lagoon triggerfish. Picassoi. Picassosque. Picassos. plural of Picasso. Picatharts, any bird of genus Picatharts. Picatinny rail, a bracket used on some firearms in order to provide a standardized mounting platform. Picatinny rails, plural of Picatinny rail. Thequeun, a small coin of the value of 6¼ cents, a Spanish coin with a value of half a real, a fippenny bit. Picayunly, in a picayune manner. Picayuneness, the quality of being picayune. Picayunes, plural of picayune. Picayutish, petty, paltry, mean. Picasso, a surname. Picassos, plural of Picasso. The initialism of peripherally inserted central catheter. Piccadil, alternative form of Piccadil. Piccadills, plural of Piccadil. Peccadil, alternative form of Piccadil. Peccadil, a large, broad lace collar from the 17th century. Piccadillys, plural of Piccadilly. Piccadillo, alternative form of Piccadillo. Peccadills, plural of Piccadil. Piccadilly, Piccadilly, a street running from Hyde Park Corner to Piccadilly Circus. Piccadilly Butcher, a member of the Regiment of Horse Guards or Royal Blues. Piccadilly Butcher. Plural of Piccadilly Butcher. Piccadilly Circus, a traffic intersection in the West End of London having connections with Piccadilly, Regent Street, Shaftesbury Avenue, Haymarket, Coventry Street, and Glasshouse Street, proverbially visualized as being very busy with people. Piccadilly Weeper, singular of Piccadilly Weepers. Piccadilly Weepers, synonym of Dundreary's type of sideburns. Piccadills, plural of Piccadil. Pickage, money paid at fairs for permission to set up booths. Pickages, plural of pickage. Piccalilli, a yellow pickle relish made from cauliflower, vegetable marrow, and other vegetables, pickled with vinegar, salt, sugar, and spiced with mustard, turmeric, and other spices. Piccalillies, plural of piccalilli. Piccanin, alternative form of piccaninny. Piccaninnies, plural of piccaninny. Piccaninny, alternative form of piccaninny. Piccanins, plural of piccanin. Picker, a surname from French. Pickards, plural of pickard. Piccata, sliced, sautéed, and served with lemon, parsley, and butter sauce. Piccatas, plural of piccata. Pixiano, a surname. Pixianos, plural of Pixiano. Picus, plural of picky. Pixanoni, a surname. Pixiani, a surname from Italian. Pixins, plural of Pixini. Pixarilli, a surname from Italian. Pixarillis, plural of Pixarilli. Pixarillo, a surname. Pixarillos, plural of Pixarillo. Pippo, a surname from Italian. Pippoli, a surname from Italian. Piccolis, plural of piccoli. Piccolo, a surname from Italian. Piccoloist, one who plays the piccolo. Piccoloists, plural of piccoloists. Piccolos, plural of piccolo. Piccone, a surname. Piccones, plural of piccone. Piccos, plural of picco. Piccata, alternative form of piccota. Piccatas, plural of piccata. The, plural of pick. Picky, picture. Pice, alternative form of paisa, especially historical in the form of coins worth 20 cash. Pisatanol, a phenolic stilbenoid, a metabolite of resveratrol, found in red wine and believed to possess anti-cancer properties. Pisatanols, plural of pisatanol. Pysad, a stilbenoid glucoside and a major resveratrol derivative in grape juices. It is also found in plants such as Picea sichensis and Polygonum cuspidatum. Pysids, plural of pysid. Pysine, the glucoside of pysol. Pysnadol, a particular narcotic painkiller. Picene, a resident of ancient Picenum in Italy. Picenes, plural of Picene. Pisno, a surname. Pisnos, plural of Pisno. Piscence, plural of Piscine. Picentini, plural of Picene. Picenum, a region of ancient Italy identified by the Romans. Pysol, a phenolic compound found in the needles and mycorrhizal roots of the Norway spruce Picea abies. Pies, of or pertaining to pitch, a sticky, dark brown substance obtained from distilling turpentine or wood tar, or crude oil or tar, having a quality like pitch. Pisces, plural of pice. Piceworth, the amount that can be bought for a pice. Piceworth, plural of piceworth. Pitch, a surname from Khmer. Theta, a surname. Pichakari, alternative form of Pichakari. Pichakari, a genre of Indo-Trinidadian folk music sung in a mixture of English, Hindi, and Bhojpuri. Pichilpari, a creature from Pakistani/Arabian culture who's said to be reverse-footed and demonic. Pichido, a surname. Pichidos, plural of Pichirdo. Pitchas, plural of Pitcha. Pitch, a surname. Pitchanot, a French-Canadian tabletop game in which players attempt to flick each other's round pieces off the board. Pitchas, plural of pitch. Pitchato, a surname from Italian. Pitti, dated spelling of pitchi armadillo. Pitchies, plural of pitchy. Pitchavai, alternative form of pitchvi. Pitchavais, plural of pitchavai. Pitchai, alternative form of Pitchimaeum surname of Mayday origin. Pitchishado, alternative form of Pitchiziego. Pitchishagos, plural of Pitchishiego. Pitchisago, a small, burrowing, South American armadillo Chlamyphorus truncas, a pink fairy armadillo. Pitchisagos, plural of Pitchisiego. Pichidua, Acede in Chile. Pichilmo, Alternative form of Pichilemu. Pichilemu, a city and commune of Chile. Pitchamam, a Mede surname from Manipuri. Pitch English, Atlantic English lexicon Creole language spoken on the island of Bioko Equatorial Guinea, an offshoot of the Creole language of Sierra Leone. Pitch eyes, plural of pitch high. Pedi, alternative form of pitchy. Thitchay, a surname. Thitchon, a surname from French. Thitchons, plural of pitchon. Pitchurim bean, the seed of a South American lauraceous tree nectanra pitchurim of a taste and smell between those of nutmeg and sassafras, sometimes used medicinally. Pitchurim beans, plural of pitchurim bean. Pitchvai, an Indian temple hanging consisting of cotton cloth painted with scenes from the life of the Hindu deity Lord Krishna, always blue, and used as a backdrop for his idol, also used decoratively in homes. Pitch eyes, plural of pitchvi. Vitsai, a kind of hand-rolled pasta, like thick spaghetti, from Siena. Vesid, any member of the family Pisidae, the woodpeckers. Vesids, plural of pissid. Pisset, a poitral, armor protecting a horse's chest. It has plural of pisier. Pisiform, of or pertaining to pisiforms. Pisilorex, an anorexant drug. Piscin, of or relating to the woodpecker's pisci, or to the pisiforms. Pesesh, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Pesinicias, plural of pisinish. Pesinines, plural of pisinini. Pesinini, alternative spelling of Pickaninny. A surname. Pickgum, an evenly matched game, bout, or event where there is no favorite or underdog. Pick and mix, a selection of different articles such as sweets arranged in trays that can be chosen in any combination and paid for by weight or number. Pick and mixes, plural of pick and mix. Pick a fight, to deliberately provoke someone into fighting. Pick a hole in someone's coat, to find fault with someone. Pick a lane, to commit to an approach to something. Pick a quarrel, synonym of pick a fight. Pick and choose, to choose selectively or fastidiously. Pick and mix, alternative form of pick and mix. Pick and pack, in supply chain management, the selection of products often from truck or train loads for labeling and shipping to individual customers. Pick and pass, to hit the opponent's blot exposed piece and take the hitting checker to safety within a single play. Pick and place, of a robot, having the purpose of picking up objects and placing them somewhere else. Pick and pop, an alternate version of pick and roll where the player moves to an open spot where they receive a pass and make a jump shot. Pick and roll, an offensive play in which a player stops to block a defender for a teammate handling the ball and then slips behind the defender to accept a pass. Pick apart, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pick apart. Pick at, to touch, grab, handle, or pull tentatively or gingerly, using a utensil or one's fingers. Pick away at, to continually or inexorably harm someone, to continue to do harm. To needle over time, to weaken someone over time. Pick bids off the wall of an auctioneer to acknowledge non-existent bids so as to fraudulently drive up the price for the actual competing bidders. Pick bodies. Plural of pick body. Pick body, one of the spherical aggregations caused by a buildup of tau proteins found in the neurons in cases of Pick's disease. Pick corners, to choose a preference as in predicting which boxer will win a match. Pick dressing, in cut stonework, a facing made by a pointed tool, leaving the surface in little pits or depressions. Pick fault, to make a point of criticizing, to seek occasions to find fault. Pick flowers, to excuse oneself from a group and urinate or defecate outdoors. Pick from a hat, alternative form of pick out of a hat. Pick gooseberry, synonym of play gooseberry. Pick gun, a tool, either manual or electric, for picking tumbler-based locks by applying force to the pins. Pick guns, plural of pick gun. Pick hammer, a pick with one end sharp and the other blunt, used by miners. Pick hammers, plural of pick hammer. Pick holes, to find weaknesses, errors, or imperfections in. Pick it up, to hurry up, pick up the pace. Pick me, alternative spelling of pick me. Pick mess, plural of pick me. Pick oakum, to make oakum by and twisting old ropes. Pick of the crop, alternative form of cream of the crop. Pick of the litter, the best person or item in a group, the best that one has to offer. Pick off, to remove by picking. Pick offs, plural of pick off. Pick off, to bully, harass, or make fun of a victim, to bother or harass. Pick on someone your own size, an admonition of cowardice usually said to make someone cease harassing or bullying someone else, especially where the bullied party is physically smaller or weaker than the bully. Pick one's battles, to involve oneself in disputes only if one is likely to win. Pick one's nose, to insert a finger or other object into one's nostril to remove obstructions, especially dried mucus. Pick one's way, to move carefully. Pick oneself up off the floor, to resume normal activities after a period of being incapacitated by grief or circumstances. Pick out, to remove by picking. Pick out of a hat, to determine by chance, especially by drawing lots. Pick over, to choose all of the desirable items from an array of options, to look for the most desirable items among. Pick packer, a person who works in a warehouse locating stored items and packaging them for delivery. Pick packers, plural of pick packer. Pick scrape, a pick slide. Pick scrapes, plural of pick scrape. Pick sides, to take sides, to favor one side or viewpoint in a competition or confrontation. Pick six, an interception by the defense that is run back the other way for a touchdown. Pick sixes, plural of pick six. Pick sly, an electric guitar playing technique in which the edge of the pick plectrum is scraped across two strings down the neck towards the nut, creating a descending scratching sound. Pick slides, plural of pick slide. Pick someone's brain, to seek information from someone knowledgeable, to ask questions of someone. Pick someone's brains, alternative form of pick someone's brain. Pick stitch, a simple running stitch that catches only a few threads of the fabric, showing very little of the thread on the right outer side of the garment. Pick stitches, plural of pick stitch. Pick the wrong horse, synonym of back the wrong horse. Pick through, to look through a group or list in order to select what one desires. Pick up, to lift, to grasp and raise. Pick up line, alternative form of pick up line. Pick up lines, plural of pick up line. Pick up on, to notice, observe, learn, or understand, especially something otherwise overlooked. Pick up one's crumbs, to recuperate or recover, such as after an illness or injury. Pick up one's marbles and go home, to abruptly leave or abandon a situation or activity in which one is dissatisfied with the way it is progressing. Pick up speed, to accelerate. Pick up steam, synonym of gather steam. Pick up stitches, to add stitches to the knitting needle that were previously bound off or that belonged to the selvage during the process of knitting or entrelac. Pick up stompies, to join a conversation at the tail end without knowing much about its content. Pick up the ball and run with it, alternative form of take the ball and run with it. Pick up the mantle, synonym of assume the mantle. Pick up the pace, to begin moving or working faster. Pick up the phone, to pick up the receiver of a telephone, generally with the intention of making a phone call. Pick up the pieces, to restore one's life or a given situation, etc., to a normal state after a calamity, shock, etc. Pick up the slack, alternative form of take up the slack. Pick up the tab, to accept a bill and pay it, especially at a bar or restaurant. Pick up the threads, to resume an activity after an interruption, to pick up. Pick up the threads of, to resume something that was paused or halted. Pick up truck, alternative spelling of pick up truck. Pick up trucks, plural of pick up truck and alternative spelling of pick up truck. Pick up what someone is laying down, alternative form of pick up what someone is putting down. Pick up what someone is putting down, to understand, pay attention to, or learn from what someone says or does. Pickups, plural of pick up. Pick your poison, alternative form of what's your poison. Bet, simple past and past participle of pick. Pick'em, alternative spelling of pick'em. Pick's disease, a rare neurodegenerative disease that causes progressive destruction of nerve cells in the brain. Symptoms include aphasia and dementia. Pick and Becks, a large range of items typically confectionery from which a personal selection may be made. Pick and pick, synonym of pick at will. Pick at will, of or relating to a kind of loom with several shuttle boxes, allowing various colors of yarn to be combined as desired. Pickaxe, alternative spelling of pickaxe. Pickaxes, plural of pickaxe. Pick fault, a critic, a censorious person. Pick faults, plural of pick fault. Pick me, synonym of pick me girl. Pick me boy, a man who claims or acts as if he is unlike most other men in order to gain attention from women. Pick me boys, plural of pick-me boy. Pick-me girl, a woman who asserts that she is unlike and sometimes better than most other women in order to gain attention, approval, or validation from men. Pick-me girls, plural of pick-me girl. Pick-me-up, a drink, often an alcoholic one, taken as a stimulant or sometimes as a hangover cure, a restorative, tonic, or bracer. Pick-me-ups, plural of pick-me-up. Pick-mess, plural of pick-me. Pickpocket, alternative spelling of pickpocket. Pickpocketed, simple past and past participle of pickpocket. Pickpocketing, present participle and gerund of pickpocket. Pickpockets, plural of pickpocket. Picked purse, alternative form of pickpurse. Pick purses, plural of pick purse. Pick quarrel, a quarrelsome person, one ready to pick quarrels. Pick quarrels, plural of pick quarrel. Pit six, alternative spelling of pick six. Pick sixes, plural of pick six, alternative form of pick sixes. Pickup, alternative form of pickup. Pickup game, an impromptu game that is spontaneously started by a group of players. Pickup games, plural of pickup game. Pickup joint, a place, such as a nightclub, where people congregate in order to find a romantic or sexual partner. Pickup joints, plural of pickup joint. Pickup line, a short introduction or comment intended to garner romantic or sexual interest from a stranger. Pickup line, plural of pickup line. Pickup sticks, a game in which players attempt to remove sticks from a scattered pile without disturbing any stick other than the one currently being removed. Pickups, plural of pickup. Pick your own, synonym of you pick. Pickaback, on the back or the shoulders. Pickaback, simple past and past participle of pickaback. Pickabacking, present participle and gerund of pickaback. Pickabacks, third person singular simple present indicative of pickaback. Pickability, the quality of being pickable. Pickable, able to be picked. Pickadle, alternative form of pickadill. Pickadills, plural of pickadle. Pickadill, alternative form of pickadill. Pickadill, alternative form of pickadill. Peccadills, plural of pickadill. Peccadills, plural of pickadill. Picket, alternative form of pickage. Packages, plural of pickage. Pickaninny, alternative form of pickaninny. Pickaninnies, plural of pickaninny. Pickaninny, a black child. Pickaninny Christmas, Easter Christian feast. Pickaback, dated form of pickaback. Pivar, a surname. Becker, a surname originating as an ethnonym relating to someone from Picardy. Pickards, plural of Pickard. Pickaroon, archaic form of Picaroon. Picaroons, plural of Picaroon. Picars, plural of Picar. Pickaway, a place in the United United States. Pickaway County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Circleville. Pickaxe. Alternative spelling of pickaxe. Pickaxe. A heavy iron tool with a wooden handle. One end of the head is pointed, the other has a chisel edge. Pickaxe. Simple past and past participle of pickaxe. Pickaxes, plural of pickaxe. Pickaxing, present participle and gerund of pickaxe. Pickback, archaic form of pickaback. Pickburn, a hamlet in Broadsworth Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5107. Pick cheese, no blue tit. Pick cheeses, plural of pick cheese. The simple past and past participle of pick. Picked and chose, simple past of pick and choose. Picked and chosen, past participle of pick and choose. Picked apart, simple past and past participle of pick apart. Picked at, simple past and past participle of pick at. Picked away at, simple past and past participle of pick away at. Picked corners, simple past and past participle of pick corners. Picked gooseberry, simple past and past participle of pick gooseberry. Picked holes, simple past and past participle of pick holes. Picked it up, simple past and past participle of pick it up. Picked off, simple past and past participle of pick off. Picked on, simple past and past participle of pick on. Picked one's battles, simple past and past participle of pick one's battles. Picked one's nose, simple past and past participle of pick one's nose. Picked out, simple past and past participle of pick out. Picked out of a hat, simple past and past participle of pick out of a hat. Picked over, simple past and past participle of pick over. Picked someone's brain, simple past and past participle of pick someone's brain. Picked through, simple past and past participle of pick through. Picked up, simple past and past participle of pick up. Pick up on, simple past and past participle of pick up on. Picked up one's marbles and gone home. Past participle of pick up one's marbles and go home. Picked up one's marbles and went home. Simple past to pick up one's marbles and go home. Pick up steam, simple past and past participle of pick up steam. Picked up stitches, simple past and past participle of pick up stitches. Picked up the mantle, simple past and past participle of pick up the mantle. Picked up the pace, simple past and past participle of pick up the pace. Picked up the phone, simple past and past participle of pick up the phone. Picked up the pieces, simple past and past participle of pick up the pieces. Picked up the slack, simple past and past participle of pick up the slack. Picked up the tab, simple past and past participle of pick up the tab. Picked up the threads, simple past and past participle of pick up the threads. Picked up what someone was laying down, simple past and past participle of pick up what someone is laying down. Picked up what someone was putting down. Simple past and past participle of pick up what someone is putting down. Picket event. Alternative form of picket event. Picket events. Plural of picket event. Theknes. The state of being sharpened or pointed. Thekir. To make a raid for booty, to maraud. Pikir. Simple past and past participle of pikir. Pikirer. One who pikirs. Pikirers. Plural of pikirer. Pivire. Present participle and gerund of pikir. Pikir. Third person singular simple present indicative of pikir. Veda. Alternative form of pickle. Pickle-ering. Alternative form of pickle-ering. Pickle-odd. A spiked helmet worn by German troops, especially during the First World War. Pickelhauben. Plural of pickelhaub. Pickelhaubs. Plural of pickelhaub. Pickeldring. The nickname given to the comic character or stage buffoon in English comedy troupes that traveled through Germany in the 17th century. Pedal. A surname. Pedals. Plural of pickle. Pickles. Plural of pickle. Peckham. A surname from Old French. Pickens. A surname. Pickens County. One of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat. Carrollton. Vetter. A surname. Picker up. A person employed on a shoot to pick up dead game. Picker rubber. A person who picks things up. Picker upper. One who, or that which, picks up something. Picker-uppers. Plural of picker-upperer. Picker-uppers. Plural of picker-upper. Pickerel. An unincorporated community in Pittsylvania County, Virginia, United States. Pickerel frog. A frog of the eastern U.S. and neighboring parts of Canada, Lithobates pipiens. Pickerel weed. Any of the genus Pontideria of Tristilis aquatic plants with large waxy leaves, succulent stems, and a thick pad of fibrous roots. Pickerel weeds. Plural of pickerel weed. Pickerels. Plural of pickerel. Pickerelweed. Any of several freshwater plants of the genus Pontideria that have heart-shaped leaves. Pickerelweeds. Plural of pickerelweed. Pickeries. Plural of pickery. Pickerel. A surname from Middle English. Pickerels. Plural of Pickerel. Pickering. A city in the regional municipality of Durham, Ontario, Canada. Pickering series. 3 lines of singly ionized helium found, usually in absorption, in the spectra of hot stars produced by transitions of an electron with principal quantum number n equals 4 state from a higher energy level. Pickeringite. A monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and sulfur. Pickerings. Plural of pickering. Pickeroon. Obsolete form of pickeroon. Pickeroons. Plural of pickeroon. Pickers. Plural of picker. Pickers up. plural of pickerup. Pickersale, a surname. Picker, a place where cotton is picked. Vegas, second person singular simple present indicative of pick. Vic, a type of punishment by which an offender had to rest his or her entire body weight on the top of a small stake. Picket boat, a small naval craft used for harbor patrol and other close inshore work. Picket boats, plural of picket boat. Picket bullet, a kind of sharp-pointed bullet used mainly in rifles. Picket bullets, plural of picket bullet. Picket fence, a simple fence made from wooden pickets connected by horizontal bars. Picket fences, plural of picket fence. Picket house, alternative form of picket house. Picket houses, plural of picket house. Picket line, a line or rope held by one or many pickets, chiefly one used for tethering horses. Picket lines, plural of picket line. Picket pin, a pin used to fix the picket rope for a horse to the ground. Picket pins, plural of picket pin. Picket rope, a rope used to tether a horse when not in use. Picket ropes, plural of picket rope. Picket house, a wooden building made by fitting boards across a framework of upright poles, often constructed as part of an outpost or as the first shelter in a new homestead. Picket houses, plural of picket house. Picketable, able to be picketed. Picket boat, alternative form of picket boat. Picket boats, plural of picket boat. Picketed, simple past and past participle of picket. Picketee, one who is being picketed. Picketeer, synonym of picketer. Picketeers, plural of picketeer. Picketees, plural of picketee. Picketer, someone who pickets. One participating in a demonstration or posted on a picket line. Picketers, plural of picketer. Picket, third person singular simple present indicative of pick. Picket house, alternative form of picket house. Picket houses, plural of picket house. Picketing, present participle and gerund of picket. Picketings, plural of picketing. Picketless, without a picket. Pickets, plural of picket. Picket, a surname. Pickett County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Bairdstown. Pickett's charge, alternative form of Pickett's charge. Pickett's charge, a valiant but futile frontal assault. Pickett's charges, plural of Pickett's charge. Picketed, simple past and past participle of picket. Picketty, present participle and gerund of picket. Picketings, plural of picketing. Pickus, a period of intense or frequent picking in various senses. Pickusts, plural of pickfus. Pictor, a surname. Pickfor, a pitchfork. Pickforks, plural of pickfork. Pickard, a piece of durable flat material placed on the body of a guitar or similar instrument beneath the strings to protect the surface from being scratched by a plectrum or similar device. Picards, plural of pickguard. Picko, a village in Pickhill with Roxby Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref SC 3483. Pickhill with Roxby, a civil parish served by Pickhill with Roxby and Cinderby Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District. Piggy, comparative form of picky, more picky. Pickies, plural of picky. Piggies, superlative form of picky, most picky. Pictily, in a picky way, pedantically. Thicken, pronunciations, spelling of picking. Pickin' and grinnin', vigorous playing of folk or country music on a stringed musical instrument, especially the guitar or banjo, while smiling broadly. Thickenass, picky behavior. Thicke, present participle and gerund of pick. Picking and choosing, present participle and gerund of pick and choose. Picking and grinning, alternative spelling of pickin' and grinnin'. Picking apart, present participle and gerund of pick apart. Picking at, present participle and gerund of pick at. Picking away at, present participle and gerund of pick away at. Picking corners, present participle and gerund of pick corners. Picking gooseberry, present participle and gerund of pick gooseberry. Picking holes, present participle and gerund of pick holes. Picking it up, present participle and gerund of pick it up. Picking off, present participle and gerund of pick off. Picking on, present participle and gerund of pick on. Picking one's battles, present participle and gerund of pick one's battles. Picking one's nose, present participle and gerund of pick one's nose. Picking out, present participle and gerund of pick out. Picking out of a hat, present participle and gerund of pick out of a hat. Picking over, present participle and gerund of pick over. Picking quarrels and making trouble, alternative form of picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Picking quarrels and provoking trouble, a collection of vague criminal offenses, mainly concerning undermining public order by creating a disturbance in a public place. Picking quarrels and stirring up trouble, alternative form of picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Picking someone's brain, present participle and gerund of pick someone's brain. Picking through, present participle and gerund of pick through. Picking up, present participle and gerund of pick up. Picking up on, present participle and gerund of pick up on. Picking up one's marbles and going home, present participle of pick up one's marbles and go home. Picking up steam, present participle and gerund of pick up steam. Picking up stitches, present participle and gerund of pick up stitches. Picking up the mantle, present participle and gerund of pick up the mantle. Picking up the pace, present participle of pick up the pace. Picking up the phone, present participle and gerund of pick up the phone. Picking up the pieces, present participle of pick up the pieces. Picking up the slack, present participle and gerund of pick up the slack. Picking up the tab, present participle and gerund of pick up the tab. Picking up the threads, present participle and gerund of pick up the threads. Picking up what someone is laying down, present participle and gerund to pick up what someone is laying down. Picking up what someone is putting down. Present participle and gerund to pick up what someone is putting down. Pickins, plural of picking. Pickaninny. Alternative spelling of pickaninny. Pickaninnis, plural of pickaninny. Pickaninny. Alternative spelling of pickaninny. Veto, a surname. Pickleball. Alternative spelling of pickleball. Pickleballs. Plural of pickleball. Pickle boat. In certain fishing fleets, the last boat to return to the dock. Pickle boats. Plural of pickle boat. Pickle fork. A fork with a long handle and usually 2 or 3 tines, used for extracting pickles from a tall jar. Pickle forks. Plural of pickle fork. Pickle fruit. The by. Pickle juice. The brine or vinegar solution in which dill pickles have been preserved. Pickle park. A rest area. Pickle parks. Plural of pickle park. Pickle plant. A low-spreading plant with yellow flowers and clover-like leaves. Oxalis stricta. Pickle plants. Plural of pickle plant. Pickle switch. A handheld electronic switch used for releasing bombs. Pickle switches. Plural of pickle switch. Pickle. To pickle something, to produce a pickled item. Pickle up one's ass. Synonym of stick up one's ass. Pickleball. Alternative spelling of pickleball. Pickleballs. Plural of pickleball. Pickleboat. Alternative spelling of pickleboat. Pickle herring. A herring preserved in brine, a pickled herring. Pickle herrings. Plural of pickle herring. Pickable. Capable of being pickled, serializable. Pickleback. A shot of whiskey with a shot of pickled brine as the chaser. Picklebacks. Plural of pickleback. Pickleball. A racket sport resembling tennis played with solid paddles and a perforated ball, which combines elements of badminton, table tennis, and wiffle ball. Pickleballer. One who plays pickleball. Pickleballers. Plural of pickleballer. Pickleballs. Plural of pickleball. Pickleboat. Alternative spelling of pickleboat. Pickled. Simple past and past participle of pickle. Pickled egg. An egg usually from a hen that has been pickled in vinegar, giving the outside a brown color. Pickled eggs. Plural of pickled egg. Pickled pine. A wood finish in which a pale color is added whilst allowing the grain to show. Pickled punk. A human fetus preserved in a jar, exhibited as part of a carnival sideshow. Pickled punks. Plural of pickled punk. Pickled up. Simple past and past participle of pickle up. Picklehead. A foolish person. Pickleheads. Plural of picklehead. Pickleless. Without pickles. Pickle-like. Resembling or characteristic of a pickle. Pickleman. A man who makes or sells pickles. Pickleman. Plural of pickleman. Picklebus. A sourpuss. Pfeffer. A surname from German. Pfefferis. Plural of picklery. Pfeffers. Plural of Pickler. Picklery, a place for pickling food. Pickles, a surname. Pickles up, third person singular simple present indicative of pickle up. Pickles, alternative form of pickles. Picklesimer, a surname. Picklesome, characteristic or typical of a pickle, all senses. Pickles, a surname. Pickletini, a martini cocktail made with a pickle. Pickletini, plural of pickletini. Pickleweed, any flowering plant of the genus Bates family Bataceae. Pickleweed, plural of pickleweed. Pickleworm, Diaphania nitidales, a crambid moth with wide triangular wings, a serious agricultural pest. Pickleworms, plural of pickleworm. Pickly, alternative form of pickly. Pickle, an instance of processing something in brine or in vinegar. Pickling lime, calcium hydroxide or its solution in water, lime water. Pickling up, present participle and gerund of pickle up. Picklings, plural of pickling. Picklist, a list of items to be gathered from a warehouse. Picklists, plural of picklists. Picklock, a device designed to pick locks. Picklocks, plural of picklock. Pickly, resembling or characteristic of a pickle. Pickman, a man employed to break ground using a pick. Pickma, the black-headed gull. Pidmas, plural of pickma. Pick-me, alternative spelling of pick-me. Pickren, plural of pickman. Pickmere, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6877. Pickmis, plural of pick-me. Pickfire, the peewit or black-headed gull. Pickmires, plural of pickmire. Pickney, a surname. Pickmies, plural of pickney. Picnic, archaic form of picnic. Picnic, simple past and past participle of picnic. Picnicker, archaic form of picnicker. Picnickers, plural of picnicker. Picnicky, present participle and gerund of picnic. Pickaxe, plural of picnic. Thicky, alternative form of pickaninny. Piff, a play in which a pitcher throws a live ball to a fielder so that the fielder can tag out a batter or runner who is moved away from the base. Pickass, plural of pick off. Pick over, a surname. Pickovers, plural of pick over. Vet back, on the back or shoulders. Pickpenez, plural of pickpenny. Pickpenny, a miser. Pickpocket, one who steals from the pocket of a passerby, usually by sleight of hand. Pickpocketed, simple past and past participle of pickpocket. Pickpocketee, a victim of pickpocketing. Pickpocketees, plural of pickpocketee. Pickpocketer, a pickpocket. Pickpocketers, plural of pickpocketer. Pickpocketing, the act of stealing from the pocket of a passerby, the crime committed by a pickpocket. Pickpocketings, plural of pickpocketing. Pickpocketism. Pickpocketing, pickpocketry, pickpocketing. Pickpockets, plural of pickpocket. Pickthrough, assistant to being picked. Pickpurse, someone who steals purses or money from purses. Pickpurses, plural of pickpurse. Piffro, a surname. Piffro, a surname. Pickrolls, plural of pickroll. Pickrolls, plural of pickroll. Pickram, a surname. Pickron, a surname. Pickron, plural of pickron. This, plural of pick. Picks and chooses, third person singular simple present indicative of pick and choose. Picks and shovels, the crucial tools or ingredients for a booming industry or enterprise. Picks apart, third person singular simple present indicative of pick apart. Picks hat, third person singular simple present indicative of pick at. Picks away at, third person singular simple present indicative of pick away at. Picks corners, third person singular simple present indicative of pick corners. Picks gooseberry, third person singular simple present indicative of pick gooseberry. Picks holes, third person singular simple present indicative of pick holes. Picks up, third person singular simple present indicative of pick it up. Picks of the litter, plural of pick of the litter. Picks off, third person singular simple present indicative of pick off. Picks on, third person singular simple present indicative of pick on. Picks one's battles, third person singular simple present indicative of pick one's battles. Picks one's nose, third person singular simple present indicative of pick one's nose. Picks out, third person singular simple present indicative of pick out. Picks out of a hat, third person singular simple present indicative of pick out of a hat. Picks over, third person singular simple present indicative of pick over. Picks someone's brain, third person singular simple present indicative of pick someone's brain. Picks through, third person singular simple present indicative of pick through. Picks up, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up. Picks up on, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up on. Picks up one's marbles and goes home, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up one's marbles and go home. Picks up steam, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up steam. Picks up stitches, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up stitches. Picks up the mantle, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the mantle. Picks up the pace, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the pace. Picks up the phone, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the phone. Picks up the pieces, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the pieces. Picks up the slack, third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the slack. Picks up the tab, Third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the tab. Picks up the threads. Third person singular simple present indicative of pick up the threads. Picks up what someone is laying down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pick up what someone is laying down. Picks up what someone is putting down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pick up what someone is putting down. Pixies, plural of pixie. Pixmen, alternative form of pickmen. Pixmen, plural of pixmen. Pixa, characterized by picking and choosing or by being picky, selective. Pixames, the quality of being pixum. Vexi, obsolete form of pixie. Ve, simple past and past participle of pick. Pickle, a surname. Thickek, a sycophant, one who meddles tattles in forms often in order to curry favor. Pickthek, king, the behavior of a pickthank, gaining favor by unworthy means. Thickex, plural of pickthank. Pictu, a toothfay. Pictus, plural of pictuve. Pitta, a surname. Pickup artists, one who uses specialized tactics to seduce women. Pickup artists, plural of pickup artists. Pickup community, synonym of seduction community. Pickup cover, a metallic cover of various alloys which covers a guitar pickup in order to change its tone, almost always a humbucker cover. Pickup covers, plural of pickup cover. Pickup line, alternative form of pickup line. Pickup lines, plural of pickup line. Pickup rider, a rodeo worker who helps the competitor dismount by riding alongside the bucking horse, removing any tangled equipment, etc. Pickup truck, a light truck with an open cargo bed. Pickup trucks, plural of pickup truck. Pickupable, capable of being picked up. Pickos, plural of picko. Thepe, a surname. Thickwickian, arbitrary or meaningless of the usage of a word or phrase. Pickwickian syndrome, obesity, hypoventilation syndrome. Pickwickianism, the arbitrary or meaningless use of language. Pickwickianly, in a Pickwickian manner. Thickwickians, plural of Pickwickian. Picky, fuzzy, particular, demanding to have things just right. Picky bits, miscellaneous snack foods served together. Piggy eaters, plural of picky eater. Picky head, a person with short, curly, thin hair. Picky heads, plural of picky head. Picky plate, synonym of picky tea. Picky plates, plural of picky plate. Picky tea, a meal of miscellaneous snack foods served together. Picky teas, plural of picky tea. Pickiness, alternative spelling of pickiness. Piclomylas, an anti-inflammatory drug. Piclonidine, an antihypertensive drug. Piclopastine, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Picloram, the herbicide 4-amino 3,5-6-trichloropicolinic acid. Piclexidine, a bisbiguanide antiseptic used in eye drops. Thicny, Alternative form of picnic. Thick acronym of problem in chair, not in computer, states that the problem was not in the computer but was instead caused by the user operating it. Thick an informal social gathering, usually in a natural outdoor setting to which the participants bring their own food and drink. Picnic basket, a basket or hamper used to carry food and utensils to a picnic. Picnic baskets, plural of picnic basket. Picnic blanket, a blanket to be spread on the grass, etc. for the serving of food at a picnic. Plural of picnic basket. Picnic blanket, a blanket to be spread on the grass, etc. for the serving of food at a picnic. Picnic blanket, plural of picnic blanket. Picnic egg, a small Scotch egg made with chopped egg rather than a whole one. Picnic eggs, plural of picnic egg. Picnic pie, a small pork pie, sometimes with additional fillings such as apple, pickles, or bacon. Picnic pies, plural of picnic pie. Picnic sheet, synonym of picnic blanket. Picnic sheets, plural of picnic sheet. Picnic site, a place, typically in the countryside, in which people have picnics, especially one equipped with benches, tables, waste bins, etc. Picnic sites, plural of picnic site. Picnic table, an outdoor table with benches attached, intended for picnicking, or sometimes used as a skate park feature. Picnic tables, plural of picnic table. Picnic, simple past and past participle of picnic. Picnicker, someone who has a picnic. Picnickers, plural of picnicker. Picnicking, present participle and gerund of picnic. Picnickings, plural of picnicking. Picnikish, resembling, characteristic of, or suitable for a picnic. Picnicky. Picnic-like. Picnic-like, resembling or characteristic of a picnic. Picnics, plural of picnic. Picnicware, disposable plates, cups, etc. intended for use on picnics. Picnicwares, plural of picnicware. Picnidia, plural of picnidium. Picnidio, alternative form of picnidio. Picnidiaspor, misspelling of picnidiaspor. Picnidium, alternative form of picnidium. Picnies, plural of picni. Pignometry, misspelling of pignometry. Pygnotic, alternative form of pinotic. Pico, an island in the Azores. Pico Bolivar, the highest mountain in Venezuela, located in Mérida State. Pico de Gallo, a condiment generally made with diced raw onions, tomatoes, chilies, and cilantro. Pico projector, a handheld projector designed to project an image from a smartphone, etc. onto a wall. Pico projectors, plural of Pico projector. Pico Rivera, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Pico, in the International System of Units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10 to short scale trillionth or long scale billionth. Symbol, P. Picowamp. Alternative form of picowamp. Picowamps, plural of picowamp. Picocoulomb, alternative form of picocoulomb. Picofarad, 1 million millionth 10^2 of a farad. Symbol, PF. Picofarans, plural of picofarad. Picojoule, 1 million millionth 10^2 of a joule. Symbol, pj. Pico-ohm, 1 million millionth 10^2 of a ohm. Symbol, p omega.